Right. Try again. Oh, that is so disappointing, but let's crack on. It does count. Claude, third place, but only one behind Alligator. Yvonne, 45. Pen's not working now. Here comes nothing working tonight. Eddie, how you doing? You're on the board. You can't win though. Thanks for coming in, sir. Top of the evening to you. Good to see you, so it is. I'm missing Eamon tonight so far. Steph's back in. You're on a Barbie. Hey, Steph. I don't want to know what you put on that grill. Peter's back. No, it's not. John, how you do? News now. Could be you. Could be. If it is, where the bloody hell have you been? Great stuff you've been doing, mate, by the way. If that's you. Top class. I love the one with the garage. The £20 coin. Brilliantly thought out, mate. Anyway, I don't know if it's you or not. But if it is, how you doing, mate? Massive respect to you. You've come a long way. I think it is news now. Wow, we have a, top class guesting, guys. If that's the case. Starstruck, Anne, how you doing? I've just seen Yvonne mention your name. Biker's back. There she is. How was Turkey? As in the country, guys, not the bird. Right, apologies, Peter. I know you was getting into full flow, talking to Claude mainly, I think. And it was just terrible from my end. Sorry about that. Everything, sound, chopping up, delay. It's so disappointing when you're trying to do a live. But we must carry on. You know what I like, Peter, mate? I like the way he says things. Like him or not, I don't think he's any harm. And he means well. And he's trying to get his message across in his way. Sometimes, even though we speak the same words, we all have a different language. Great stuff, Anne. Great stuff. So you go back. You would go back to Turkey. Yeah, I was hoping to speak to John. So, John, I don't know if you're still there listening, but as someone who's been around as long as you, getting involved with these live streams, I would love to know why you've been that upset enough to decide to leave YouTube. Because of one or two people, maybe. Someone mentioned Shady earlier on. He's got you down. Like I say, I hardly watch much YouTube. believe it or not. I don't want to know with all this crap what's going on. It's just not my style at all. Um, yeah, I can stand up for myself. I've done that numerous times. I've done it on my own as well, on a panel. So I know how to do that. I've had people stick up for me in chats, and like Eamon McCann, I hear everywhere he goes. It's like, you know. So yeah. Anthony's back in. How you doing, mate? Paul Hot. You changed your logo. G Fresh, okay. Is he? LT's back as well. All right, I'll put the link in, and Biker can get back on here. No, not that. So hopefully everything will be back to normal. Okay. Right, there is. So I'm not sure what was being said, what the conversation was after Peter came on. The sound were bad. He had to go off, came back on. To me, it was still bad. So that's why I left. Come back. So hopefully it's all okay now. If that's you, Biker, just a quick. Thank you. I thank you. Right, Biker's back. In 1, 2, 3.
That seems a lot better.
Peter's back.
Safe,
it does. Loads of clarity now. Yeah.
Safe, Dino, can you hear me?
Not Crinkle with a bottle of, is that vodka or something on that logo? Not Crinkle. You've been trying all night, haven't you? You sad.
Can you hear me, Dino?
Yeah. Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah. All right, Peter. So I don't know what you were saying earlier on. I know you were
Well,
talking.
to be honest, I was speaking mainly to the guy that was on. I can't remember what his name was. The guy earlier.
Plod.
Yeah, Plod. That's one.
Right. Peter, please forgive me, right? And
Okay.
I like having you on. I do. I do. That's why I let you on. I've always had a soft spot for you from early doors. You know this, but we have a situation going on, and I'd love to try and talk to this guy who's going through a bad time on YouTube and does not deserve it, and he's coming across some right YouTube tyrants at the minute, and it's actually put him off enough for wanting to leave YouTube. So
okay, if I can help, I'll probably.
Well, it's Fusilier. Have you heard of Fusilier John, Peter?
Yes, I have.
Right, he's the guy who's been.
Well, I'll tell you one. I'll tell you something. I don't know how we got disconnected through Fusilier John, but we did. He did like me, and he did want to have a chat with me sometime, and we never did.
That's fine. I could do with John. Do you want to come on? It'd be nice to talk to you, and you know you can talk on here. And Peter might have some advice for you, and you know.
And I probably might not have nothing.
You're invited, so you will.
Remember this, Dino. I might have nothing for nobody. It just might be mine.
Well, while you had your interlude, mate, I went and looked to find out what had been going on regarding what Shady has been saying, and the clip that I've just seen. I understand where Fuseli is coming from. I really do.
Chris.
Yeah, I'm prepared to hear, and I'm prepared to back him up if he needs any support.
There you go, John. Please do if you want to. You know you're in good company, mate. And the last thing any of us want to see is you disappearing from YouTube. It's not fair when it's someone like that who's. I mean, come on, John. Come on.
I would also like to have a chat with Plod if he's okay to come back on soon.
I think he will, Peter. He's just he'll be sorting one or two things out, but I think he might come back on, mate. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, he said he would do.
So Ian's in. Ian Hill, thanks for coming in. Paul Lutt as well. Mr. Blue, thank you, guys. And John B as well. Cheers, John.
Am I being heard here?
Can I ask you a few questions, Dino?
Sure, mate.
How's your life been going, mate?
Since last time we spoke?
Well, since COVID, mate.
Just as normal, and then up until about the last few months. But previous to the last few months, 3 months, the last 9 months before that, I knew there was something wrong. Anyway, my dad died on Father's Day, but I knew it would come in 12 months ago. But in the last 3 months, it accelerated, and it's been horrible, to be honest, life at the minute. But I've been trying to carry on the best I can and try and get a couple of videos in, which I have, and do the lives, but not as many. So it's been treating me all right, and it's not like what I've just mentioned. It's not like been a shock. So I'm trying to mellow through it, and I've got massive support.
The reason I ask is since day one I got to know you. You know, when you put your hands up and you pulled me down and you helped me, and I tell you what, you're the only person on YouTube that listened. And I don't want to give you that credit, but I'm going to give you that credit because you was the only person that listened. Because when I asked you again, after the first time you met me in your chat, I asked you, what did I ask you to do? And you told me straight away. You knew off the top of your head. So then it wasn't a lie. Because a lie can't be remembered, only the truth that can. Anyway, that's besides the point. I'm disappointed that you've gone through what you've gone through, and I'm upset for you. Yeah, you're a good guy.
I'm sorry about that, but I couldn't hear that clearly, Peter. I couldn't hear what you were saying clearly. Then I could hear you, but it was.
I'm sorry, mate. If Bikereddie can repeat it for you, because probably you're not getting my connection, or I've got a fault or something. I don't know how it's going. But my condolences goes out to Dino. And
Yeah.
I've seen you picked on. I've seen you abused. I've seen you pulled down. I've seen you being put in my category for just being you. For just being you. Knowing something that is different, that others carry.
Yeah, it's lost. It's got connection issues again, mate.
Okay. But you're hearing me though, ain't it?
Yeah, I've heard you. Don't worry. He'll play it back. I'll tell him to play it back at that part. He'll listen to it again, mate. Don't worry.
Anyway, can I speak to you then, mate?
Yeah, you can do. Speak all you want.
Okay. I don't know you from Adam, really. I've I've come on the channel, seen you there, but you never really came forward with anything constructive or any criticism or any way of questioning what I've got. Can I ask you why?
Right. I will not question or criticise anybody on a subject that I know nothing about. What I do, I tend to sit and listen, and then I make my own mind up based on the research that I do afterwards. So I can't question something that I know nothing about.
I agree, but I would question on something by being inquisitive, because I would say first and foremost was this. I don't know nothing about that. That's interesting. Can you teach me?
Your sound is, I find it very difficult to hear your sound, mate.
Can you hear me now?
You seem very sort of muffled.
Trying to correct. Can you hear me now?
It's like you've got some kind of electrical feedback going on as if it's your mic.
No, what it is the computer is an old computer which I'm using, and the fan inside's probably giving it loads.
If that's your fan going, mate, it wants replacing.
To be honest, I can't hear it here. It's silent, so it must be just your end. Even though I do believe that my computer, because I know my computer's old anyway, I know it's not working well. It could be that. And I apologise if it is that.
Yeah, it definitely sounds like you've got some kind of, I don't know, like some electrical sort of feedback going on within your mic.
It's probably coming from Pornhub.
Really?
We never know where it comes from, do we? Hiya, Fusilism, and evening, more lines.
Evening, John. Evening,
Hello.
no more.
Hello, Peter, Eddie, and No More Lies, and Dino, if you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear everyone.
Yeah, I can hear you well, mate. Don't worry.
I've got an echo over.
How's it going, John? Long time no
Sorry.
see. Last time we was chatting, I was on Peter Pope. Peter Pope's. On Peter Pope. I was on Tony P's channel, and I got blocked. Do you remember?
You got blocked. I think I do remember it, actually. Yeah, I think I do remember it. I had no dealings with that whatsoever, Peter.
It wasn't your channel. It's not your control.
I keep out of it. I've tried to keep out of other people's problems.
I didn't know why.
Good evening,
I
John.
agree it was done.
How are you doing?
Anyway, evening, John.
Dino, are you all right? Can you hear us all
Evening,
right?
Peter.
Evening, Dino. Can you hear us? Thumbs up if you can. Dino, Dino, Dino.
Dino. And he's alive. How you doing now?
Good evening.
Come on.
Yeah,
Evening,
it's
Dino.
still chopping up a bit.
He's awake now. How you doing now? Have you got a background there?
I think you have some feedback as well, mate.
Good evening. Can you
Anyway,
hear
John.
me?
Anyway, John, what's been happening, mate?
This is a
Long
disaster.
time no see.
Seems to be what's happening to you, mate. I mean, at the end of the day, I have done absolutely sod all wrong on this bloody system, on this YouTube lark. But my name keeps getting dragged through the mud, and I don't accept it.
That's YouTube for you. This is YouTube for you.
Let him finish.
Honestly.
Let him finish.
Yeah, I'm not that type of person, no more lies, because the point is, when somebody's innocent, you don't accuse them of something that they haven't done, and I just cannot take that. I mean, I understand Peter's going through that as well.
Yeah,
I've been through it, trust me. Just look at the video I've just uploaded probably about 5 seconds ago. You see what I mean?
Right.
Everybody goes through it on YouTube, trust me.
That's because whenever we go through it, we're all individuals that have to accept the way that we feel while we go.
No. I don't accept it. I don't accept it. If people can't be respectful to each other, then it's not worth coming on here or going on there, is it? Really?
I agree, John.
Respecting.
I agree. But what you've got to understand is this: they are going to do that. So we have to live two sides. What we receive and what we're prepared to put out. What we receive is hurt and hate, but what we put out is truth. The truth will not be stopped.
At the end of the day, fucking respect is a two-way street, yeah? But people don't understand that on YouTube. People are out to get each other, and I don't know why. Let them all attack each other. Isn't this what the police want? For everybody to attack each other? Of course it is.
But no more lies. And Peter Pope, I'm old school, mate. I'm old school.
Old school, trust me.
I give you respect, and I would expect respect back. I don't hold a grudge against anybody on here. Don't hold a grudge.
I've just I didn't have his intermittent sort of break. I went back and watched the clip. I don't know when it was. It must have been recently, whether it was last night or night before, where you were absolutely, not nice. So I've got a good idea of what's going on. But from what I've seen in the past, from what you said before, that allegation is absolutely fucking unfounded. It's pathetic. Absolutely pathetic.
Crazy stuff going on. But I don't want to be part of it, Eddie. You know what I mean? That's why I'm going to drop out of the lives now for a start. I mean, I'll probably be in the background, ghosted as other people do, But I won't put crass comments up about anybody. I won't put any comments up about Peter Pope or Eddie Bikereddie or Dino or No More Lies. If something's positive, then you have to let those people know that it's positive. But if they're negative,
can I stop you? If you're talking about positive, why are you bringing negative into it?
Because there seems to be a lot of negativity.
Well, then it seems that you're holding that negativity instead of the positivity that you're giving out. Can you please change?
No, I don't think so, Peter. I don't think so.
Listen. All I'm doing is having an opinion.
Hold on.
An opinion.
Explain then. If that's the case,
well, don't try and destroy him for an opinion, trust me.
Hold on. Fusilier John, if that's true what you're saying, then why are you contradicting yourself? Why are you saying this on one side and then saying that on the other? Listen, take a stand. Stand by what you say. YouTube won't fuck me up the ass because I ain't gay. I will stand and fight those that say that I am. Don't give in and give to these trolls because you have information which is valuable. And is concerning towards the people on YouTube. I am not a man of information, and neither of you. Or neither is anyone on YouTube. We only have a life experience that we can share. And if we're put down for it, well, those that put us down don't want to listen. It doesn't
Listen,
mean
Peter, stop getting paranoid. Nobody's putting you down, bro.
Right, Peter, that is not what John was on about. It's nothing about what you're mentioning there. Negativity he mentioned were about the personal attack on himself. That's what he's talking about.
yeah,
Nothing
that's
what you
negativity.
nothing what you've just mentioned, fella.
But
If you shut up a minute and let the guy finish saying what he needed to say without interrupting him, we might get a better idea of what he's talking about.
Okay, carry on, John.
Yeah, well, it's like me going on the channel, Peter, and saying something derogatory about you when I know nothing about you. You know, I don't hold a grudge against anybody. So why would I want to go on another channel and speak about Peter Pope or speak about No More Lies? Because I don't know you guys. I mean, you could be the nicest guys are going, but I won't have my name dragged through for something that I haven't done. Simple facts of life.
Well said, Bert. Well said.
And yet I'm on YouTube, being pulled through the mud, left, right, and centre, and being called names like nonce, pedo, put your penis away, stop touching kids by, lives and people that are in the community and when I came to the community, all I wanted to do was help, and they've done nothing but pull me down, or one, since nearly a year. So then I have happened. I've been through thick and thin. I've even got a video that's going to come out very soon that's going to change a lot of people's minds. Yeah. But that video can't come out yet until I confront what I have to confront, which is the man that claims all to be. I need it over with, win or lose. I need it over with before that video comes out. Because without win or lose, that video cannot come out and it will not help anybody get through anything until there is a winner. I am crazy.
Yeah.
I will agree. I am crazy and I am a fool.
Yeah. No, I don't see that. You have an opinion, Peter, and you're entitled to your opinion, mate. As long as it's not, a personal attack on somebody, then it's your opinion of the world as it is. If people don't want to listen to you, then it's their problem. But if they want to bring you down for your personality or views, then it's a sad world.
I agree. Nobody wants to listen anymore. Everybody has a point of view about everybody that I meet. Nobody wants to, everybody's a judge. Instead of meeting somebody on the balance of like a level playing field and just getting on. Like, for instance, you might have something as an experience in life that I've never experienced. And then when you tell it me, I may be inspired, hence the same. And this is what I brought to YouTube. When I told people I have an inside channel and this is what I've gone through, there's my proof talking my claim. What they did is put me down. And this man has done nothing since that day, put me down. And yet he has no claim that he is above me. Other than I claim I am equal to you, to the point is let's meet on the field and get it over and done with.
Yeah, you see, Peter, I mean, when I say old school, mate, I went to a church school and I do remember some of the things they tell you. And one of the things is judge not unless you're prepared to be judged yourself.
And judge yourself before you enter thy fight.
Because, I mean, I won't judge anybody unless I'm prepared to stand to be judged by myself. I know that I'm not a bad person, far from being a bad person. And as I said before, I've helped thousands of people. But the point is, I don't want my name dragged about for no reason at all. Simple facts. That's all I'm asking for.
I'm with you that, and that's what's happened to me. As you said earlier, when you came on, Peter, I think I've been dragged in the mud just like you. And you've just put the mirror image in front of me. And yes,
Well,
I agree. it has happened to both of us in the same category.
Exactly, Peter. I wouldn't run you down because I don't know you. Other people may, talk rubbish about you or whatever, and it's something that I don't want to hear because I haven't spoken to Peter Pope. Peter Pope sounds to me like an intelligent person who's got a lot of facts buried away, who could give people advice. But if people don't want to listen to that advice, well, and they just want to bring you down, it's not right.
I agree. Let's go back to the classroom. What did we do as students in the classroom? We pulled the teacher down. We mocked him. We did whatever we did as students in that classroom. We ridiculed that teacher. Hence,
No.
Yes, we did.
Disagree.
No, I come, as I said, come from an old school. I've had the cane, that hand. I've had the slipper on my arse. I've had the chalkboard rubber thrown at me. So there was a certain amount of discipline in school that we actually learned by and we lived by. And that was one thing. And it was respect for your teachers and the people who learn you.
I agree. And how did you learn that disrespect? By having everything thrown at you. By doing naughtiness to learn it. Hence, I did the same thing.
Yeah, but I didn't have disrespect. I had respect because what I did was
wrong.
Told
me, sorry, I need to stop you. You just told me you had, the sponge from the blackboard thrown at you. That's disrespect. Yeah, from the teacher.
The cane and the slipper.
It's disrespect.
Because I've done something wrong.
It's a force of authority. It's the force of authority. We should not be needed or given. We should be spoken to and shown, not smacked or belted for doing wrong. We should be told where we went wrong.
Can I ask how old you are, Peter?
16.
How old?
16.
16?
Years old.
16 years old.
Times 95.
Right. Okay.
Is age any concern of the knowledge a person has?
Yeah, because it's all about your life experiences.
Absolutely, Eddie.
I'll agree to a certain point, but I disagree halfway through. Because if we're told all of our life, it's called an expectation of life. But if you go out and experience, it's totally different to what you was told. Life experience, when you go out there and indulge in it, is totally different from the perception of thought that you was told it would be. Now I've been through a lot of things in life, and I mean a hell of a lot of things in life. I could change people's minds in the way people look at people. Yeah, and you through Zaliza. I don't know you in Adam or from Adam, but I must know your missus. Her name must be Eve. But either way, my point is this: you went on a battlefield. I don't know what you done. You joined the army, so did I. I joined the navy, but that's besides the point. We won't go there. I didn't actually get accepted, but that's besides the point. But you was, and you went in there, and you experienced a different way of life. What I wanted, I didn't get that, so I experienced a different life that you got. Mine was street, yours was navy, yours was admiralty, or whatever it was. You know what I mean? There's two different ways of living life. Being told what to do or taking control of your life. And I took control of my life because I was refused being told what to do.
Well, I'm a bit sorry because your sound is very, very muffled, Peter. I'm not getting half of what you're saying, mate.
Sorry, mate. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, a bit better.
Any better now?
No, it's gone back again.
Fucking damn computer. We're gonna have to buy another one.
Yeah, I would, mate, definitely, because we can't hear you properly.
To be honest, I'm going to go then because you can't hear me. I'll buy myself a mic and I'll make it more clear in the days to come. Thank you, everybody on the panel. And Fusilisa John, I'd like a next chat with you if that's possible in the future. Thank you.
Like a what?
I would like a next chat in the future with you.
No, but I won't be on. I won't be on in the future.
Well, I think you're very. I think your mind needs to be picked. To be honest, and I will say this: I'm willing to pick it because you have plenty of things that we don't know nothing about, which will be interesting, especially for myself. Would be interesting to further people's lives. I'm sorry,
Okay.
I'm sorry you can't hear me, or I've got these problems. But Fusilisa John, don't give in now. Hence, if I gave in, nobody would know what I've got to give. And Fusilisa John, I would like to learn what you went through soon. Thank you very much for giving me the time. My computer's
Thank you.
fucked. Nobody's listening. Good night.
It'll all be in my book. It'll all be in my book when I write it.
Good night, Peter.
Good night, Peter.
Well, that went on a tangent, did that one? Fucking hell.
Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Yeah, we can hear and see you.
Can hear you and see you.
No?
Yeah. Yes, Dino.
Right.
You can still hear
What have I
us.
missed?
What have you missed?
It's not working, is it? Yeah.
Dino, where have you got your router placed?
Great stuff. Looks like I'm going to have to end it. It's not working, is it? No.
Where's your router? Where have you got that placed at the moment?
Can't hear you, Dave. Can't hear you, Eddie.
I've not. The thing is,
You can. It's just delayed.
yeah. The thing is, it only ever happens on a live. So I don't think a signal or whatever can pick and choose and decide what it wants to interrupt. I don't get that. So it's probably been a good conversation that, and I've missed out on it. Very disappointing tonight. So I'm going to sort this out somehow.
Well, in all honesty, mate, you didn't really miss much. It was just somebody that wouldn't listen to what was going on.
I'd like to have listened to it with it being my live and that, but I don't even know if I can look back at it anyway. It's just one of them nights, I suppose. StreamYard again. I might have tried a different live platform or something. Don't get it. I really do not get it. It's just, it feels like someone's fucking about with it.
No, I don't think anyone's fucking about.
Yeah, I'll put the link in, David, but I'll just tell you right now, guys, and I'm sorry, but if it happens again, that's the end of the live. Too frustrating. Especially with a subject like what's been happening with John, which I wanted to find out about in more detail, because I don't know much. I don't go hovering around lives or anything like that. So there's the link. Cheers, Eamon. Good to see you, mate. Did you enjoy your holiday? Where was it again? I've never heard of the place. Was it Mullahan or someone like that? Somewhere like that, I mean. Hiya, David. David, just to make sure it's you, can you do the thing? What we do? Right, just give us a couple of minutes. Not be long, mate. Picking and choosing, but live news bandwidth. Usually daily internet use. Hence, hang on. Yeah, I know, Neil. I know that. I'm just being a bit sarky with that because it only ever happens on a live. But you know, I get you, but no, weird. Something not right. You can just tell. Move around or stick from different locations. The thing is, I've not changed anything for like many months. So if it's not broke, don't fix it. But obviously this time it is. So I'm going to have to. Bit weird. There you go. Anyway, Mulhamore. No, that sounds Irish to me, Eamon. Mountbatten. Lord Mountbatten, right. Is that Ireland, Eamon? Good, John, thank you. The thing is, Ronald, right, I put it everywhere.
Enoch, right. Have you got your VPN on?
No.
It's not on?
Nope.
Right. Now everything's caught. Everything seems normal now.
Yeah, but I didn't have it on in the first place.
Did you not? All right. Just a thought, mate.
No.
Everything
yeah,
seems,
I think of them.
everything seems to have caught
I
up
don't
now.
know
You've
what
got
it
more
is.
lag.
Ever since I joined bloody 3. So who's with 3? Do you have any problems like this? Bloody awful. I think it could be the area as well. But anyway, it don't matter.
No, I was Sky, mate.
If it keeps happening, there'd be no point carrying on.
Yeah,
David.
I've had lots of problems
Hello.
with Sky Internet.
It's so annoying when you're trying to host a live, though.
Evening, David.
Evening, Eddie.
Sligo.
Evening, Fusilier John.
John, you're muted, mate.
Good point, Neil.
Hello,
Good point.
I said hello, David. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you, mate. How are you?
Yeah, as I said before, a bit like Tower Bridge, up, down, up, down, up, down.
You'll get there in the end, mate. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, all right.
What have you been up to, David? Staying out of trouble, I hope.
Staying out of trouble, just been working. Well, you know how it is.
How's your health issues now, mate? Have they picked up?
How's the what? Sorry?
How's your health issues? Have they picked up a bit?
They have picked up a bit, but I'm still having fits. So, yeah, I don't know what's going on with that.
Right, fair enough, mate. Have they not looked into that anymore, or are they still looking into it?
They're just leaving it as it is because they don't know what's causing it, so...
Okay, I'll never...
Was it you, David, who had the gallbladder problem?
No, I had a heart problem. I got sent
right.
for 2 weeks because of the hole in my heart.
All right, okay. Have you known that for a long time?
Yeah, I've known I had a hole in the heart since birth, so...
Don't they sometimes repair them, though?
They do sometimes, but apparently apparently to the doctor they say it's okay, when I know for a fact it's not okay because I keep getting problems like fits and stuff like that. So yeah.
Well, not good, because one of my friends had a hole in his heart many years ago. I don't know what happened to him, obviously, but he had to take things very easy and that. And I'm talking about, as growing up. I don't know what happened, but
I'm not allowed to strain my heart or anything like that.
Yeah.
Which makes it very hard for the work I do. But
I know, because when you think about it, you do it all the time, doing up your shoelaces, bending over to pick something up. You have to be very careful when you. Sometimes I bend down and tie shoelaces up, and that's why I've got casual slip-ons now. I find it very difficult to actually tie shoelaces up.
Yeah.
And if you lean a certain way, you get straining in the heart and that.
Yeah, that's why I need to be careful of.
So you have to be very, very careful.
Yeah. But apart from that, I'm all good.
Yeah.
Good.
How are you, Dino, mate?
I'm all right, mate. Thanks very much. It's just been a weird. Yeah, I've had go off about 5 times. Very disappointing. Horrible feeling when you're trying to do a live.
Yeah.
You get people on talking about something, it chops out, and it's like, oh, it's getting interesting. Then you've got.
It's not your fault.
But anyway, I think we can all hear each other.
Yeah, I can hear you fine, mate.
I just want to know, hopefully I can get through this. John, I'm only aware of a few things, like little snippets of what's been said and what's going on. So I'd hate you to leave YouTube. Are you seriously thinking of doing that, or do you want to talk about?
No. I'm seriously thinking.
And we can sort it
out. I'm not going to leave. I won't leave YouTube, because it's a bit of a lifeline to me, really. To be honest, whether it's watching films, whether it's watching lives, whether it's watching, various things that come up on the YouTube, it's a lifeline to me, rather than watching the crap you see on the TV and that, But I won't leave YouTube. It's just the live streams that I don't really want to go on anymore, because I can't stand some of the toxicity in there. And it's no good for somebody's health. Let's put it that way. I just find it strange when everybody's talking about everybody else. That's all. Because in my book, that's not the right thing to do. As I said, old school, whether people like it or not. And I don't like people accusing me of something I never done. Like, as I said on Tony's Call the Police, I never called the police on anybody. I come from a background where we sort those problems out ourselves, whether it be a straightener on the cobbles or, a mouth-to-mouth, face-to-face discussion. So really want to leave it now. I've said my bit. I said the reasons why. I said, and I have respect for both Tony P and yourself and your panel and your chatters, that I'll come on and just say, that's it. Goodbye, virtually. But I'll be there. I'll be there in the background for you and Tony and that. Watch your vids, Dino, and maybe comment now and again in your live stream, but I don't really feel that I want to do the panels anymore.
It's a pity,
right?
Mate,
all because of what
has brought you down to that, to your feeling like that. We know the guy you're talking about. Like I said, I've just watched the issue where he gave you, what he said about you weren't good. It's not a case of.
Can we just make it a bit more clearer? Because, like I said, who is this person? Because like I said, I only get snippets. I don't really watch people like that because they've got nothing to give or anything, no knowledge, no wisdom, nothing like that. So I won't really entertain.
But with respect, Dino, with respect, I don't name people on other people's channels, mate. I really don't. I mean, people can hazard a guess, but I don't like.
Well, I mean,
talking.
to be fair, John, as you know, John, in here, people in this chat, they will tell me anyway, because some of them will have heard.
It's not
right, so it's shady, right?
Well, it's not my nature to say.
It's shady who's done the end. Right. So, what's been said? I mean,
look, you know, because I came on here, as you know, after the loss that I had, for comfort and solace. Right, to comfort and solace and talk to other people. I was talking to an American lady, as it's been said, or Sandra Martin, and this person thought there was something going on, that I was having, having sex or something, I mean, she's thousands of miles away. All I wanted to do was cheer up, and I wanted to cheer other people up, maybe with a joke, maybe with a bit of banter, but it was taken the wrong way. And I ain't like that. I'm not like that at all. And it's got the wrong end. The person got the wrong end of the stick, and never since then my name's been dragged through it and through it and through it and through it and through it.
I'm sorry for that giggle, John. Right, but is it not ridiculous for someone who probably drinks from morning till night to suggest such a thing as, when you live so many miles apart, that you would have something going on with this person who's talking about you is completely obsessed with a woman he's never met. And I do believe, going off the near past, that this woman can't be doing with this fella. I don't know if that's the case, but that's what I got.
I kind of agree with you, Dino.
It was told in the past that I was one of the ones who broke the relationship up.
What relationship? They didn't have a relationship.
Oh, right. Well, I remember him coming on one of my lives one night, and it was Sandra this, Sandra that, and previous to that, it was Sandra this, Sandra that, and I was thinking, I'm getting a bit sick of this, because Shady, you're all right. Come on, you're all right. Okay, you're a character, you like a drink and things like that, more than a drink, things like that, drinking, yeah? And I think I said to him one night, I said, I'm not being funny, Shady, but you're obsessed with this person. You've never met the person.
You did, because I was in that live.
You can't stop mentioning the name. And then I got the feet. I'm sure I heard one night on the live, it's like, no, I can't. Sandra was saying, can't be doing it. It's too much and stuff like that. I do believe I heard that one night. So I don't understand this guy's obsession with a woman he's never met and starts accusing people.
But Dino,
who've been through a lot of shit, very much aware of that, to come out with something like that. It's ridiculous. It's like Crinkle tonight, who's backstage. He knows what's been going on in my life. Bit of a downer. People have died, etc. John's recently been through it. We all have. We've all had some heartache recently. Some to a different degree to others, but you get people like Crinkle there now. How dare you? How dare you, Shady, if you're listening? Do you realise what you're doing to people?
But I'm one of those ones,
right? You can pick on the sensitive ones all you want, mate. All you do is sit and drink out of fucking cans all night.
I'm not sensitive, but I am a person of morals.
No, but you've got feelings, John, because you're human.
And I would consider my morals.
Think, John. Think about it, John. Look who we're talking about here. God's sake, come on.
I don't want to mention his name. I don't want to mention his name. And I don't want him to mention my name. That's all I've been asking. Please stop it. Please stop it. The shitstorm that's going down between
if you're listening, share it, pack it in.
The shitstorm that's going down between Tony P, Sandra Martin, and Laura Lou is nothing to do with me. It's sod all to do with me. That's all I'm saying. And, and I want that person to respect that. It's sod all to do with me whatsoever. I don't want to be involved in that shitstorm. They can cuss each other as much as they like. As long as they're not cussing me, I don't care.
Yeah. Well, that's it, John. You just stick to your guns and ignore these people. I just laugh them off, to be honest, but that's me. Or either that or come on and let's hear you. Come on, then. But no, they don't. So they're the weak ones, mate. Just stick around, John. People love you, mate. They really do. They'd hate to see you go. Compared to people like that, you're very real.
You've got a lot of respect, John.
Who the fuck are they? All they do is hang around on different live streams all day long until the early hours of the morning. I reckon, I don't know, they're either on something to keep them up, or they just sleep during the day, most of the day, and decide to go all through the early mornings for some reason.
Yeah, I mean, Dina,
that time of day may attract.
I won't run the person down, and I respectfully ask him not to run me down. That's all I'm saying. So if you're listening, Shady, I'm saying, please stop, mate. Enough is enough in this world, and I just can't accept no more of it. That's all I'm asking for.
Sorry, I keep muting, by the way, Dino. It's because I keep coughing and I don't want to interrupt anyone.
No, David, it's fine. Don't apologise for anything, mate. You're a great guest, you are. But Shady, if you are listening, mate, you can either come on here now, right, and be truthful and honest and admit your faults, or none of us on here, on this live anymore, will have anything to do with you, full stop, because you realise who you've upset. You got any idea what this guy's been through, or have you just heard words? You idiot. Right. I've got Peter backstage again, and Anthony, that's you.
Well, Dino, I'm going to say good night and possibly goodbye to people because I can't be standing with all this, mate. Okay, so everybody in the chat and on the panel, good night.
Stay safe, John.
Good night, John. And John, think about it, mate.
Don't be a stranger, mate. Do what you said you were going to do. Ghost the chats.
I won't be. Thanks, everybody, for your understanding. Thanks, everybody, for your understanding.
Without a doubt.
Yeah.
You take
all right in here. Upset is John, but I reckon John will stick around me.
Bless him.
Well, don't you remember last time you had Shady
He'll be back, John.
You questioned him about what you said about John then. He denied it then, but when he were given the proof, he had to admit it. And I was asking him, I give him a bit of advice. And I said, I'll ask you that in 2 minutes' time. I want you to repeat it. And he couldn't repeat it because he'd fucking forgot it. He was that pissed.
Yeah.
You bring him on tonight, mate. He's been pissed out of his head for the last 3 days. And I mean fucking pissed.
He was pissed last night as well because I was watching
3 days.
Live.
Yeah, and I mean...
I couldn't imagine him sober. Can you imagine him sober?
Right.
Bloody hell.
He gets to a point where he comes out with a lot of rubbish and everything else. He's had a drink and he's bearable. What I've seen over the last 2 days of him, he has been atrocious in what he's been saying about people.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Everyone's allowed to drink, but drinking that much, come on.
Well, he's got a problem. Right, that's fair enough. He's got a problem. He needs to get it sorted out. But coming out with rants like he has done, I don't think it's correct. I don't think it's right of him to do that. and he needs to understand that he cannot rant and come out with bullshit like he has done. That
especially
not right.
People's names in it, and
that's it.
And when they're not aware as well.
Yeah. But John was aware because I think he saw that. So
I don't know. I'm as bad as you for silence on, do you know?
No more lies. You're right, mate.
You're all right.
Yeah, not bad, fella. I'm good.
Yeah, I'm quite upset about that. Don't know the full story yet, but that is horrible. Sherry, I hope you're listening there. You're a piece of shit for that. You probably hear about this later anyway, what I've just said, but yeah, out of order. Who are you? Get out there and do some content. Don't just hover around fucking lives all day. Get out there and do some videos. Do something. Be creative. Don't just come out with shit and hammer cans down your neck all day long. Upsetting people like John, a gentleman, a guy who's just recently been through a lot of shit. What kind of person are you to do that? Zero empathy, lacking in stuff. You're welcome on here, mate, if you want to challenge me. Yeah, Andrew P. Ian, do you mean Andrew J? There could be an Andrew P. I'm not sure. I'm not aware.
I think he means Andrew J. Dina.
Yeah, he's another complete jester. You know, you can imagine that guy with bells on his head and just rolling around. You know,
bells on his fingers, bells on his toes. So, you know, that man's got bells everywhere he goes.
This is why, I mean, it's upsetting to think that people like this, John being as sensitive as he is and going for, as he would have to disappear because of people like that. No, they should disappear, not people like John. They should disappear. And I think it's down to us to make that happen, really, without going full on attack. Just make more people aware of jesters and fools and bullies and thugs and people like that who shouldn't be on here, on YouTube altogether. Ridiculous. Anyway, John, I know you're still listening. Stay with us, mate. You've got a great family. Not just here, but on other channels as well. So stick around, mate. Don't let these drunken fools put you off speaking to decent people and having a laugh and telling you stories and things like that. We love it. We love it, mate. So please don't go. Please.
It's not worth it, John, honestly, mate.
Not for people like that. Let's have them on here. Let's have you, Sherry.
Don't worry about it. YouTube fell apart a long time ago. It's all turned into the cesspit every channel.
Is that still going? Right.
Yeah, of course it is, yeah. I don't watch it. I call it the shit.
Got any more exciting?
No, it's just fucking bollocks, isn't it? It's YouTube bollocks, that's all that shit is.
Look, you know, you don't mind controversy if you're of sound mind. It's like, I can listen to that, I can have my opinion, I can join in with that. It's quite decent. It's on a mature level. And then you get ranting and raving, and then you get thugs and bullies, you get threats and lies, and it's ridiculous. And these people pick on the nice guys, I believe, like John, you know, and they see a weakness and then they jump on that. That is a coward to do that, and a bully at the same time, you know, because people like John are willing to come on a live, show his face, and talk about his problems, cry in front of the camera, in front of, I don't know, 40, 50 people, whatever, which is quite a few in one room, if you think about it.
That's a lot.
And he's done that, showing his true feelings, being a honest guy by doing that. He can't be anything other than honest by doing that. And I reckon people will pick on that, pull on that, and try him out because they know, they can get to them being sensitive as well. And I know that. But who are these people? They don't talk about themselves or whatever. To me, the criminals.
Criminals. Go on, Dino.
At the end of the day, there's no need for it. Life's too short.
Do you know what I mean? That for me, that's a crime. That's
I know
emotional,
it's like
an emotional
crime,
attack.
Yeah.
Because don't forget, Smokey said it one night, and I've heard it before, but Smokey hit it home one night because he tried to take his own life by dropping a load of mirtazapine, which I think is an antidepressant.
Well, so did I, but people forget about that shit, don't they? People forget about everything I went through.
They've committed suicide, Anthony. You know this. They've self-harmed.
I've been in psychiatric units and everything.
You've said it before, mate. You've had the balls to come out with what you've been going through and stuff like that in front of people.
I've self-harmed, so
yeah, and people have taken their own lives because of fucking shit faces like that. So it is serious, you know what I mean? Especially on the sensitive people who might not be bothered about being around because they've lost everything. And I think in John's mind, I feel, other than his son Darren, who's probably his rock, I'm going 100% on that, for sure he is. I reckon, but for that, John would be in more danger with his thoughts.
Yeah.
Well, you need to lay off. Who are you? I mean, what have you been through? You sit there every night with a fucking can, hovering over different lives, talking shit.
So who are you to judge anyone?
You've let me down, Shady, because I thought you were all right. And even Live Free said to me one night, said, look after Shady, Dino. He's all right, Shady. Well, Chris, I know you don't listen probably, but you're wrong, mate. He's not. He's just proved it. And come on, Chris, you're an honest guy.
I don't know, Dino. At least you got one wrong in your chat. It's all nice for me.
You know what? That's
upsetting.
I know that.
Yeah, I've just seen that, Anthony, as well. Right?
Arrow to the knees. The knees. Look at my last video. I won the case. She's got a couple of people now, a little circle of people to help her. But, they're trying to cyberbully me off YouTube. But you know me, I will go nowhere. I've had 8 months of cyberbullying now. Let it commence. Let it carry on. I'll go on with that.
Whoa, Anthony, fucking hell.
Sorry.
No,
honestly,
no, mate.
No, carrying on, it won't stop. I don't know.
To hear you laughing, mate, honestly, compared to what you were like about fucking 7-8 months ago.
Yeah, but you got to laugh it off. Honestly, when you've got like fucking 4 or 5 trolls, compared to like 90 trolls a day on your live stream, it's different, isn't it? You just laugh at them.
You've got to, mate. I mean, look at them. You know what I mean?
The only thing they do is look like bullies now. Now I've won my case. They're just bullies, aren't
they? Yeah.
I don't know if you watched my fucking video, but up there now, but yeah.
Anyone got that link, guys, to Anthony's No More Lies
last
channel
video
link on, and then the video link? That'd be nice. Little. No, Lil.
What we're going?
Lorica.
Oh, Lorica.
Absolutely respect to Fusilier John. I reckon John will stick around because he gets that much support and love off people. There's no way he'll go away. I reckon. I'll put my money on it. John.
John's a very decent man.
You'll be back, David.
I know he will.
Crinkle, what does proof mean to you? What does it mean to you, Emre? Stephen. Don't dox my name, D9.
What does proof mean to you? Proof is proof of that.
What does proof mean to you?
Proof is proof at the end of
my
the
eyes.
Yeah.
Other people have feelings too, Dino. Thanks for teaching me that. I never realised.
So the thing about YouTube, yeah.
Dino.
Dino.
Stop moaning. Get a job, you long-haired faggot. Stop moaning. Get a job, you long-haired faggot.
God.
Hey, you're not allowed to say faggot anymore.
You're not.
Who are you anyway, Richard? That is a name for dick, right, Richard? And you're only jealous because you're a bald twat.
Oh God.
Right, I know it's ridiculous, isn't it? Honestly, how many lives have I done now? Right.
Do you feel like you're in the playground again, though? You know, like, ooh.
I just think up to now, I don't know how many have tried it on, but not one person has got to me. Not one.
No, that's
Weird.
the way I do now.
That's going to come to an end one day. I'm sure it is.
Now you got Bowden calling you a dusser in the chat, Dino.
David!
Listen, you know one thing? Don't read the chat.
It's dealt with. It's dealt with.
I'm sorry, Dino. I put my hands up. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I wasn't listening anyway.
Oh, fine, you rude kid.
Oh, this is a fallout. This is me and David falling out.
Oh, you bastard.
I don't think. Nah.
David, I can't believe you're still going, man. You know, he's back in Telegram days, is David.
Oh, yeah, man. I remember them days, no more lies.
Right, who else has upset Fusilier John? Sorry about that. Quick button.
Nobody
who else has upset him?
Nobody as far as I know, mate. But I think Shady has
Shady.
It's been incessant with him for weeks and months. For months.
Yeah, Shady, if you're listening, how come you call yourself Shady? What's your name? My name's Dean Butler. What's yours?
My name's David Scott.
My name's Anthony Smith.
Who are you?
Smithy.
Yeah.
Smithy.
Gavin
we got
Stacey.
Scotty.
Hey,
David.
We've got nothing to hide, have we?
David.
Yes, Dino. Beam me up, Scotty.
Manic Moose, the biggest dosser on YouTube. I could be. I just don't know any other dossers. So, yeah, you could be right, though. Manic Moods, great name. Probably about one sub and about nothing
no
else.
videos.
Man, Shady only. Okay, Eminem, right? Yeah. Oh yeah, you, Amen. Oh, I'll have you for that. Oh, Will. I'll have you, Ivan. We can.
Yeah, no subs.
Oh, he's dead now, isn't it? In my funny film, no, he's fucking dead now.
Yeah, he died a few years ago.
The tall guy.
Yeah, he died not long ago, about fucking 6 months ago.
Oh, he must have been well in his 80s, though.
Oh, I didn't know
what was his name?
No, it went 80s, 70s, I think.
No, you're about him.
It was great, that series, though, wasn't it? I thought.
Oh, when Delboy falls behind boys, that's funny as bit, that.
Well, can I just say, I'm sorry quickly, because the conversation went superbly.
Yeah, because we're trying to take you off a track of drama, that's why. Fuck the drama.
James Winston came in earlier. I don't know if you're still listening, James, but thanks for coming in, saying hello and things like that. And it was so nice having you on last week for 10-15 minutes as well. Really nice to have you in, James. Thank you so much from across the pond. We don't get many American guests in here. And you're welcome.
Yeah,
you
man.
know. Girly Her is backstage. Girly Her? I'm pretty sure some women have got shorter, so would you call them many her? Or not many her? Girly Her. Crinkle, you're well on form tonight, mate. Not mate. You don't get to me, do you? You know you don't. That's why you get angry. That's why you threaten to smash me up and come round my place and smash it up, isn't it?
What? Is Crinkle backstage?
I can't get angry with him.
Yeah, no more lies. Crinkle's backstage.
Can't get angry with him. Don't know what it is.
This dickhead.
Right then. Oh, Peter's back.
Oh God.
Right. Here we go. Right.
Mate,
see, I don't know what happened earlier on. I don't know what was said. So I'd like to hear what Peter said.
Well, basically, we're talking over Fusilier John when John was trying to discuss what had been going on. And Peter Pope went off on a tangent that weren't relevant to what John was talking about. But yet he asked John what had gone on, but he wouldn't let John explain it. But basically, he was spoken over all the time about it. It just wasn't relevant to what John was trying to say. Plus, his mic is shite. You can't hear what he's saying anyway.
Yeah, it was very quiet, wasn't he, Eddie?
Right.
This bunch of shit backstage, yes.
Peter, why did you do that? It's not on there. Do you want to come on and probably apologise, actually?
Who's this, Peter Pope?
Hi, you, the rest of the panel. If my mic is fucking up, you're missing a lot of what I've been saying. I don't mean to criticise or put anybody down, or that includes Fruzeli's John.
I don't know, bro.
I'm prepared to listen, but people keep
what did you know about that beforehand, though, Peter? Before you heard him speak tonight, did you know anything about Shady being shady?
Well, I know a lot about Shady being shady. I just and seen him pick on Fruzeli John, and I don't go on Tony P's channel to see the rest of it. I tend to pick a bit of this and pick a bit of that by every day of what's being shown. I'm sorry, I'll shut up.
What actually happened though, Peter? You asked Fusilier John what the issue was. He was trying to explain, and all you did, you went and spoke over him and went off on a different tangent that wasn't relevant to what he was trying to say. And the poor guy couldn't get a word in edgeways because of your tangent that you were going on.
I do apologise. What it was is people were saying that 1 minute they can hear me, then the next minute they can't. My volume's low, my volume's high, and
your mic is absolutely atrocious, mate. I've been telling you that all night, quite a few hours. That wasn't the issue. The issue were, like I just mentioned.
I do apologise to everybody on the panel, and also to John if I did that to him. I didn't mean any discourse towards anybody. I do apologise.
That's fair enough, mate. But if you ask somebody a question, let them explain what they're trying to explain without going over them and going off on your own sort of tangent and things like that. It's not sort of respectful to whatever that person's trying to get across. If you want people to listen to you, mate, people will listen to you, but you've got to listen to them at the same time.
Yeah. That's spot on, Peter. No disrespect, you've been on here a few times. You know what it's about. You're passionate. We know you can go off on a tangent, and we've done. You asked me to do this a few times, so I know what you like in that respect. Okay, no disrespect in that towards you, but what? How much did you know about Fusilier John's situation? Because it wouldn't be fair if you didn't and you went off on one about it. Do you know what I mean?
To answer your question, Dino, I will start with this. I do apologise because it's your channel, and if I went on one, I'm sorry for doing that.
I didn't hear it, but at the same time, you know what it's like on here. So
listen, I'll accept anybody saying that I did or I didn't in a calm and collective way. What I won't take is being shouted down, which nobody has done, and being put down at the same time to say I was wrong, which hasn't been done. So I'm calm, collective, I'm not shouting, and I'm on the level with everybody else to say, yes, I was probably wrong. And if I was, I will take everything back that I did towards anybody on this channel, and hopefully I have, or hopefully I will see where I went wrong to give the other person the respect that they deserve. I do apologise to anybody on this channel.
That's excellent. If you can understand where you went wrong, then that's fine. That's fine. But the only person that needs the apology is Fusilier John, not the rest of us.
Well, I will apologise to him because I like the guy, and I've not yet really spoken to him in the manner that I want to speak to him. So I will give myself the credit of the doubt to say that I did interrupt that guy too much to not take nothing from him.
That's fair enough, but I think Fusilier John is not coming back on YouTube. He's just going to be watching. I don't think you're going to get the chance to have a discussion with him.
It may not be now, but there is the future, and I will wait till then.
Yeah, that was the future.
He might not be. He could still be listening, Peter. And for the record, this live stream will stay up. So for the record, if you want to make a sincere apology now to him, you'd probably get to hear that at some point.
Okay, I will say this sincerely from the bottom of my heart. I don't mean to disrespect anybody on YouTube whatsoever. I disrespect myself more for coming on and doing what I do because those on YouTube don't and won't understand me or won't even give me the chance to shine a light in a day. Sometimes I'm called the sun, sometimes I'm called an arsehole. It depends on the way you look at me.
Peter, you know for a fact now that on here you've been allowed to say what you want. You've had people agreeing, disagreeing, but it's always been a mellow chat. There's never been any heavy stuff going on. People, they put you down. You're used to all that. You know that. But you've never been attacked on here. So you know you can say what you want to say, but just be careful what you say and who you say it to. Have a bit more respect, if you like.
I do, and I will learn from my mistakes. Thank you, Dino, for pulling me up. I have no disrespect for anybody for pulling me up on my mistakes. What I need to know is see, YouTube is like being born again. It's like a new life. You have to learn different things in life that suit others and don't suit yourself.
All right, Peter.
YouTube is mental illness. That's what YouTube is.
YouTube is a new lease of life for us all. We all have to learn how to adapt to it. And then when we do, it will get better. Until then, we have our ups and downs.
Do you know what I've found on here? Like, we don't get that many viewers, but I just find on here people just love talking.
Well, to tell you the truth, Dino,
we on the panel, we get ignored a lot.
But
Because these guys are too busy having a laugh with each other. And for me, that's like I've said before. I could watch that chat all night.
You know, BT, it's good to talk, isn't it?
It's just brilliant.
Dino,
It's good to let your feelings out, man.
Yeah.
To tell you the truth, Dino, it's nice to come onto your channel because yours is most of the out of all what I've seen on YouTube, yours is the calmest channel. You try to have constructive chats and talk about meaningful things. I see Ron made Master Ron, this whatever you want to call him, made a channel to do the same thing. He's trying to compete with what you have, same as the rest of YouTube, in my eyes. I'm not saying it's true, it's just my opinion.
No, I'm the best.
Right, listen, Dino, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Listen, I've been homeless for that long, yeah. I would have cracked up if I had nobody to talk to, you know that.
I know, mate.
So, you know, I respect people.
You come a long way because you, at one point, I'm pretty sure that you was possibly in the mind thought of possible suicide.
No, I was in the mind. I'm going to fucking do a live hanging on YouTube. People don't know what I've gone through. I shouldn't have deleted my old channel.
Anthony, I've been there, mate, so I know how you feel, mate. I've been there. I nearly jumped off a bridge one time.
What's kept you going? Or what's changed it over? Maybe not overnight, but something's changed strongly for you to come out of that mind mode into how happy you sound now, to be honest with you, how pleasant and how positive you sound. Something's happened.
When I went to jump on that train, I thought, fuck it, listen, I'm not fucking guilty of this crime. I'm not having this shit. So I went there, smashed it, came back. But when I came back, I'm like, you know, to the reality, yeah, you're still fucking homeless.
Yeah. No more.
You know, you might have won that, but you're still homeless. You know, you're still.
Is that your position now, Anthony? Are you still?
Yeah, I can't find nowhere. I bought a shed. My mum's mate said, "Listen, you can put a shed in my backyard if you want." So
is it wooden or plastic?
No, fucking wooden. £300 I paid for it.
I should think so as well, mate. I should think it is wooden.
So I'm going to insulate it. Listen, she's got an electrical outlet in the backyard that I can plug into. So she said, just pay electric, you're all right. So that's sorted.
No,
it's not coming. Yeah.
Can I ask you a question?
Go on.
Why do you choose to be the victim?
I don't choose to be the victim. You know, I've been, I don't know.
The victim.
I don't know what you're trying to say, bro.
Let me explain then.
I think you need to watch my videos, don't you?
Good night, Ronald.
Let me explain. Let me explain
Thanks,
without watching the videos. Let me explain without watching the videos. The reason why I say why be a victim is because you had a situation on YouTube which is highlighted on YouTube, and then you try, when the girl says or when the girl cries, you try to be the better man. Now remember this, yeah? If your life is portrayed, everybody else has an opinion. If your life isn't portrayed...
Yeah, that's all it is, an opinion, Mr. Piece of Up. Listen, you have some weird views in life, you do. And this is what gets you in trouble on YouTube.
And you did some
think before you speak, Peter.
Other people
think before you speak, that's what I'm saying to you.
It's not a victim of choice, it's a victim of circumstance, and that is it.
He's a victim of YouTube.
No, he's not.
No,
He portrayed his life on YouTube.
Where your head goes wrong.
He portrayed his life on YouTube and asked everybody to give him the benefit of theirs. So did the girl. They're both asking.
No, Peter, hang on a minute. All you've heard about Anthony is what you've heard on YouTube, right? Now, in his personal life, you know nothing. So, what's the biggest part of his life, YouTube or his personal life?
It's not that. If he'd been on YouTube as long as me, he should know my personal life because it's all over YouTube.
This is my point. I don't
just
know
don't
this
watch
guy.
my videos, do you?
I don't know this
not
guy.
everything about your life.
Never spoken to this guy ever in my entire life, but yet it seems I know all about him and Emma. Yeah. So his life has been portrayed on YouTube. So if I have to comment on his life through YouTube, who is he to tell me I am wrong to comment on the YouTube live? Him and Emma portrayed.
Listen, I'm me at the end of the day. Listen, Peter, what do you know? You know nothing. Everything that you say on YouTube gets you in trouble.
And
you're getting pulled up every channel that you go on.
And
listen, at the end of the day, listen, you go to BBA. Listen, me and BBA don't see like we said, we will never see the same side of life, yeah? Right? We'll never get on. But you carry on this shit, and that's your problem.
Shall I tell you why I carry on this shit?
Never go for the fucking YouTuber that's got the most subs. Never go for them. Because it will never turn out good for you.
Mate, listen to me. The reason I go for BBA is this. For nearly a year, the man has called me everything and used my disabilities against me.
Listen, don't you think he's done that to me? I don't go for him. You're wasting time. Wasting time, bro.
I'll let you
just go one at a time. Just go one at a time.
He called me out. He's called me names under the sun, and then turned around and told me he's going to smash my face in. So what I turned around, no, I haven't finished. So what I turned around and says is this: if you're the man of what you claim, please stand and be the man you claim you are. Because I'm prepared to stand in front of your face and give you the chance
to have a duel.
I haven't finished. To give you every chance and opportunity to be the man you claim. Now, remember this. I've never claimed anything other than a duel. I will finish it there and then. Let me finish. I will finish it there and then under the law.
And we know the law. You go back to the 17th century.
Hold on, for fuck's sakes. Do I not have the law behind me, or is the law against me? Now you can answer.
Right.
I'll say one thing, Peter. You're very good at turning the conversation around into what you want to talk about. You're very good at it. I'm quite impressed.
Can I ask Peter? Peter, what is your goal?
Explain, please.
Well,
you should know that straight away. You should know what your goal is.
You're coming out with a lot of stuff, right? And you've got controversy, as you know. You get it everywhere you go. You know that you've got controversy, so you're trying to get at something in a deep kind of thinking way, which I don't think you're as deep as you think you are.
This is where.
So, what is your end goal? What is it you want? What's the last chapter of the book you'd like to read?
Well, this is where you go wrong. It's because people seem to be able.
That's where I go wrong.
Everybody goes wrong. Everybody goes wrong because
we go wrong. So what's your goal?
Let me finish.
So we can still score a goal and go wrong by losing a game, but we still have a goal to.
No. This is where people are going wrong. They're summarizing me up. I think they can categorize me and put me into a situation.
I've only had two.
It ain't happening. At the end of the day, I'm too clued up in the law, and I will fuck everybody up when they talk to me. Yeah, the same as I will with this video that's coming out, which is going to surprise everybody how the law works.
We all know how the fucking law works.
No, you
well,
fucking
not all of us, but the majority of us do.
You don't, Muppet, because you cite legislation, acts, and statutes.
Don't call me a fucking Muppet. I'm not more like the law than you, dickhead.
Mate, don't call me a dickhead if you're not prepared to fucking
Peter,
how
does the law work?
I mean, I will stand in front of you if you're a bigger man than me.
Right, Peter, how would you compare the law today to 20 years ago? So how does the law work?
I will say this. Don't put me down because I know something that the next man
not putting you down. I've asked you a
law,
question.
Not you, Dino, but the next man that's got a bulldog face ain't going to have that bulldog face when he stands in front of me.
You're going to
Don't be the bigger man.
sections of them.
Don't be the bigger man. Please,
Bulldog
don't be
face.
the bigger man, because I will fucking find you and I will stand in your face.
Oh my God.
So, hang on, Anthony.
Okay. Oh, hold on, Dino.
Peter,
Are we
what
going
did
there?
you just say?
More lies.
Getting
Are
aggressive
we
now.
going there? Are you going to fucking stand in front of me and be the better man?
Yes, I would. Yes, I
No,
would.
hang on.
If
Peter,
not,
All 17 stone.
hang on. Right, I'm going to mute you both. Hang on. Peter, have you just threatened Anthony with physical
yes, I
violence?
have. Yes, I have.
You have. Right, see ya. I wouldn't really bother coming back on again, mate. You've had your chance. I've never said a bad word against you, but thank God I didn't hear what you had to say before about Fusilier John. So, Anthony, you handled that superbly.
Listen, I've heard of him on panels, and I've seen him get destroyed on loads of panels, and I'm thinking, why is he doing this to himself? I tried it, didn't
like
I?
A very angry, bitter man. And when I asked him what his goal was, because it sounds like he's got all this information, all this thinking going on. It's like, this is my goal. This is where we need to get to. That's the point, guys. Right there. But yeah, he couldn't answer that. So he's an ongoing, argumentative guy. Right, I'm going off for a minute. I'm going to leave the best for now.
Thank fuck for that. Shutting up.
So I better take you off and get these guys on who I'm talking about. No, I'm only joking. We've got the bulldog and the skull. Sorry. I feel a bit giddy now. Sorry about that. See you in a minute.
I don't know. Can you back it?
I certainly can, mate.
No, I was just trying to say to him, don't go for the big YouTubers and try and fucking, discredit them and shit, because you're not going to get nowhere when they've got all them subs. So where's his time?
Are you trying to say I'm not big, Anthony, on YouTube? I'm fucking massive, mate.
I'm not on about you. I'm on about
I'm
fucking...
huge. Do you realise how big I am?
I've even forgot his name. He's gone, hasn't I?
Joking.
Peter Pope. Peter Pope.
Yeah. What did he say about 2 minutes ago? I'll leave you two to talk, and he fucking butts in. Fucking what a knobhead. Absolute knobhead he is. No, I've seen Peter Pope around. He's been on here a few times. I've seen him on other channels or whatever. I listen.
What did they say? They say can't beat the system, go with the flow. That's it.
I mean, some of the stuff that he's come out with, I find pretty incredulous as well. There was one comment, and I can't word it correctly. Something about under common law, it's okay to rape a young girl or something like that. I can't remember the context of it, but under common law or something. You were quoting all this shit, and people picked up on that. Now, what he actually said, I don't know. I can't really comment on that, but it was just one of those things that sticks in your head. When you hear it, you think, wow, how can that be correct? And what have you. There's quite a few things that he said, but I am prepared to listen to him. He's been going on about this live that he's doing with SG or whatever. It's been coming out for fucking months, but it's not happened yet.
No, I've heard him on that many panels, and when he can't win, he threatens violence all the time.
Well, I'll be honest, that's the first time I've ever heard him threaten violence. I'll be honest.
I don't know.
Really, what, Peter? Luke, it's my fucking channel. I can say what I want.
Is he still there?
You've had your chance, like I give everyone I do. The proof is there, more than one chance, and I've tried my best with you. But the thing is, if you're upsetting good guests on here, especially my co-hosts and people that are loyal supporters, if you're upsetting people on here, mate, you've got to go. I asked you what your goal was because you've got so much to say. and you can't answer that. So what do you want? And I'll keep saying it to people like yourself. Who are you?
Yeah, it's not upset me at all, mate. Not one iota has he upset me tonight.
No, that's fair enough. But it upsets me.
No, it pissed me off. There's a difference. It pissed me off the way that he spoke over Fusilier John.
Yeah,
after he asked a question, and that were bang out of order, in my opinion.
It reminds me of Crinkle. You know, that's what it reminds me of.
I don't know. Mate. I don't know who's worse between them.
No, I don't think he's nothing like Crinkle, Anthony.
No.
Well, I don't. To be honest, he's a weirdo. He's Crinkle.
Yeah, from
very weird. Watch out for him. Anthony's gone for a minute. It could be his connection. Because don't forget, he lives in a shed. Are you listening out today? Thank God it's a wooden one.
Well, every time he gets a phone call, mate, he loses connection. He's told us that before.
No, he's been a good guest, as Anthony, and we've had fallouts and that, but
yeah, I mean, I remember going back.
He knows the score on here.
Do you remember he were on Cop Watchers, I believe, when he was going through a lot of issues? Do you remember that night?
Oh,
around about November time, I think it was. And Cop Watcher wouldn't take that live down. Well, the guy was hurting himself.
I can't remember that, so I don't know what happened.
Yes, I do.
Is Cop Watcher still about?
Yeah, still about.
Oh, right.
Yeah, he's on about taking his channel down because he's losing subs hand over fist now. Not sure why.
Okay. Right, Master Ron. Who did? Peter Pope. Right, Master Ron. Right, I've got to mention him. Whoever he is. Yeah. Master Ron. Master. I'd love to know his surname. Might begin with a B. But yeah, hasn't he changed? Do you not think, guys? Has he changed or what? He's gone from. I mean, he is one of them live hoppers or whatever you want to call them, like Shady and people like that. They just spend the time doing fuck all content, hopping on different lives, sticking the roar in, coming out with bullshit, trying to put other channels down when they've got like 300 subs and they're trying to go against someone, who goes out there and works and puts the stuff up on YouTube and that. But yeah, he's a very strange person, he is, or he's turned into one for sure. Weird. And is Nigel in there? Nigel Rajaman. Raja.
I think Master On is doing what he's doing now. He's got his own lives going, whatever.
Yeah, he's great. He's great.
Let him just get on with it.
No, he's fantastic. He's a natural, I believe. Nigel, some of your videos, I've had to watch every one of them since you've been putting them out. Guys, please check Nigel Raja's channel out, please. He's put some crackers on there about Master Ron. How low a person he is, the bullshit he comes out with. Something sticks in my mind. He actually called me out one night about a month ago now. It could have been 2-3 weeks, whatever. And it was the same night my dad died. And he did a live after that, I think. No, it could have been that one. But anyway, and I did get a phone call live on that live where I was getting battered, on off a full panel, and there were no one there for me and things like that. So I thought, that's fine, you know, I can do this, because there were people like Joker and Bass Welshman and fucking idiots like that, you know what I mean? Who all they do is threaten to come round, smash you up. You know, nice people like that, you know. But then he said, how do we know Dino wasn't talking about, when he said, oh, Christie's on the phone, which I had to answer straight away, still live. I think I clicked off after a few seconds. And then he said, how do we know Christie wasn't a girl he was talking to? That's how pathetic that guy is. And then I offered him out, I think this were a Thursday night. So I said, tomorrow, you're very welcome on mine and we'll do it properly. Oh, no. There and then completely refused the invitation. Why would you do that? Why would you call someone out, not let them speak, get a panel of thugs on who talk over you? I think one of them must have been on crack all day long, or amphetamine or something, or both, or more. And it was just ridiculous. And I tried my best. No, wouldn't let me get a word in. Wonder why. And then when I said, okay, you're welcome on mine tomorrow, knowing that they get more respect than what I got, so they can talk and things like that. And you refuse point blank there and then. I mean, I would say, yep, no problem. What time are you going live? And I've said, well, if you give me till 9 o'clock, you know. But no, Dino. So yeah, cowards, thugs, pissheads, druggies, whatever. That's how they appear to me. So they're all welcome on mine, no problem. But the difference is you'll get a chance to speak on mine. So what are you scared of? Don't call me out and not let me talk. Why would you do that? A big title in block capitals, oh, Deanology, fucking face the facts or whatever. And then bring them on and bring a panel of fucking clowns on to overtalk me and not let me get a word in and asking me questions and not letting me answer. I mean, that's pathetic. I think you only did that to get the views in. Me being popular and that, you know. Yeah, well done, Master Ron. Right, anyone who's come in, thanks for coming in. Really appreciate it. I know James. I hope James is still in there. James Winston. He's such a delicate guy. I'd love him to come on and have a chat with us. UK, are you doing? He's backlighting it. No. Right. Well, yeah, actually. Watch this.
What is Peter Pope having to go at people in the chat now? What is wrong with the guy?
Oh, no, that's too pink. Good eye, Blue. Charlotte's gone, I think, but she preferred that. No, that. No, that. No, I think it was that. That one. Yeah. And that's too dark. Oh, taking it back. No, the green. The green definitely works, Charlotte. That one. Yeah. Green for Dean. There you go. Whose channel's that, Yvonne? Nigel. Right, check these short videos out Nigel's done. They're funny as fuck. And he rips these people to shreds. Legend. Don't come to my lives if you dislike what he's chatted about. Thickos not welcome. So what you're saying, Peter, is everyone who comes in here is welcome. No thickos in here, mate. Michael, how you doing? Hope you're well. Charlotte is there. It's going all right, Charlotte. Charlie. Lottie. Charles. All right.
Yeah, I've just been looking, Peter, for... I can see you replying to chat. I don't need to get a grip. You came on here and you actually said that this is the most calm, collective sort of channel chat that you can go on. Everything else, but you've just turned that around, mate. You've turned it around.
Yeah, Peter, sorry, mate. You've had your chance. No more. You're upsetting people in here. Can't have that. Sorry.
No, don't say upsetting, mate. Say pissing people off. It sounds better.
Yeah. You're not welcome anymore. Look, listen, though, mate. Get a grip. Why not? Give back. Give back what, Peter? What is wrong with you? Calm down. What's your goal? What do you want? What would make you happy?
Okay, right. Now we're on an attack at me. Bikereddie, yeah, do. Fools like you make it. Right, okay. You don't want me to do it? I do. Fuck off. Go.
Yo, Nigel. Just like an arrow. Who fancies a song? I'm not singing it though. No? Oh, God, you boring bastards. Come on. No one's backstage. You know why? I'm not What was that?
What?
That noise.
What that?
Yeah.
Yeah, you've got one of them.
Could it? What?
You've got one that does that.
Got one of what?
Alexa, play fart noises.
Alexa, don't even.
That was a quick.
Why have you done that? Alexa, stop. Alexa, stop. Alexa, right, turn yourself off. Thank you.
That's why I turned mine down, mate, before I said it.
He's just done that to me, guys. Can you believe that? Not like him. No. I can't believe you've just done that, right?
Yeah. Well, that's why I turned mine down, mate, so mine didn't do it.
Bastard.
Shut up.
They say random.
Alexa, stop.
Very annoying piece of equipment is Alexa, aren't you, Alexa? Alexa, how you doing?
I'm feeling champion. I've been researching one of the biggest areas of the UK. To hear more, just ask me if I've been to Yorkshire.
Oh!
Bang! Get in there, Alexa.
Alexa, have you ever been to Yorkshire?
Sorry, I don't know that.
Oh, wow. You started it.
Yeah. Alexa, who won the rugby league match last night between Wigan and Leeds?
No, hang on.
Sorry, I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, do you know why? Because we were robbed. We got totally outplayed and robbed. Right, you've never heard that saying before, have you? No, we got totally outclassed last night.
You fucking
I
did,
watched
mate.
it all the way through on no TV, which was mostly pixelated throughout the live game, and I paid 34 quid for a month's worth of Sky Sports. That's ridiculous. No TV, get it sorted out. Anyone in there who works for Greater Manchester Transport? Right.
Right, what's that got to do with we and losing?
Because I feel like going down there with the camera. My travel pass ran out on the 22nd of April. In the past, it's been posted through my door about a week before the old one runs out. This time, they've sent a form through right, who's your doctor? What medication do you take? Things like that. So anyway, I've still not got it. So May, June, July, 3 months later. So I've phoned them up. I've said, look, it's cost me hundreds in travel, train, bus and all that. I said, it's what's going on? We need to find out more information. I said, well, listen, right, I'm not being funny, but in the past, I've never had to do this, so why now? Bullshit answer. And then I said, how do you guys not know that if someone's got an incurable problem, disease or whatever, why do you think that's going to be cured? What kind of information other than can't be cured, you may as well just send in the pass out right away, to they have to find this thing out as if you're lying. Unbelievable. So I've had this pass for 25 years. And all of a sudden they have to find out proof about something that is incurable, and it's the automatic thing for them to do to send out a new pass like they always have done for 30 years about a week before the old one runs out. The world's gone fucking mad, I'm telling you. 3 months and it's still going to take another month. Crazy. So I've got Erdman and Emery Crinkle. Do you know what, Crinkle, right? I don't know how you get away with it.
Nah, don't give him airtime, mate.
No, it's all right. Keep him backstage. He's not coming on. I know you fancy me, mate. I know you want me. You want me, don't you? Which part of me do you want, or do you want me all? Just my eyes.
Okay,
Or my cheekbones as well.
I don't know how you managed to do that, but dear Dino Bikereddie and chat, never come to my life, please. You're too thick to educate. Oh, yeah. Very good.
Neil, I've heard this before. Right? It could have been Smokey, but right. I know the answer to this. Alexa, what coffee bean 100 is in Welsh?
According to Wikipedia,
Did I ask you to butt in before I finished?
Plant and the source for coffee. It is the pip inside the red or purple fruit, often
Alexa,
referred to
stop.
as a...
I didn't even finish my... Who do you think you are? Master Ron? Right. What was it again? What coffee bean 100 is in Welsh? Right, what coffee bean 100 in Welsh? Alexa, I mean, I'm not used to it. What 100 bean is in Welsh?
Sorry,
coffee?
I don't know that.
Neil!
Let me ask you. Right. Alexa, what is coffee bean 100 in Welsh? Go on, you ask it, Dean. Alexa, what is Coffee Bean 100 in Welsh? Does it turn Alexa?
Alexa, what coffee bean
No. Ask her.
100 is in Welsh? Right, if you're not going to talk to me, you can fucking switch yourself off.
Yeah, ask them.
Can't believe it.
Alexa, what is Coffee Bean?
The answer
100?
is a cunt, right?
Yeah.
Coffee Bean 100 in Welsh is Can dy ffa coffee.
Can the fuck coffee, isn't it? Fucking cunt, isn't it? You listening, Crinkle? Of course you are, you fucking ugly cunt. Why don't you fuck off? Go away. I don't like you. Why are you stalking me?
Yeah,
You're harassing me.
Charlotte, yeah. My dog is getting asked after quite a lot, actually. Yeah, she's coming on.
I'm going to get rid of her, Charlotte.
Yeah,
Put it this way, Charlotte. I've had better.
What, dogs?
I wish I'd never got it. In fact, I didn't get it. Someone bought it.
Yeah, they did, didn't they? Pair of
and
bastards.
sent it to someone, and I ended up getting it, and it's like,
It's brilliant.
one of them said to me, "Oh, you'll have fun with that, Dino." Yeah, he's not come back on again, has he?
Yeah, it's good, mate, when you get it sorted out.
Alexa, have you ever heard of Deanology YouTube channel?
This might answer your question.
Oh.
According to Wikipedia, Blackpink is a South Korean girl group formed by YG Entertainment, consisting of members Jisoo, Jennie, Rose, and Lisa. The group debuted in August 2016 with their single album Square One, which featured Whistle and Boombaya, their first #1 entries on South Korea's GAN Digital Chart and the Billboard World Digital Song Sales Chart, respectively.
What? Did you hear that?
Technology is a girl, Matt.
Really?
Yeah.
So
Alexa, play Five Finger Death Punch.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Alexa, play Five Finger Death Punch.
Shuffling songs by Five Finger Death Punch on Amazon Music.
I'm going to get copyrighted. Alexa, stop.
You won't get copyrighted with that, mate, believe me.
I will. Right, I've heard that before.
No, you won't. Not with that one, mate. Believe me, you won't.
I will.
You won't.
I will.
You won't.
Right.
It's
I'm
not
not risking it. I've heard that before.
What, that song?
Lee, if that's you, can you show your ugly fucking mug? Right, that's enough. Please take it off. Thank you. I'm going to bring Mostly Insects on, guys. Wrong Side of Heaven. What are you talking about? Eisenberg, Emery Crinkle, Coffee Beans, Carrots, one of them in Welsh. That is class. Oh my god!
Just came on.
Love it, love it. We only have to call him a cunt once, but yeah, twice. Why not?
Crinkle, yeah, fuck Crinkle. He's a dickhead.
Ask what is Boris Johnson 100 in Welsh? Alexa, What is Boris Johnson 100 in Welsh?
Boris Johnson carrot 100 in Welsh is Boris Johnson moron cunt.
That's quite funny, that.
I can't believe you didn't know what would come with that, Dina.
Well, I can't help it. I'm not that stupid.
Yeah.
Right, I'm nipping off from James. James, I'm sorry, man. In fact, I'm not. You love our sense of humour, don't you? James Winston, guys. He's an American friend of ours. And he came on last week and he's always welcome back on. He's James. Much love, James. Thank you. Arrow to the knee. That was class. Right, I'm nipping off for a minute. Lee.
Yeah, mate.
How you doing?
I'm all right. I got the dreaded disease, and I.
Which one?
The Rona.
Corona?
Yeah. I've got it.
The orange aid or the lemonade?
No, the virus, you nutter.
Oh, right. I'm sorry about that. I mean, cherry was nice.
Yeah, I've had it for I think I got it last Friday, Saturday.
Well, I don't feel sorry for you whatsoever.
I've been really. I feel all right now, and I'm testing positive now. I only tested positive for 2 or 3 days. So
are you going to die soon?
No, unfortunately for you, no.
Oh.
Probably unfortunately for every other cunt as well, but no, I'm not.
No,
not
Lee,
yet.
Come on, mate. You know I'm messing. Don't die yet. Just give it about 6 weeks.
Yeah. No, it's do you know what? It's not even really that bad. Everyone's going on about how bad it is. It's not. It's just like having a cold. It's not that bad, man.
I was going to say, it sounds like you got the sniffles, but
yeah, I've got a cough, and I tell you what, I don't really do medicines and stuff, but this is called Beecham's All-in-One, and it fucking knocks me out. I've been asleep all day. Literally, I woke up at 9 o'clock. I got it this morning. I've had 3 doses of it, and I've been asleep all day. It's knocked me right out, but it is making me feel better though. So.
Good. Oh God! Right. You had the COVID as well, didn't you?
That's what I'm talking about, you nutcase.
What, Corona?
Yeah, it's called the coronavirus, you knobhead.
Oh,
you fucking hell, Dino.
Really fucking... Honestly, mate, I've had dandelion and burdock before.
Oh, sorry, hold on.
Oh, hang on, James, 707.
Oh, sorry.
East Coast.
Oh, God.
East Coast, which, New York? That way. James.
Oh.
I'm guessing.
Oh.
Where did he say? He didn't say we're from New York, did he?
It was from New York.
James Winston, he said last week where we're from. I don't recall him saying New York.
No, like I've said, I'm just guessing. East. He's in the east, which is where New York is. So it's probably a similar time frame to whichever county, state. I mean, what a state you're in, James. Trinidad, Mon. Nigel's in there from Trinidad and Tobago.
I like Nigel. He's good. I like Nigel. Whiskey, lemon, sugar, and hot water. There's medicine out there for a cold and flu. Yeah, don't get me started on whiskey. I won't bloody stop.
Wait, lemon juice, right? Hot water. And I use agave syrup, plant syrup, but you could use honey. Bees food.
Yeah, I've been having lemon juice and hot water, but I've been squeezing the lemons myself, so it's proper fresh lemon. Yeah, very very posh, very posh. Yeah, no, I've been doing that, and then I've just been having plenty of water and that. But I'm not positive now. I got it on Saturday, I think. So I was positive Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Then yesterday it said no, and today it said no. So, but I'm still just a little bit ill. But it's not. It isn't. It hasn't really. Well, it has been bad actually. I'm not going to lie. I felt like absolute death by like Monday. Monday and Tuesday, I felt like just fucking dying. But I don't feel too bad now. So.
Why were you testing every day?
Because I was doing it because I wanted to see how long it stayed in me, if you know what I mean. So it's only literally just 3 days it stayed there. So
I caught it a few months back. Our last tested positive, so I took a test and I was positive. I thought, fucking lovely. All I had were just a bunged up nose, nothing else.
Yeah.
I did test every day. I tested 5 days later and it was negative, and that was it. End up.
Yeah, unfortunately, I had my son at the weekend, and I started feeling ill Saturday morning. And I had him Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday evenings. So, and now he's sick as well. So but he's had it before, and it doesn't affect him. He's only 14, so it's just like having a sneeze to him. He's not really bothered by it.
It didn't really affect me, to be honest. But it's
Share what's up, guys.
Pointless testing. Well, if you tested once positive, well, then you still got the symptoms. It's pointless testing again.
I wanted to know how long it actually lasted for, and like how long I was going to be positive for. That's why I was doing it every day. So yeah, it was only 3 days in the middle, which was weird. But then you can have dodgy tests as well, can't you? It might not even be COVID. It could be could just have a cold.
That's what I said.
So it might not even be it. But
just want to say good night. I'm going to nip off for a minute, but I've got a really special guest backstage. Charlotte,
take care.
Good night or good morning. Thanks very much for all your amazing support. You're absolutely brilliant. Hope you've enjoyed it. All right. Did you like that? Nice one. Charlotte, thank you, Lottie. See you later. See you on the next one. I've got James to come on.
James where?
Nah.
Oh, no, James.
Nah.
Hello, my friends from America.
This James. Hey.
So are you ending the live? I'm doing pretty good. Are you ending the live stream? Are you ending it?
No. I was going to nip off for a minute, James, and then you came in, so it'd be rude for me to not say hello to you before I go off for a quick break. So thanks so much, mate, for coming in the chat and just joining in and being part of this little family we got. And now you're here live panel, which is even better.
Thanks for having me. I'm enjoying the warm welcome. And yeah, I was going to tell you that you're basically right. New York, Washington, D.C., Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Raleigh, North Carolina, Charlotte, North Carolina, Atlanta, Georgia, Miami, Florida. All that's basically East Coast. And I live in Richmond, Virginia, and that is 2 hours south of Washington, D.C.
Yeah, I said he went in New York, didn't I?
I did. I lived in Brooklyn, New York for a little while, and then I came back here. I lived in Brooklyn, New York, and came back like a little over a month before 9/11. So, yep, that's it. But yep, it is 7. I have to look at the thing. 7:14 p.m. Friday here on the East Coast.
We've got 14 minutes past midnight here.
Wow.
Anyway, James, I hope you've had a
5 hours
great
in front
week,
of you then.
Same here.
Listen, how's the weather been there for you? Because on Monday and Tuesday this week over here, I think Tuesday could have been the hottest day on record over here. I'm sure it got up to 40, 42 in some places.
40.3, I think it was.
It's 39 here.
I'll tell you, it was hot here, but it was hotter over there than it was here, though, like Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. But now it's going to be hotter here than it is over there because tomorrow it's supposed to get up to 99 degrees and Sunday is supposed to get up to 100. That's what the actual temperature is going to be. And by the time they add the humidity in, the feel like temperature could be about 106.
What's that in Celsius, boys? Do we know?
Man.
That's
no Celsius. I don't know Fahrenheit.
It's about 42, 43.
Oh, is it? So about the same as what we've had then.
Yeah.
It was 39 here Monday and Tuesday. Just outside London I am. It was 39 on Monday and Tuesday.
Yeah, we're about to get it now. And I hate hot weather. I love the snow. That's what I really love. Snow and
Yvonne's saying good night. So Yvonne, Yvonne works in a kitchen. And Monday, Tuesday, she was there working away like she does, very hard. Imagine that, working in a kitchen with ovens and hobs and all that kind of stuff around you and not many windows to open. Wow, imagine that. You're talking 100 degrees outside, but working in a busy kitchen with lots of food going on and things being cooked and everything being heated up and hot. I mean, wow. Yvonne, we applaud you for that.
Yes, we applaud you.
Good night, and thanks very much for all your amazing support. We love you. Thank you.
Yeah,
some of the shops closed, apparently. I didn't go out, but Monday and Tuesday, some of the shops were closed because it was so hot.
Yeah, Yvonne Driver is a great person. And thank you for your wonderful comment earlier, Yvonne Driver. That really made my day. I want to thank all of you for your warm welcome here, as a matter of fact.
No thanks needed, mate. No thanks needed.
You're very welcome, James, and you just fit in. It's just, you're the right kind of guy who in the right kind of chat, in the right kind of life, whatever you want to call it, the right kind of evening out.
You're making me blush now.
Hey, well, listen, James, listen. I can't tell whether you're blushing or not.
That is true. I was going to say something about the conversation earlier with Fusil John, but since the subject has changed, I'm not going to say anything.
Cool.
I will say, I think Fusil John is a good guy, and I think it's wrong what Shady is doing. And to be honest with you, people say that, well, Shady drinks and this. To me, that's like just making excuses for him, saying that he's basically mistreating Fusil John because he drinks and he should get a pass. It's like me saying, because I'm blind, I should be able to be nasty to people. Because I can't see out of my left eye and I'm nearsighted on this side, that I should be able to cuss people out. And that's not right. And I think part of the problem is they're just enabling him when they make up excuses for him, and that's one of the reasons he keeps doing it. But that's all I wanted to say.
I've got to agree with that one, mate.
Comment.
I've got to agree with that.
Yeah, I agree with that too. Listen, boys, I'm gonna go. Sorry to butt in. I'm gonna have to go. I thought I'd be all right, but I need to lay down, so I'm gonna jump off.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear about what you have, and I hope that you feel better. And the only thing I can suggest is to try to drink as many liquids, preferably water, as possible, and get plenty of rest.
Yeah. I've got 2 liters of water next to me, that flavored Volvic stuff. So I've been drinking that. I've had luckily my roommate's really good. He's been going to the shop and that for me when I've needed him to. So
don't drink the Volvic stuff, mate.
So,
don't drink that flavored. Don't drink the flavored Volvic stuff, mate.
It's better than normal tap water, mate.
Well, if you get...
it just tastes a bit better, you know. All right, Dino, thanks for having me on, mate. I appreciate it as always. Eddie, you're a good guy. Thanks for being around. James, you are. I think you're a lovely guy, man. I've seen you in the chats and stuff. I think you're a lovely guy, man, and it'd be good if you stayed around.
Oh, it's fucking good if you stuck around, bro.
Honestly, you're a good guy, bro.
I'm going to say I thank you for having me, and I'm going to come when I can. I don't intend on going anywhere. The only thing is, it's so many different lives going on that it's hard to pick which one to go to. But trust me, I'm not going anywhere.
I think
you stick it out.
There's some places here where you've got to be careful of the channel owner. I'm not going to mention any names or anything, but some people are just after views and bitchiness, and it's a bit weird sometimes. But
trust me, I know exactly what you're saying. Sadly, drama sells, and so a lot of channel owners, they create drama on their channels to gain viewers and to get people to come. And the sad fact is, a lot of people don't even understand it, and they fall right into it. But sadly, sells.
A few days ago, somebody said in the chat, a woman, I won't mention her name, Dino knows her very well, but said mostly insects only. I don't like him. He only causes drama. I've not been on anyone's live stream apart from here, and I went on BBA's once last week. I think it was a week before, and I've not been on anyone's live streams for ages. But I'm still being accused of causing all of this upset and drama and stuff, even though I've not been on anybody else's channels, no one's lives. I've not said anything in the chats. I've not done nothing, and I'm still getting accused of being saying that there's drama, causing drama. You know.
Well, you know what I would say to that. You know what I would say to that, my friend. I'll say, first of all, your real friends are going to stick by you no matter what. So continue to be yourself and do you. You're going to always have the haters. And secondly, my mother told me a long time ago, she said, it doesn't matter how nice you are, how kind you are, how friendly you are. Some people aren't going to like you just because it's you. You have to ignore them. Ignore the negative people and focus on the positive people. And I always like this quote, why focus on the people who are walking out of your lives when you should be focusing on the people who are walking into your life? Focus on the people who are going to be nasty and criticize you when you should really be focusing on the people who love you for you. And that's always stuck with me. So continue to be yourself. Your real friends will love the real you.
Your mum was obviously a wise person. That's
she was.
And she's obviously passed it on to you, mate. She's obviously passed it on to you. But I am. Oh, sorry. Go on, mate.
Just a quick heads up before you go. You've just said that you've only been on BBAs. If that's the case, then somebody's using your logo or your name. That we're on Crinkles, on BBAs, on Shadies, and on Andrew J's.
Oh, sorry, I was on Shady's I think it was yesterday. I was on Shady's. Yeah, it was. It was yesterday. I was in Shady's chat. Yeah.
Well, if it were you and Art, someone's using your name.
Yeah. No. Do you know what? I think there's about 5 different fake accounts of mine, but nobody seems to. Someone with a blue spanner. No one seems to check. And I always say to people, if I say something, just check that it's me, because sometimes I can be an arsehole, and I will say something that's not too great or whatever. But just check that it's me, like, because there is fake accounts, and there's fake accounts of my partner as well. So,
well, if you're not a mod,
it's have to be.
To be honest with you, Lee, I think you've always been a bit controversial, but you're not heavy. You're no threat to anyone. You like to stick your oar in. You like to say, have your opinion, things like that. There's nothing wrong with that. All right. So I don't think anything really bad about you or anything like that. I just think you are controversial. You like having your say and things like that. But I don't think you're any threat to anyone. So,
No, of course I'm not, man. I don't.
No, I know. You're harmless,
Thanks, Dean.
mate.
I appreciate that, mate.
No,
I am going to go.
Right.
I get my.
Right,
Sorry,
get your head
mate.
down. Get some rest. Get some rest.
Yeah, see you later. Be good.
Thanks, Dino. I appreciate that, mate.
No worries, mate. You get some rest. Keep drinking that. Is it Volvic?
Yeah. I've got to get my head down. I just had some of that Beecham stuff, man, and it is fucking knocking me out, man. Making me so sleepy.
Well, obviously it's not, because you're still talking.
Yeah, no. All right. Yeah. Anyway, bye panel, and goodbye everybody in the chat, and I'll see you, everyone. Take care. Bye-bye.
Take care. Take care.
See ya. Bye-bye.
Get yourself right. All right, Lee. Take it easy. Right, mostly insects. So I'll just take a minute. I'll let Biker and James speak and enjoy the chat.
Yeah, I'm going to ask James a couple of questions if you don't mind. You've just said
that, okay.
You just mentioned that you were partially sighted. I didn't realise that. I don't think anybody did, actually. How did that happen? Is that through an accident, or is it from birth, or?
Basically from birth. I'll tell you the story. I don't want to put you to sleep, but basically what happened. I was born at 7 months. So I was premature. I weighed 3 pounds and 3 ounces. They put me in an incubator, and what happened? It created extra blood cells in my eyes. So then when they took me out of the incubator, it killed all of the blood cells in my left eye, and I can't see anything out of this. And it killed a lot of blood cells in my right eye, so I'm very nearsighted. And it's a fancy word for it, but I can't remember it. So that's what old age does. But anyway, I wore thick glasses for years, and around 2018, I remember August of 2018, I was riding with somebody, and my one good eye, my right eye, I could see straight ahead, but I was noticing I couldn't see sideways. To make a long story short, I found out that I had a cataract and a detached retina, and so I had to get emergency surgery on Labor Day of 2018. And what that did was it made it so that I could see a little bit better, to the extent where I wouldn't have to wear glasses, but I'm still nearsighted. So, but yeah, that's my medical history.
Oh, thanks for sharing that, mate. That were interesting. That, yeah, you made it. You cut it short. I'll give you that. That were very good. But yeah, I mean, as long as you've still got sight. What do you do for a living then? Do you actually work, or?
Well, the funniest thing is sometimes I help this guy do things like move people. I help him lay down carpet, different things like that, but I'm not doing anything right now. But now I tell you, I have worked in the mailroom, and I actually love and missed working in the mailroom. I have cut and folded mops. That was a messy job. And let's see, I have worked at McDonald's. I have worked at Burger King. So, yep. But right now, I'm just sitting here. And just to let you know, I live in my own place. I take care of myself because I don't. You probably could tell both of my parents have passed away, and I have a couple of sisters, but I like living on my own. I like doing things myself. So, yep.
Yeah. Independence is good, mate. Independence is good.
Exactly. And see, I'll tell you the funniest thing real quick. A lot of people say, do you hate being born like this? And a part of me hate what happened with me because of my vision. But then a part of me stops and thinks, if I would never been born like this, I might not have turned out the way that I turned out. I might not have the brains that I have now. I might not have the compassion that I have now. So it's kind of hard to say I wish this would have never happened because if it wouldn't have happened, I wouldn't have been me. If that makes any sense.
But your condition occurred at a young age, so you've never experienced what I have experienced through normal sight. Okay, so you've only experienced what you've experienced. Now that's made you into the person that you are, the same as it's made me the person I am. It's all about how you take life on. It's all about how you go through life.
Exactly. And see, I'll tell you this story. I read it in a magazine one time. This woman, she said she had a vision and she lost her vision and she was depressed for a little while. But then she began to notice that she paid more attention to what people said and tried to like listen to the tone of their voices. And she said what she ended up with was by losing her sight, it caused her to stop looking on at people's outsides and start trying to look more at the inside. And I thought, well, that's an interesting way of looking at it. So
Do you find with being partially sighted as you are that your other senses are more how can I say it? You're more in tune with your other senses, if you like. Your other senses are more prominent.
I'm gonna be honest with you, and I'm trying to think of how I want to say it. Now, when it comes to my other senses, I don't think it really makes a difference. But I think I'm trying to. I think it makes me more in tune spiritually, if that makes any sense. And I'll give you an example of what I'm trying to say. So I had this relative who was sick, and I got this urge that I should go and see this relative. And I wasn't going to go. I kept saying, I'm not going to go and see. And something kept saying, get your butt down there. Get your butt down there. So I went to see this relative, and it was cold and raining. And I got this feeling that I should tell this relative that I loved her, which I did. Then I got another feeling that I should tell this relative that you've done the best in life. You have nothing to be ashamed of. You did all you could, so there's no need to fear and have faith and patience. And I was trying not to say it, but I felt I had to say it. So I said it. And when I said it, she looked at me and then I'd say about for a half a minute. And then she turned back towards the ceiling. And so when I left out there, I kind of had this feeling that what was going to happen. And sure enough, later that night at 11:56 p.m., she passed away. A couple of days later, I was laying there in the bed and I fell asleep. And I saw somebody with a pink gown on, and their face was like blurred. And then I saw somebody with a blue gown on, and their face was blurred. And I felt myself like being pulled up. And then I woke up and I remembered that my mother was buried in a pink gown. Well, when this relative's funeral came around, this relative was buried in a blue gown. So, it's little stuff like that that makes me kind of wonder. That's what I think I'm taking notice of more than anything else.
They do say that. It's for me. If I were to lose my sight, then my other senses would sort of increase to compensate for losing that particular sense. Now, because you've not experienced having all your senses when you were first born, you've not sort of appreciated what the senses are going to take over. But what you just described there is the senses taking over.
Yeah.
And I find that. So you've answered the question there, Matt. You really have.
Yeah, well, see, and that's like, I can't really explain it because it's not like I'm suddenly stronger physically, but what I notice, I think, is I'm stronger emotionally, mentally, and like I said, spiritually. That's what I keep picking up on. It just seems like something will hit me more than it hit somebody else. Like when I think of what's happened to Fusila John, I get really pissed where somebody say, "Oh, that's not nice," and move on. I really don't like it, but I'm not going to spend time talking on it. But that's what I think the difference with having your vision and not having your vision bring.
Well said, Matt. Well said.
Yeah, absolutely. Nicely said. Gently said.
Not,
No, absolutely, James. We all understand that. Yeah.
y'all making me
Thanks.
blush.
No, guys in the chat, thanks so much for being respectful. A lot of you are familiar with James. I can see that with your comments, things like that, and it's really nice to see that. And wow, we've got such a nice, pleasant guest on here again.
Oh,
two weeks in a row. It's really refreshing. And thanks so much, James. It means a lot to a lot of people in here. I've seen loads of amazing comments about you while you've been talking away. So, with you mentioning John as well, going off them last words you said, yeah, he means a lot to us as well. And from what I heard tonight, a lot of it was chopped out. I had problems with my connection and things like that, but he's well respected and well loved, and he knows that. And for me, when you've got people like that putting him down, who to me are just nobodies, and I have to think, why are they trying to put a guy like that down when
exactly.
you are this? I mean, if you were someone, if you want to disagree with John, or if you don't like, tell him that, and then he will get into conversation with you. He'll not attack you or anything like that. So why attack him? It's just ridiculous. And I'll keep saying, who are you? Who are you guys? What do you think you are? What do you think you're playing at? Hovering around lives, sticking your oar in without knowing anyone or what they're about. Because if you did, you won't come out with that shit about him.
Yeah,
so
John,
big word, or you can come on here and challenge me about it. No problem whatsoever. No problem at all. But let's hope John doesn't disappear. I don't think he will. He's got too much love on YouTube compared to the hate. So we want him to hang around because we need people like John for lots of reasons.
I mean, John he's got a heart of gold. He's got a good mind. He's got experience. Everything else. He has never said a bad word about anybody. He's never been in an argument with anybody. He's had some good debates with people. Everything else. But when he first started coming on here and we got to know him, he came on the panel for the first time. And I will never forget this. He'd been in the chat for many and many weeks, even months. But he came on the panel, first time we'd seen him, first time we'd met him. And we were having a really good conversation. Can't remember what it was. Good laugh, everything else. And we got on. We knew about his wife because he mentioned that in his comments. So we already knew that. But he came on and the guy sat there and he poured his heart out. Literally poured his heart out. And it was hard. It was hard to listen to, but it was so compassionate at the same time.
Yeah. he let it all go that night, and okay, it was on this live. He might have done it on someone else's or whatever, but what we saw of him that night, we saw a real person coming out with honest truths. He spoke openly. I was certainly touched. I think we all were.
It takes a lot. Guy. It takes a lot to reduce me to tears, but his story, it did that.
I think I had to go off as well. It quite overwhelming, really, because you could certainly touch on that because of your personal goings on. Myself and a lot of other people in that chat as well, similar conditions and things like that. So the empathy, what people have on here, James, is unreal. Everyone just seems in touch with each other. It's amazing. It's like a nice little family. The encouragement we get from each other, the truth we get from each other, the straight talking, not being afraid to say what we think or what we've been through. A lot of people who come on here go through a lot of personal stuff, which for me takes a lot of fucking balls to do. For one, you know what I mean? You want to come on the panel and talk about it, that takes a bit of extra special stuff. And that's what John did that night. And he came out and he poured it out. And it was obviously genuine. It weren't someone seeking sorrow or sympathy, or anything. It was a real heartbreaker. But we all felt it. Honestly, I could have ended that live there and then and gone, guys, just give me half an hour, I'll come back. But
in fact, that started that night, mate, because he asked me about our lass, because she was going through chemo then, if you remember. He asked me about that, how I would go at getting on and everything else, and and he came out with a lot of stuff, and then
I don't know if he did on other channels or anything like that. John, I know he likes being live and talking. He likes talking to people.
He would have mentioned it on other lives without a doubt, mate. But I
just think he felt a bit more comfortable on here because of who we get in, and we got genuine empathic people on here. Okay, we've all been through shit and things like that, but that amazing understanding what we have on here, and it's nice to know people feel comfortable to come on and talk about it, especially on panel with the face on. That takes a lot of fucking doing in my eyes, in front of, I don't know, 50 people, whatever, whoever comes in. It's still a big room. That's still a lot of people who are listening to one guy or whatever, or a small group, So, John, please, if you're still listening, don't disappear because of one or two people, because who you are and what you're about and what you say and things like that, we all know about it. We all feel it. We touch it. So don't go away. You mean a lot to many of us.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
Stick around, and if any of these little bastards want to come on here and challenge me, they can do. I don't mind.
Listen, John's maturity and John's way of life and his total, sort of ethics and everything else far outweighs the fucking knobheads that are taking him down.
Exactly. And I want to thank everybody in the chat, although I'm not looking at it. I want to thank you all for your kind words and your wonderful thoughts towards me. And I thank you again for the warm welcome. And I agree 100% with what both of you guys just said about John. It's funny because, I actually met him on Tony P's, and I saw him in chat, and he would speak to me, and I'd speak back to him. And then we ended up on panel, and he asked me about my vision. And I told him about my vision, and I just could sense that he was genuinely concerned. He wasn't asking just to be nosy.
Yeah.
He wasn't asking just for the fun of it. He felt that, he was concerned. And when you feel that love, it just does something to you. So instantly that stuck out in my mind. And then he started telling me how he got involved with this organization called Ronald McDonald House. And I know that's like it's basically a place where when kids come to get surgery done, their parents can stay in town for free at the Ronald McDonald House. And I thought to myself, well, damn, what a compassionate guy. And I could just feel the sincerity. And then I think what did it was then when he came on and he started talking about war and like what he had been to, and I gained a whole new respect for him because one, as you know, over here we have the Second Amendment, so I hear about killings and I have heard gunshots. But two, my father, he served in Vietnam and he left one way but came back another way, and some stories he told me and other stories he didn't want to talk about, but it harmed him. And I was like, man, Fusela John went through the hells of war and came back, and he's compassionate. And I think one of the reasons he's so compassionate is because he knows what death looks like. He knows what hell feels like. That's why he's so compassionate. And I mean, I just could relate to it. It's like every time he says something, I feel the concern. I feel that he's genuine. I feel his compassion, his sincerity. And at the same time, he's down to earth. He's one of these guys you could just sit down and talk to. And I don't know, for me, he's one of these guys that if I were to see in the street, I could be like, hell yeah, he's a good dude. And I would sit down and talk to him. I could actually talk to him better than I could some of my own family members. Actually, I can talk to a lot of people on here better than I can some of my own family members. And that is what Fusela Don does for me. So when I hear some jackass talk about him, well, I ain't too happy about that.
Yeah, John's integrity and ethics come from the heart. They don't come from the fucking bottle.
Exactly. I couldn't have said it better myself. Exactly. So, John, I hope you stay. I hope you don't go anywhere. Don't let ignorance win.
He's going to stay because we are going to make sure of that. We need people like John. Now, for a guy to come on as sincere as John, and like we've just said about his hurts and things like that, yeah, we know that. So for him to disappear would be,
it'd be a massive loss to
a
us.
space we're missing. We're going to be missing something. But for a guy to come on a panel and pour his heart out and have genuine tears and things like that, no disrespect, John, at your age, where you could actually have gone the opposite way, where I, like James has just said, a tough guy, gotta be. And you come out of it, you've done so much, you're very wise, you've been tough, you've fought the thing, you've had to be tough, you've been there with some real shit, and you come out as emotional and as like you did in front of I don't know how many people. That is a real man, a real person, not someone who's trying to act tough and hide the tears or trying to hold them back and make it look obvious that you're doing that. That is an insecurity. Just let it come out and be real. Man, woman, whatever, that, John, took a lot of fucking strength, mate, to do that, even though it came out naturally. But a lot of people can stop that naturistic fear. They can stop that and act the tough guy. But yeah, you are tough, but you've come out as a real man and explained to people how you feel, what you've been through, how it's felt for others. throughout your life, what you've done, etc. You pinned it all down to that moment where it broke you, and it would break any of us after what you've been through, you know. So, John, what a pleasure. You might be watching this later or even now, but what a pleasure to get to know you, a real man who's not afraid to show his feelings.
I used to be one of those people that never showed the feelings, mate. Totally shit had happened to me in my life, yet it bothered me on the inside, but I never showed it on the outside. People used to
fighting it off is like, it's like with my dad and things like that. You can fight it off, and it's a pride thing or a foolish pride thing, and you fight it off. But all these people are seeing right through it, and for me, it's like it's a natural way of being. It's like,
but what with me? Let me just finish what I'm going to say, mate. Right? I always used to hide it. Right? Why I did that, I'll never know. But that's what I did. When my partner got diagnosed with cancer, and the treatment that she was going through, there was like a switch went off, and then because I saw what she was going through, the treatment, everything else, then that's like, it kind of opened the floodgates, if you like, where things that I'd never let bothered me before, all of a sudden bothered me. And whether it be music, words, whatever, even with Fusilier John, when he came out with what he did, right? If that had been 12 months ago when he said that to me, right, I'd have thought, fucking hell, what a guy. But because it happened at the time it did, right, I were in tears. And I understood what he was going on about. I was thinking more of, what if that were me having to go through that?
Pure empathy, yeah.
Yeah, see,
it takes a real person to honestly. All this old stuff like men don't cry and bollocks, you know.
Exactly.
Try and do it. In fact, you don't have to try and do it like John. It just came out. It weren't like put on. It weren't like, right, I'll wait till I go on Dino's, then I'll start crying, then I'll start. Nah. Nope. No, he came on probably because at that point, bit lonely. Who can I talk to? Right, let's jump on. Let's have a look. I know I can say what I want. And everyone had total love and support for him that night. Yeah. And he's been on ever since. And John, don't go anywhere. Do not go anywhere, mate. You've got too much love on YouTube. Forget the ones and the twos.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm going to be honest, mate, right, he opened my eyes to me being an hard-skinned bastard, if you like, that balled everything up. Right, going through what I was going through, and then a sort of hearing talk made me realise what it was that I wasn't doing right. And then after that, fucking hell, mate. I mean, is it when he came on and played that song?
Oh, Meeps.
Yeah, when Meeps came on and played that song and sang, bang, that was me. My ass fell out there.
I remember that night. It weren't even halfway through the song. I think it was after the first chorus. And it got me as well. And then he came on, and then he came on again. I said, play that song again.
Yeah, but going back 12 months prior to that, mate, that wouldn't have even bothered me. And
so like I said, are you saying it was John who finally... Yeah.
It was. Right. It was. Without a doubt. I've never said it before, but when I'm thinking about it now, I can honestly say that, that's when I stopped bottling things up. I'm not the hard bastard that I used to think I was, or the hard-skinned bastards, right? Yeah. I was one of those people that bottled things up, didn't show emotions, didn't show that kind of mindset. But when John came out with what he did, thinking about it now, going backwards, you know, like my partner, she went through chemo. I saw her going through that and what he did to her. When we got the all clear, right, that's when it like all clicked. Yeah. And so, yeah. So I've got...
I think, the younger you were, the less of real life, you know. So the older you get, when you start to lose people and you start realizing more what's going on, and then you get changes coming through with different generations. Then you have kids and generations come, and the world's changing all the time. But when it comes to like losing people out of your life who you love, I mean, with some people, let's be honest, with me, like, there's people who've gone maybe my age, a bit younger. I used to know them. I might have been friends with them for a few years or whatever. They've gone. And it's like, oh, God, wow. Really, I wouldn't. But when it's someone who's closer, like your family and things like that, especially someone you've been around with for a long, long time, like John has with his wife, partner, who he obviously... I mean, for God's sake, come on, we saw him that night. So you're talking about love there, you know, and loyalty and things like... Imagine that. I mean, God knows how many years. I think he did say, can't remember. It was a long time, and then all of a sudden, they're gone.
Yeah.
And you're at that age, and you think, in the past, like has just said, thick skin, you know, whatever, and all that. All of us. Name me one person who hasn't, right? And then you get older and realise time's running out for one, for us all.
Neil Robinson has put a comment in there.
People around you.
Exactly. You know, you just hit on something that I said I was thinking, and you reminded me of an old saying. It's like, the older you are, older age brings a gentler hand. And what that basically means is when you're young, you feel like you're invincible. You feel like you can take the world on. You don't really care. But as you get older, if you have some sense, let me put that in there. As you get older, you mature, you become wiser, and then you begin to realize what means the most to you in life. It's family, it's good friends, it's stuff like that. And I'm enjoying this conversation because you made me think of something else my mother said. Because I used to get emotional when I was younger, and some people would call me a sissy. But my mother told me, she says, I will always have respect for a man who's not afraid to cry. Because a man who's not afraid to cry isn't afraid to show you his emotions. And when somebody shows you their emotions, you know who they are. And that's always stuck out in my mind. So I respect a man who cries any day, because that is the man I know who's going to be honest with me, and woman for that matter.
Yeah.
Somebody who's walking around tough, you're not going to get it all. So, you know.
Do you know what, James? Honestly, do you know what? Spot on, absolutely. Real people will show the real your natural way of being.
Exactly.
If you hold it in, you're not being natural. And why are you doing that? What are you afraid of? For what?
Right. Let me just go back to that one that you just said there, Dina, because Neil Robinson put a comment up that describes me to a T. Right. He said he finds it hard to cry in front of others, but he doesn't consciously bottle it up. It's being a rock for the others. And I think that's where I were. Yeah. You've been a rock for the others that's going through the same emotions that you are, but they need somebody that little bit stronger. So therefore, if you're trying to be that bit stronger, you're not showing your emotions.
Right.
But you might show your emotions in private, you know, with yourself or whatever afterwards. But in public or whatever, you've been that rock for those people that are not as able to sustain those emotions, if you like. So I think that kind of describes where I was coming from when I said that, I was a thick-skinned bastard. I couldn't show my emotions. Yes, I could show them, but I couldn't show them at the appropriate time, if you like. But then going back to what Fusilier John did and the situation that I was going through, it kind of, like I said, it kind of snapped, and then, that's exactly it, and that's how it worked. And I'll go back. I mean, what Neil's just said there describes me to a T, and what John did that night, let's just say, it woke me up. Yeah.
Right. So, well, before it did, I mean, how many people? Probably all people. They know what they need to do, and they hold it back. I've very rarely been able to do that, and at times I think embarrassment it comes into it. No. Some people feel embarrassed to do that.
That was never that for me, mate. Never. I would never.
No, I'm not saying that, but that's one component of it. So that obviously for people who don't want to show that or feel like they can't, which means they're holding it back through sheer their own will force, not anything, not nature. You know what I mean?
So, I agree with everything both of you just said, because like that was a part of it, for me, although because my mother, I still didn't mind showing emotions. It's like, unfortunately, when I was growing up,
able to hold it back.
Yeah, unfortunately, like as growing up, we were just taught it's not manly if you cry. You're not tough if you cry. And that's what I come to notice. Society puts all these labels on people. They don't realize what works for you may not work for me. Sure, you don't want to cry, but I should be able to cry. And I can't read the name that I'm talking to, but I can understand what you were saying about being the rock, because you don't you want to be there for everybody else. But the thing to always keep in mind that even the rocks need somebody to be there for them too. Everybody needs to let it out at some point in time.
Taking the words right out of my mouth, because when I worked in Perth, it was always it was your job, so everyone had to come before you. You got paid very lowly for looking after people, if you like. And that was heartbreaking because there were groups set up saying "cur for curers," because the amount of stress what they go through, because they have to put everyone first before them. But the amount of times I've just gone into work, done 1 hour, and I've had to say I'm just going for a quick break. I'm going to go to the bathroom, whatever, because I've had to pour it out. You can't do that while you're working in front of. Well, you can. You know what I mean? That's the thing. You can. So people can't say I can't when they know they can, because it's the natural thing to do. So it's all about what James has just said. You can be tough, you can act tough or whatever, but at the end of the day, it don't matter how tough you are, how big you are, whether you're Tyson Fury or not. That guy came down with a mental breakdown. 6'8", whatever he were, world champion heavyweight boxer. No one had messed with him, if you know what I mean. And yet that guy broke down in tears, poured his heart out, etc., etc. Now, you wouldn't expect the toughest guy in the world to do that, would you? And at first, he wouldn't, just like all of us. But it does take a real man to come out with the real feelings, their emotions, what they're feeling, and whether it's a cry, whether it's just a sad face, whether you need someone to hug you, whatever kind of emotion you need, it all comes under that love thing, I think.
I mean, as you know, mate, I mean, I've just lost my grandma. When the service were going on, everything else, we carried the coffin in. That was that, himself, my son, and we sat there and went through the service, everything else. Really good service, brilliant. And then afterwards, my grandson said, he says, Granddad, he says, I've never seen you cry. I says, no, you won't have done. I says, but as you get older, you find that you're going to cry more. And he says, but why were you crying then? And I says, because that was my grandma. And I says, it was sad and everything else, and I'm going to miss her. She was 96. Right. And my grandson is a great-great-grandson. So he didn't really know her, as obviously he's only known her for 13 years, 14 years. I've known her for all my life, obviously. And he says, Grandad, he says, I've never seen you cry. And I says, well, it's not, it's a case of crying through sadness, but it's also a case of crying through remembering what you had as well. It's a happy and a sad thing, if you like.
I know exactly what you mean there, Biker. I know exactly what you mean, because I think we've all gone through a crying process, and it's gone from sadness, and then like at a funeral, someone might say, and you're aware with sadness and things like that, and someone comes over and says, hey, remember when that happened? You know, when he did that? You know, when she did that about a year ago? Wasn't that so funny? You'll carry on crying, but it'll go from sniffles, sadness to, I'm still crying, but yeah, I remember that. So you can feel that happiness as well through that emotion. So there's nothing wrong with crying whatsoever, because you can cry with happiness and sadness at the same time or separately. So there's nothing wrong with that natural. In fact, it's kind of a medicine. Would you agree?
Exactly.
I mean, when he asked me about me, he's not seen me crying, right? And I says to him, I says, the older you get, the more you're going to cry, because the more you're going to lose. And that's it. Because when I was younger, you're growing up, you're 16, you leave school, whatever. You grow up, everything's, the world's your oyster. And as you start getting older, I mean, I start being a biker, I used to lose a lot of mates at an early age. And I got used to death at an early age. And whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, I don't know. And then I started losing family members. I lost my granddad, I lost my grandma, then I lost my other granddad. And as life goes on, I lost more friends. I was involved in an explosion where I used to work when I was in the chemical industry. I lost 6 members of my team. And you go through that throughout your life, and you experience that sort of death. But now, people shouldn't experience that amount of death in their life, but they're going to experience death one way or another. And that's how you sort of, you condition yourself to knowing that as you get older, you are going to lose people. And you've got to condition yourself to that, because you know it's inevitable, it's going to happen. And then the final day comes when it's going to be you. And trying to sort of pass that thing down to your grandson to say, right, this is what life's all about. It's not all about all the good things and everything else. It's all about, this is life. This is what happens. You will lose people. You will lose people you love. And that is life. And that's what you've got to understand. You're 14-year-old. That's what you've got to understand. And I hope it doesn't happen to him for a lot of years before he first experienced it. I hope he's got the maturity there where he can deal with it. I think he's mature enough now to deal with it, in all honesty. But the older you are, the better you are to deal with it. It's never easy, but I hope that, that's where he gets. But that's how it is. In my opinion, the older you get, the more death you see, and the more able you are to deal with it, if that's the correct words to use. I don't know. Right, on that note, I'm going to say good night to you. It's now 10 past. I've enjoyed our conversation, mate. It's been really, really good.
Same here, my friend. I want to let you know that your mother is your grandmother is in a better place, and she's gone. She's gone, but you still have her in your heart.
Yeah,
And something that I read is, when you think about it, it went something like this: mourning, the state of mourning never really goes away. You
never.
just learn how to move on without them.
It
And
never
that's what I
stops.
think it is. Yeah, that's what I think it is in the end. You just learn to take it one day at a time, That's,
That's
oh my
exactly.
God. You learn to take it one day at a time. And that's what life is all about, taking it one day at a time and trying to be better today than you were yesterday and better tomorrow than what you are today. And
Yeah,
stop being afraid to tell your loved ones that you love them. That's one of
that's
the biggest things I can't stand. Tell your
it.
family and friends that you love them.
Yep, exactly. Right. James, it's been a pleasure tonight, mate. Absolute pleasure. I'm going to get you blushing again here, mate. I can
Yeah,
see
you
it.
better give me
I can
Let us
see
know
it
when
going.
you're blushing, though, James.
Right. James, honest, it's been an absolute pleasure, and I hope I see you again next week. I hope to
I'll
God
be
you.
looking forward to it. I'll be looking forward to it, and I hope you have a wonderful week until I see you again.
Excellent, and the same to you, mate. Dino, thanks for tonight, mate. You've had your ups and downs tonight with your internet. It's been shite, but the last few hours have been good. Fucking brilliant tonight, mate. Everybody in the chat, your comments are superb. Your backing for Fusely and John has been brilliant. Your comments towards me have been good. I'm really, really impressed with tonight's live. It's been one of the best, in my opinion. So I'm going to say good night to everyone in the chat. Good night to you two on the panel. Twat in the chat, signing off. Good night and take care. Love you all. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Good night, you. Wow, the best co-host on YouTube. Thanks so much, Biker. I'll see you on. I'll speak to you before then, but I'll see you on Tuesday. Thanks so much, mate. Wow, brilliant! What a chat! What an absolute superb live tonight. Brilliant. All down to you guys. Like I say, I just click the button on, off. That's it. Do you like my new intro though? I did that. Right. Okay, we got Sandra. I've seen you in there. How are you doing, Sandra? Right. Okay. I don't want to really cause any controversy at this time in the morning, but yeah, shady and things like that. Sandra, God's sake, feel sorry for you. Yes, Eamon, it's been a great live. We've had James in. Still got him in. And it's been so mellow, honest, peaceful, loving, informative, you name it. Breath of fresh air. Birkin Mad 8, thanks so much. Raj is still in the arrow to the knee. Sorry, James, I'm just looking back through the chat because it's been so
That's all right.
enthralling. I've
Take
missed
your
out on
time.
people. I'm ignoring them. It's all your fault. I'm ignoring. Right. Who says James should come in every single live as long as he can make it? Everyone's going to say yes, but right. No point me asking. Can I come in for it? I'll tell you what, David. I'll put the link up and I will go till 1:45. David is a nice guy. There you go. Thank you very much, Sandra. It means a lot. Thank you so much. It's what we're about on here.
Yeah.
You know, let's talk real. Let's talk, you know, on a level. There's never an argument unless something comes up and I've got to defend myself and things like that, which I will. But tonight has been the perfect live. I have had shit backstage. I always do, but I didn't entertain it. But I've had the perfect guests on, the perfect chat. I can't believe my luck, really, doing lives. I really can't. I've got the best people on YouTube in here. David Scott's going to come on now, James. I don't know if you're familiar with David. He's a bit stupid. He's a bit daft.
Hey, I'm not that
daft. Yeah, you are. Stop lying.
Well, you know.
Have you met James before, David?
No, this is the first time meeting him.
You're joking. Well, I'll tell you what, you get talking to him because you won't be able to get enough of the guy, I tell you.
Hi, James. Nice to meet you, mate.
Same here, mate. Always good to meet you. As you could probably tell, I have an accent, so I'm from America. Yeah. But nice to meet you, as always.
Awesome.
Yeah, I don't know that much about. No, I shouldn't say that. I know somewhat about the UK, but like when y'all start talking about Midlands, Upper Midlands, Lower Midlands, I don't know too much about that. But I will say, from the pictures that I've seen of London, it reminds me a lot of New York City.
James, have you any idea of the population of New York? London's. Can anyone tell me the pop of London? Because
it's about 5,000 in London. Something like that.
Million.
5 million. I'm not. I used to know New York's population is in the millions too, though.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I
think like, New York's bigger. It's more widespread than London. London surrounds itself by the Thames within. Oh, God
whereas
knows,
New York's got more cities and stuff on it.
Mm-hmm.
Similar though. Similar. Multicultural, right, James?
Exactly.
New York, you've got the Irish, you've got the Italian, major contingents of that city, I believe.
Yeah, the Puerto Ricans, the Africans, and even within the blacks, you've got the Haitians, the Jamaicans, the Trinidadians.
A world within a world. Yeah. Yeah.
There you go. That's it. That's it.
And, as long as we all get on, as long as we all realize, despite what we've been classed as or labeled as or whatever, I mean, come on. The bottom line is, we see marriages where you've got mixed marriages, you've got, it is a togetherness, but you still got that racist element to it as well. That's something we need to conquer, and I think we're having a good go at that.
We're all one at the end of the day.
Some people take advantage of certain places and things like that. Fair enough. We can deal with that to a certain degree. But I've known people from different backgrounds. I'm different. I'm from a different background.
I know a lot of people from different.
We're all from different backgrounds. So what's the difference?
There isn't.
The difference is we're being told what to be, how we should be. And where we're from is that way, and where we're from is a better way. And think, is it?
And it's not. It's all the
according
same,
to them when it comes to their system of just complete slavery. Really, I think. But yeah, for me, we're all one.
Yeah,
I've always thought that, and that's it.
Exactly.
We are one.
We are one.
Exactly.
And it could be the 1%, but no, I don't mean that. I don't mean the 1%. I mean we are one, and we are the 99%.
Yeah, exactly. They say we have differences, and we do have differences, but we also have a lot of similarities. I think we should talk about our similarities just as much, if not more, than we talk about our differences. We all bleed red. I've seen people from many different colors experience poverty. I've seen a few people of different races with money. There's good and bad in everybody, so we all really are one. If you stop and you think about it, there's really only one race, and that's the human race, if you really think
Yes.
about it. So, I mean,
It's just a shame that we all
That is
fight
it. That is
sometimes.
the bottom line. I mean, do you know what? It sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? Today,
yeah,
we're all the same. We're all one, and yet we get all this class label. We all get this, and it makes people think, yeah, really, they are like that, and maybe it affects us,
Do you know who it is,
them.
Dino?
No,
It's the
no.
government trying to divide us.
Yeah, us and
exactly.
them is a different thing, David. Yeah, and they're putting across to us as it's us against each other.
When it's
Well,
not.
maybe it's coming across that way. They've done a bloody good job on us
They have.
in that sense. They really fucking have, and it's so. I feel so angry about that. But yeah, the reality is, we are one group of
Exactly.
people, and we've been separated by a bunch of people who brainwashed us into making us think in a certain way.
We've been ridiculed.
We are looking at
Yeah,
each other now more as equal, and
yeah,
they don't like it.
We're
exactly. I'm
fighting
enjoying this
back.
conversation.
The people are waking up and fighting back.
Exactly. I'm enjoying this
David,
conversation.
James, I don't know if you're aware, but me and David's gay, right? Now, me and
Oh,
David, it's something no one on mainstream would get away with, right? But I get away with taking the piss out of a gay man, right? Now, there's no
yeah.
one get away with it. I don't know how we've got away with it.
I have no idea, Dino. We
I'll
just
take the
clicked,
piss
don't
out of
we?
David. He's a gay man. We are one. We are one. And even David is like, some of us have got issues with gender, and even David as a normal gay man has agreed, disagreed, has got into the conversation of maybe some things have got out of hand with gender and things like that. We've spoke about this subject before. It's quite heavy. We'll not go into it. But it's so refreshing to talk to someone with a sound mind about a subject which he's involved with, and he starts agreeing with things that other people who are not gay, like myself, find things absurd, and we move on by talking about that, and it's so refreshing and lovely and nice
And I'm
to
only
speak to
28
a
to
guy like
27 as
David
well.
about it. It really
Well, you,
is. Let's keep real,
well,
guys.
it's funny because I like everything that both of you guys have said. And once again, it's nice to meet you, David,
And you
because
too, mate.
it, it's like you over here, you have Democrats and Republicans, and they would have you think we both hate each other. But what I found when I've talked to some Republicans, we actually agree on a lot of things. And you'd be surprised, like a lot of people, like you two, share a lot of the same views, the same things in common. But to go back to what both of you said earlier, it's the government that wants to keep us divided. If you look at the media, you'll hear something negative before you hear something good.
Positive.
Yeah, exactly. It's like y'all might I forgot the word you used earlier, but over here we say program or condition. It's like they use certain words to condition us to make us hate each other. And that's to take our focus off of sticking together because they know that if we're unified, we're stronger. And also, what I found out about the government likes to create like these divisions, and I also call it diversions to take our focus off of what's really going on behind the scenes. Think about all the stuff that we might be talking about now in the world, stop and ask yourself, what are they not talking about? What's going on behind the scenes? So
They're
politicians,
scared. That's why. They're scared.
exactly.
That's why.
Politicians are all about division and
Yeah.
diversion. Always remember that.
Completely agree with you, James.
Yeah, spot on, James. And I've always said, I'm quite a deep guy. I can get into some crazy conversations or whatever, but I honestly believe that governments and people like that, they're puppets and they come across as fools and clowns, which is maybe their role, part of it anyway, even though they've got a certain kind of power, or quite a lot of power. But I still believe there are people or groups or entities who are above these guys, who pass down what they have to do to us. I really do believe that. I can't believe that these guys who stand in Parliament or whatever are actually the main guys who are sorting our lives out. I don't
Can I just
believe that.
say? Can I just state an opinion here? I think we would actually do better in Parliament than what they're doing right now.
Oh, yeah.
David,
we would fight for the people where they're not. You know what I mean?
absolutely spot on, mate. Which makes you wonder where are these guys getting their information from? Because every time you see them speak, wherever it may be, mainstream, Houses of Parliament, whatever, they're always reading from a script. Well, why can't they do what we do now? Look at the screen,
Speak
look
from
at
our
each
minds.
other, read the chat, and just come straight out with what we think. No fucking script.
No bullshit.
So
You know,
they've got a script. They have to tell us certain things and bring it in at the right time in order for them to progress for their own ends.
this brings up a good point.
But yeah.
I'm
Right, I'm
trying
going to look off for a minute and leave you to it.
Okay, I'm trying to think of how I want to approach it. But basically, like people, like a lot of times politicians say things to get elected. They tell people what they want to hear. And what I'm trying to say is like, I think people, we need to stop taking that tell me what I want to hear approach, and we need to start taking it just tell me how it is approach. Just be honest. And that's what I'm trying to get at is don't be cuddled, just give it to me how it is. And I
Just
think
give it
some
straight.
people fall exactly, and I think some people fall into that trap of, well, I just want to hear something that makes me feel good. I just want to hear something that I like. No, tell me something, the truth. Whether it's good or bad, just put
Do
it
they
out
want
there.
permanent? They want temporary. That's all it is.
Exactly. I couldn't have said it better. A temporary lie is only temporary happiness. So that's all it is.
Yeah.
So, it's really quite sad when you think about it, though, because if you think about it, like you said earlier, we could do a better job than them, but they're the ones in control. And so, it's just crazy how the system was set up. It's like set up so that only a certain group of people make money, only
Well,
a
like you
certain
said earlier, the
group make the
system's
rules.
set up in divisions, isn't it? Like you said earlier. So,
and I was just thinking about like how I don't know about over there, but like over here, Congress makes the laws, right? But at the same time, they put like certain loopholes in the law so that if they themselves break the law, they can find a way around it. And it's just got me thinking, it's
it's the
really
same over
interesting
here.
how when you make the laws, you can manipulate the laws.
Yeah.
And it's just crazy.
See, if we did that, we'd be arrested, where they wouldn't. So it's like it's
Exactly.
one rule for them and one rule for us.
Exactly. I knew this guy, he was a prosecutor. His son hit somebody in the head. The guy's busted, head was busted open. He had to get some stitches. All his son got was like some community service. If
Is
I
that it?
had done it,
That is
if I
crazy.
Yeah, if I had done that, I would have been put in jail. I would have had to pay to get bond when I went to court. I would have been put on probation. I would have probably had to take anger management. I would have had to pay court costs, you know.
Yeah.
But that's how it is. And I'll tell you something else while I'm thinking about it. If you really think about it, the justice system is set up to make money. That's all it really is. And I was
The
sitting here and
justice
I never
system is a load of bollocks, mate. That's what the justice system is.
there I couldn't have said it better. I was thinking
That's all it
somebody
is,
told me,
mate. It's a load of bollocks.
it made me think about like the fear, the justice system is about fear and intimidation also, but it's like subliminal. So you think about it, this policeman shows up. He doesn't look like a regular guy. He looks like a soldier. So you're already like intimidated into like talking to him or you're scared of him. Or like say you go to court, right? You're standing there looking up at the judge like the judge is some kind of god or something, and he's looking down at you like you're meaningless. So again, that fear and intimidation is there, and you don't even know it. It's like subliminal messages. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah. It's crazy, isn't it? It's crazy.
Yeah, yeah. And the system is set up to get us in so many ways. We don't even
Neil
see it.
Robinson, sorry, James. Neil is an absolute great member of this live in the chat, and he put some fantastic quotes, comments, questions up.
I love Neil.
Yeah.
He's wow tonight, Neil. But this one, because we said we are one, I think we agreed on that. You put that in, controversial spin on it. Nice one. You don't think we are all one. We are individuals. Yes, of course.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Some of us get on, some don't. That's why we're individuals. And it's per to nature as well. It's all about how we deal with not getting on. And I've always said the best thing we can do politely and sincerely and maturely is to, at the end of the day, no matter what the subject or whatever, we agree to disagree, and that is it. As far as I'm concerned, Neil, even though we are all individuals and we do disconnect, and all these words, discrimination, racism, all these labels that's put upon us, I still believe we are one, even though we are individuals. We're all in the same position. Hence,
we're all the same race, right?
Hence the labels, the things that are put to us, and it's like that's where we start to disagree and things like that. So, as an individual, of course, absolutely, but at least we're disagreeing with each other. But at the same time, I think most of us who are at oneness, if you like, and James mentioned spirituality earlier on, right? I believe that's a major element to the oneness, if you like.
Can I also add to that, Dina?
Despite our differences, we are still the majority on. Whereas we're getting told one thing and that's it. That's where you're going and that is it. We are questioning it. We're not saying yes sir, no sir, 3 bags. A lot of us are, but it's like we've still got difference of opinion and things like that, and you've got to guide that into each other and blend it into with each other and things like that. And at the end of the day, agree to disagree at the worst. But I do believe we are one, and because that,
can I add on to that, Dina?
Of course.
At the end of the day, we're all the same race, right? It don't matter what color you are, what background you're from, what ethnic you're from. We're all the same, aren't we?
And can I just add on to that? Can I add on to that real quick?
Sure,
See, Neil, I love your question. I love your comments. I love all of you here. What the heck? All of you are great people, and I enjoy discussions like this. What this makes me think of is proud and pride. And what I mean is like I can be proud of who I am as an individual, but when I start thinking I'm better than other individuals, then I become prideful. So it's great for me to be an individual, but I have to be careful enough not to begin to think I'm better than other individuals. I should want to see myself as equal to them, not above or beneath them. So that's a subject of proud and pride. Again, I can be proud to be an individual, but I can't become so prideful that I start thinking I'm better than other individuals. If that makes any sense.
Yes. The way I see it, God made us all as the same. Women, men, we're all the same.
Mm-hmm.
Don't matter.
There was a parable. This man was asked, well, how do you feel about your wife? Or how do you feel about your friend? He says, the way I see it, my wife and my friends aren't walking in front of me because they're not ahead of me. They're not walking behind me because I'm not ahead of them. We're walking beside one another because we're all equal and we're all on the same accord.
I like that quote.
Yeah, absolutely. Neil has been superb tonight. His questions have been deep. They've been just as well. A mandate. Right. I don't know. I don't think so, Neil. I think the mandate, the power over us by the people in power. I think that's what you might be getting at. Correct me if I'm wrong. But what I was saying was, with us being individuals, we all are people in power and things like that. But they all get told what to do, just like we do.
Yeah.
And if we don't follow them rules, we're punished in some way.
Yeah, we're reprimanded
on what we do. Even if you don't, all you have to do is go against what these powerful people say, and that's enough for you to get punished.
Taking away our freedom of speech.
You know, if you miss your rent for a couple of weeks, you're punished for it. You know, you've got money on top of that you have to pay because you haven't paid before and things. It's ridiculous. It really is. So, yeah, Neil, I get you, but I still think when we said we are one, I still believe in that. And by nature, we're all individuals. We agree, we disagree, and things like by nature. But for God's sake, when it comes to these people in power, we either have to disagree or agree, and if we disagree, we get punished for it.
You can't be different in society today, otherwise you get punished for being different, which is really sad.
Yeah. So if everyone was one together, you know, as individuals, if we all went, yeah, well, that's where I come from, and well, that's where I come from, and yeah, I agree with you. Well, I don't quite agree with that, and I disagree. Well, let's talk about it. Okay, I get you know a bit more. Yeah, I didn't realise that way, and we're all talking and things like that, you know. And we're all getting on, and then we all find that similarity as no matter what class you're in, how much you're earning, and things like that. We all agree that no matter all them life circumstances, we're all in the same position.
Yeah.
If you like, even though some people can get more comfort out of life than others, for me, that's done materially. So someone could have a nicer car than your neighbour. You know, things like that. It's not real. It's not natural. So, yeah, I do think we are one as individuals.
See, me, I'd rather a debate any day over than the fight in it. I love a debate. I love debating. Can't get enough of that.
And see, you brought up another good point when you said materialistic, because I know a lot of people who have nice homes, nice cars, but they aren't happy. So yeah, they might have more than me, but they're still angry. They still uptight. They still working like a dog to pay it off, and that's just the government's way of putting them more into debt to make money off of them. So
Yeah.
again, it's
But
all about manipulation.
you know what they
It's
say,
the
bro?
same
Money,
thing,
money can't
James.
buy you
It's the
happiness.
same things. We're all it is. We're in different conditions, different circumstances because of money. Money.
Exactly.
That's all it comes down to.
Exactly.
The major control of well, we used to call it paper, but I mean it's not now, is it? It's fucking plastic, like everything else in the world. Plastic. But yeah, it's still money, man-made, printed. When there's a recession going on, people think, oh no, there's not enough money floating about. How can we cope? It's a recession. For me, it's like when they stop printing the fucking stuff.
Do you know what I say? Take me back to the man cave days where we all had no problems and we just got on with it.
And another part of it too is control. They control us with that, and stuff like that. And what stuck out in my mind, Dino, when you were talking earlier, you said if we say something, the leaders would come after us. And it just got me to thinking we should be able to agree to disagree. I mean, that's how you learn and grow, by having differences of opinions. You might say something that might make me sit down and think, and I might say, wow, I never thought of it like that. So that's how we learn and grow, by having differences of opinion. And what I'm trying to get at is something is wrong if you say something that I don't like, and my first instinct is to try to take you out. Something is just wrong there. Why aren't you allowed to have a different view? What makes my view more important than yours?
It doesn't.
Exactly.
I
So
think
it's all about power.
that word allowed is quite an operative word. Allowed. Why are we not allowed that? How come we are allowed that? Yeah, that's a control factor.
Exactly.
Right. So these guys, when they're in the guys in power, the ones we rely on, the ones who promise change, the ones who promise this and that, who are always wrong. When we're going to fucking learn, guys, right? They're the ones who said this is the way it is, and we go along with it. We believe it, knowing, hang on, it's not right. That it doesn't suit me. I don't feel right. I feel sad about it. I'm going to get less. I'm not going to be able to cope anymore the way they put. But I'll still vote for the other side who sound like they're going to make it better. But no, you know what I mean. So
the frustrating thing is
these
that you
guys,
can't
what these
express
guys
that
are saying is these guys will never agree to disagree. They will say that is it. You're doing it. That is it. And we will go, well, we disagree with that. Well, I'm sorry, but that's the way it is. But don't you, what do you believe? I mean, you're telling us that, but I mean, come on. And it's like, no, you come on. So it's fucking ridiculous. You're being ordered, dictated to live your life because they don't want you to be an individual, Neil. They don't want you to be as one. And you can only be one as an individual.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you something.
Do you know what I say? Let's make unity and let's fight back.
You know what's so funny,
David? Let's do it. We can only do it with words, right?
Yeah,
for now,
still,
right? It won't be our generation what does it. The important thing is for me is you pass it down, right? No, my parents have gone now, but I will say this: I never felt the physical, emotional side of things, but I was looked after in other ways.
Well,
I think that's missing. It's missing a lot because people have relied too much on the system, on money, on good times, and trying to forget about the bad times by either taking drugs or getting material things and things like that. Forget real life. Even though it's there, it's like, no, I can't handle it. A lot of people can't.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
I mean, I know I'm only young, but I know what's going on, and I want to learn a lot and help my generation through that, so they know what's going on, so they
It's
can't
scary,
get
isn't it, though?
pushed.
It's scary. If you
Yeah,
stand out as an individual, right, which we all are, but not everyone, but most people fall into the crowd, if you like, or the gang or whatever. So the ones who don't want to, and they stand back a bit, and it's like, well, I want to learn this subject, and I want to do this further on in life, and all these guys are bothered about is going about bad things and fighting and things like that. So I don't want to get involved, but it's like, if I don't,
Well, you know,
peer pressure, if you like,
you know
then you get
something.
older and wiser. Oh, you can either fucking stick with it. And I've seen people my age, 10 years younger, older, and it's like they can't break out of that immature way of going about things. It's really sad. It
people
really is.
they need help,
They,
but
they, they don't know how to talk to people. They don't know what to say. They won't move on with things. They'd rather stay in that bubble.
mm,
They're
I'm gonna tell you.
uncomfortable if they
I'm gonna
go
tell you.
outside of
I'm gonna tell you something though. I don't want you to kick me though. Now, you know, a lot of people like using that word free, but if you really think about it, a lot of it is really just an illusion. Everybody is subject to something. You think about if you have a job, you've got to show up to work every day. You think about the IRS. Well, over here it's the IRS. Y'all might call it the tax department. You've got to pay taxes. So if you really think about it, and in a sense, freedom is really just an illusion. And I leave you with this funny statement that I heard in a song. The man said, me and three of my buddies, we were sitting there laughing and talking about how free we are and how nobody can tell us what to do. Meanwhile, we sitting there waiting for a traffic light to tell us when to go. So there you go. I'm beginning to think freedom is just an illusion.
Yeah.
we never
No,
have
you're
freedom.
right, mate.
Let's
And
be
it comes
honest.
across in Hollywood movies and TV programming and things like that. It gives you this false illusional world of
Yeah,
everything's great and things. You know what? In reality, it's not. Think about it. Homelessness, poverty, wealth. It does not add up at all.
people committing
Ian
suicide
is superb. I
because of
love
it.
Ian. He put some great comments in. Ian, Utopia. Right. We never mentioned Utopia, I don't think. We'll never get that. Excuse me. We'll never get that. That is a fantastical word.
Mm.
So we know we're not going to get that, Ian. Often it can't be often because we haven't got it. A nightmare. Well, we haven't got it. So utopia is the opposite of a nightmare, right?
Yeah.
I'm not having a go at you. I'm trying to break your comment down. Imagine, okay, which is not reality, imagination, okay, everyone being the same and no conflict. What kind of conflict? We're always going to get conflict, right? Now, conflict at the extreme is war, weapons, and all that to the
Different
extreme.
religions.
Conflict, we can have conflict right now. James, David, and myself and I, right? We could have a conflict right now, and I reckon we could sort it out. And the worst we could come up with, us three, tonight, this morning, would be I disagree with you, but I agree to disagree with you.
Yeah,
And that
because we're
is it.
men.
That is the best form of conflict where we can solve things without agreeing.
We're men. We're men, and we don't fight about it. We can beat about
And we
it.
can move on from that because if
Yeah.
someone said something to me where I disagreed and I'd never heard it before, or I only heard part of it and I never heard, I didn't, right, James has just said that to me, but I never realised that. I know about the subject, but he's just learnt me something. Do I agree with it? I'll go away and think about it. So you tell me that's not progress, where someone can come out with one sentence, like David or James or John Smith or whoever, Jack Jones, and they can totally be conflicted by what your thoughts are, and yet come out with this one sentence or even one word, 2 or 3 words, and they can make you think. And the man in you will go away and think about it. If you're not a real person, not a real man, you'll dismiss it straight away and not give it a thought. So yeah, I think talking to each other, bringing up stuff we've not learned before, or bringing up stuff that you could be biased against, and someone's challenged you with, they might have said a few words which you would have never have thought popped up in your mind before. This is a stranger. Wow, I never thought of that. But I'm not going to admit it in front of them. I'm too proud. But I will go away and think about it.
Don't be selfish. Learn about it and carry on with it next time.
Yeah, you don't even have to come back and say, I'm sorry about that. I've gone away and thought about it. I've read into it, and I think you're right. I think a lot of people wouldn't come back and do that. But as long as you think that, But Ian, thank you. And you know what? I know he won't take offence. People know what I'm like on my life. Thanks so much, guys. I really appreciate you coming in, all your positive comments. I've had loads of shit early doors. I knew I would anyway, of a particular person in particular. But as far as I'm concerned, it's been one of the best lives yet that I've ever done. We're going into about 80 lives now. I've met many new friends. Not had many American friends in, but I have now.
Big up, James.
A breath of fresh air, James has been. And a lot of people have come in and said, do you know James? I didn't hear of James before, and I apologise for that. But the amount of people, that first night, and I would go, who's this guy? And then eventually, and then the amount of people who come in and said, James, yeah, he's a good guy, and he's been on Such a Body, he's a good guy, he talks sense and all that. So hopefully you will be a regular, mate, on Tuesday and Friday, or whenever you can make it. You've made so many people happy tonight, and it's so nice to hear someone with a brain who talks sense, and not just that. You can have a good laugh and banter and bring up any topic and talk sense. So amazingly, you fit in well. And James, are you blushing?
Yeah, I'm blushing.
You're blushing right now, are you? I could tell. You guys, you asked me how I could tell whether James were blushing or not.
You can see the redness in his face.
I've just seen the colour of his skin.
Oh, you can see it? Oh, man.
Yeah.
How do you know he's blushing? Look at him. Look at him.
Oh, my
He's gone
God.
all silent, bless him.
Oh, my.
James, I do take it that far. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Listen, I have enjoyed, and I will continue to enjoy myself on your panels and in your chat. I enjoy all the wonderful people in chat. I want to thank you all for being here too, because you all made my night. And I can't thank you all for enough for the warm, wonderful words. See, I'm nervous because now I'm getting tongue-tied. But thank you for the warm welcome, the kind words. It means so much. Those little things like smiles and kind words make a big difference. So thank you very much.
No, we're not making it up though. We're not ass licking. We're not anything like that. Not on here. No, we're not. If you are ass licking, you can fuck right off.
You know
they know this. They know this. You couldn't be in better company, James. I'll tell you right now. Honestly,
I can. I can definitely tell. Like I said, I appreciate the kind words, the warm welcome. The chat has made me feel welcome the both times I've been here. Dino,
Do that,
you've
Jim.
been wonderful. David, you've been wonderful. I think it was Bikereddie, he was wonderful. I have enjoyed all of the people that I've come in contact with here. And I'll tell anybody, if I am a wonderful person, it's because of wonderful people like you who make me a wonderful person. So keep being
James,
yourself and give yourselves a pat on the back. Yes.
James, I'm always wonderful, mate. I don't judge anyone by the book. You are who you are at the end of the day, mate. That's it.
Yeah,
Exactly.
James has certainly made a lot of people happy in this chat tonight, for sure. For sure. Right, I've got some before James, don't go yet.
Okay.
I've got Plod's on.
Oh, blood.
How you doing,
Better
Dino? How you doing, David? And
You're
how
right,
you
Blood.
doing, James?
Hey, how you doing?
Not bad, mate. Not bad. Sorry, you can't see my icon, Dino, except I'm on the iPad at the moment. So I do apologise for that.
Excuses, Blood.
No, Dino knows I've had a couple of things going on tonight, okay, and that's why I've sort of not been on so much.
Fair enough.
But I have been listening, and it's been an absolutely fantastic conversation that's been going on. I just want to jump back a little bit to a conversation you were having about 10 minutes ago, and that was, regardless to what we do, there's only a very, very small percentage. You're talking about literally 0.5% or 1%, however they want to look at it, that are not in debt. Okay, every one of us, apart from a selected few, are in debt in some form or way. But then also as well, what's happened is when you look at the events of over the last 2.5 years to 3 years, exactly what all governments in the world wanted, okay, which is a complete paperless society.
Yeah.
Right? And it's just another way of completely controlling the average working person. Okay, and now where it's all electronic, everything we do now, they know exactly where we are, what we're doing, what shops we're in, how we're spending, okay, and that is how they're monitoring everything that we do.
Do you know what? That sounds really scary, Plug, but it's so fucking true. It's unbelievable.
Yep.
Well, you know, I'm enjoying what you just said because I just threw it out there. People say nobody controls me. It's not about control. Oh, wait a minute. Let me go out and get. Yeah, let me run out and get this cell phone, which acts as a GPS system that can track my every move, even when I'm sleeping. They control us in ways we don't even know, and that's what's so sad and scary.
But James, it's not just that. Let me ask you now, okay? I'm presuming you have a mobile phone, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you have a tablet?
Tablet, yes, but I don't use it.
Okay, but you have one though, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Then you've got a laptop or a desktop, yeah?
No.
Okay. Well, everything that you've got, okay, has automatic tracking cookies, and all what they do is they will get hold of your device and they will be able to tell you exactly where your device was, how long you were on it for, and everything else. And people don't realize, okay, all of these things are what people need to turn off on all their devices.
Yeah.
I agree with you 100% because I don't have like a laptop, but I have a cable and the cable is connected to a modem. And guess what? All I have to do is go on my mobile cell phone and it'll tell me if that device is on or off. But the scariest part is it'll also tell me like my address. It'll tell me the account. And by telling me the account, it tells me my phone number. So all of that is right there connected. Even when you and then you can't figure out, well, how do hackers get all my information? Duh. Once you become electronic, it's all out there on the deep dark web. And again, that's just another way for the government to control you. Right now, I bet you Google can tell you that I'm sitting in my living room talking to y'all.
Do you know what
Well,
the scariest part
I
is? I
hate to
bet they're
tell
even
you,
listening
man.
to what we're saying.
I think Google will be able to tell you a little bit more than just you sitting down in your house. Okay,
You're
Google will most
probably
probably
right.
be able to tell you what arse cheek is actually hurting more, the left or right. Okay, the way that everything is.
You're probably right. As scary as it sounds, you are probably right.
And it's the same. It's like every time you look at everything. Now, I've spoken with David many times, and everybody knows that me and Dino are really, really good friends. Okay. Now, Dino, I'm going to ask you a question. Dino, don't hide from me.
Neil Robinson.
But Dino's like shit.
Right, Dino, can I ask you a question, please?
No. Oh, go on then.
Right. Think back to your first actual job. Okay, your first job, and how you got paid. Okay, how did you get paid from your first job?
In a little brown envelope with 48 quid in it for a week.
Yep. And your name
48 quid.
Yep. Okay. Now, when you look at that, now if we then actually come for approximately what year was that, Dino?
Are you taking the piss?
No, I'm not. Okay, I'm just trying to actually show something. Okay, so
are you trying to say I'm old?
No, I'm not. Okay, I used to get a fucking brown envelope.
What are you getting at then? How old were you when you had your first pay packet?
That would have been late 80s. Late 80s
really?
going on to the 90s.
Really?
Yeah.
You lying bastard. Late 80s. Who do you think you're fooling there?
Dino, just because you were around with the dinosaurs.
Don't start whining and whinging and coming up with excuses like you do. You're trying to tell me your first wage is in the late 80s?
Yes.
Whatever.
Why? When do you think it was?
Probably about 1987.
You're most probably almost bang right. I reckon it would have been about 87, 88.
Well, good for you. You got it right then, didn't you?
So what were you, 64, 65?
Do you realise I'm coming down to your place soon?
Okay. Now, James and David, all what I'm trying to actually show here is even right the way back to when we actually had brown envelopes, right? The way that they used to always make you sign for it and everything
Light brown.
It's just a way of always actually tracking you. And that was something that all companies were told. Now, if you didn't get a brown envelope and you just got cash in hand, okay, how it used to be, then that's how some people got away with it. But then if we then actually advance forward, okay, another, say, to like the mid-90s going to the 2000s, it was then automatic payments directly into your account. And there were still a lot of companies that still would give you your wages in your envelope at the end of the week or the end of the month. But then if we then advance further on to that, we then actually have it where it had to then be a certain type of account because the way then that they could track everything and do everything. And that's the way that they do it. And so when you look at the way that everything has evolved, it's evolved literally right away from that. And everything that we've got, and you look at the money, it's a man-made thing by that selected 0.5%, okay, of people that dictate to our society and dictate to what we do and put people in power who they want in power, not who we want, who they want.
Yeah, but that's wrong.
Yes, man or woman, that will do exactly as they're told.
But they shouldn't do that, though. They should let us decide, not them.
Yeah, but that's not the way it works at the moment, though, David. It should be that way. I agree with you. But because the way that money works, and it's a man-made thing, it's that selected few that have got that money that dictate to what happens in the worldwide power.
You know, it's funny. It's funny you just said that, because I was thinking back to when I first got paid, and they used to give us like checks, and I'd have to sign for the check to get the check, and then turn around and sign it. But over time, they came out with direct deposit, and what that basically is getting your money deposited into your bank account. And they started pushing it real heavy over here. So it's funny you said that, because that's what I was thinking about.
Yeah, and it is just a complete way of controlling us. It's like everything you do. It's like now the last time I was over in the States, I was in Sacramento, okay, which, as you know, is actually on the West Coast, and it's like when you look at everything in the way that it is here in the UK, it's like in London, you can't even pay cash to get on a bus, okay? It has to be via a card. Now, either a prepaid card that you actually buy your weekly or monthly ticket, or you can use your debit card, okay? Yeah. And that's the way that they actually monitor it. And and your bank card is your bank card, but then when you look at your Oyster card, they have to be registered, yeah, okay? They know it here, who it is, and it's just a way that they track everything that we do.
And you know what? It's funny you said that, because when I used to live in New York, they had this thing called the Metro card. That's what we used to catch the bus and the subway with. And you could pay in, well, actually, what you had to do if you wanted to ride the subway was you had to buy a token, and then you could use that token. But what they started encouraging people to do was buy these Metro cards, and you'd go to this machine and you put your card in, put the money in, and then they would add it to the card and you'd get it back. But every time, it didn't matter which machine you went to, whenever you got the card back and you got this receipt, it would show which machine you went to and which station you was at and the exact time. So it's funny you said that about the tracking, because you got me thinking about that now.
Yeah. But it's the same. You go into a supermarket here in the UK, and you actually do it every time you actually go and you pay at a supermarket. It's not just telling you exactly where you shopped, okay, which checkout you're on, okay. It gives the last four actual numbers on like an English card and everything else, and that's what it does. Everything is just about complete self and tracking, and that's what they've turned us to. That is because it's about them, because if they wanted to at any point, all what they have to do is press one button and they will just completely shut you off from every single bit of money that you own.
That's the scary bit about it, man.
Yeah. And that is all it takes. And it has happened before in the past where people have actually had it done accidentally. It's like, I remember I was reading, it must have been about 2 years ago, one guy that actually they marked him down as being deceased. And everything got frozen on him. And he then had to go through the whole process of trying to prove who he was.
Wow.
And it had to go to court and everything for him to prove that.
That is scary.
Yep. And that was the mistake that was made.
Well, it's funny you said that, because I'll say this, I might seem like a conspiracy theorist, but it almost seems like they have gotten us so dependent on technology that when they get ready, they could snatch it away and we would be helpless. And the reason I say that is because I remember back when I was growing up, we had to learn how to read a street map and learn our way around. But I, see people now using, like, if they want to go somewhere, they type in their address and it tells them how to get there. And I was thinking to myself, well, gee, if that satellite ever crashes, you'd be lost. You wouldn't know how to get anywhere. And the same, like when it comes to math, it used to be we had to sit there and figure it out. Now people punch it up on their phone. And again, if you take it away, it's like you taking our brains away. So it's almost like they're using technology to dumb us down and we don't even know it. And if they snatch it away, we would be helpless.
Yep.
Can I just, James? Sorry, someone's brought a comment up. Neil Robinson, who's been A1 tonight. Neil, thank you. The high street banks are trying to get into cryptocurrency.
Yeah.
And just going off what you've said, what do you think about crypto?
Right. Well, the first thing, I'm just going to jump back in on my actual laptop because my tablet is about to die. Okay. So what I'd do is just before I come off of the tablet, can you just repost the link for me, and then I can get it then on my actual tablet.
Yeah, I'll do that for you, mate, on Tuesday. Yeah. Has he gone? Yeah. Has he fucking
No,
gone?
I'm here.
He's still talking away.
Right.
I was waiting for you to put the link up.
Right. When you fuck off, I will. Right. No, I won't. I'm not putting no link up. I'm joking. I will. He's my best friend actually on YouTube. Right. I will speak because he won't shut up. Right. We'll plod. But excuse me. He is a great friend of mine, and he's got a big channel. And if anyone knows the law in this country, he does. I'm not saying he knows all of it, but he knows enough for what he has to do when he goes out there and do his job.
He's the man.
Job what he does, and like I keep saying, he is one of the best. He will never admit that. But you only have to watch his videos. You don't even have to understand the laws before you watch his videos. You will learn them at the same time the police do when he's out there. I'm not bigging him up. I am a bit, but he is my friend, so I don't want people thinking, oh, you're only saying that because he's your friend. No, watch his videos, listen and learn, and you'll get it. And I think we all need to learn from those videos. I have, and I've gone out there being influenced by them and learned a lot from them. I've tried to be like him a few times, but I can't get on that level like he is. So, but yeah, a lot of respect to him. He gets on my nerves. We do argue. We do fall out from time to time, but I test him a lot. But he is a gentleman as well, but he gets on my fucking nerves really bad at the same time. And you know it, mate. I'll still bring him on.
Right, Dino, I've got to go. I've got work in the
morning.
morning.
You can't go, David, yet. It's only 12 minutes past. You've got till 15.
Okay.
It's in the contract, mate. It's in the contract.
Yeah, it is. I did sign it.
We don't want you to go yet. You've got 3 minutes. Please keep smiling.
I'm a nurse, you know.
You're a nurse. What you saying? You got to get on duty or what now?
Not yet, no.
Or are you going to actually be working soon, David?
I am, yeah.
Oh, right. Well, in that case, you better get some rest before you do that amazing job that you do.
Thank you.
No, it's okay, mate. And you stay in touch.
Oh, I will. Don't you worry about that. I'll be on every Tuesday and Friday, like always.
No worries. I love seeing that smiley ears. Love it. We all do.
Yeah, and it's nice meeting you, David. And I hope that you have a wonderful night and enjoy your day at work tomorrow. And I
Thank you.
shall see you Tuesday.
You will indeed, mate. It's nice to meet you as well, man.
Same here, my friend. Same here.
Right. See you later.
Beautiful. Thank you, David.
You will.
See you next time.
Yeah.
Bye.
See you next time. Bye. There's only me and David could get away with that, James. Honestly, in the whole world, how dare you be homophobic? I'm not. I'm having a laugh with a gay man. For God's sake, people get a grip. God's sake. What's wrong with you? Like I've said tonight, like James must have blushed about 20 times. I haven't fucking noticed. Guess why?
Why?
See? Come on,
Well,
guys. Let's get back to it, man. Fuck these people who say we shouldn't be saying these things. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Look at us having a laugh about it, for God's sake. Is that not enough proof? Right. Who else is in there?
exactly.
Have you got nothing better to do, guys, than a Friday stroke Saturday morning, you lot, in that chat? No, you've not, have you? Good. Thanks for coming here. Brilliant. Best night you've had for a while. I think so anyway. Great live. Absolutely brilliant. You know what? We don't get many in, right? But we get enough in, and that's enough. You know? It's the quality, not the quantity. And that's what
I
we
was
had
just
tonight.
getting ready. I was just getting ready to say that it's not about quantity; it's about quality. You must have read my
Absolutely.
mind, man. I guess I'm an open book.
I just think, James, just like you and quite a lot of other people who come on the panel in the chat, I just think we're on the same, let's use the old-fashioned words, we're on the same level, same wavelength, whatever, you know? Let's
Yeah,
keep it at that.
same.
That's not a bad thing to say, is it?
No.
You know?
Yeah, over here we would say we're on the same page, we're on one accord, but it all means the same. So there it is.
Absolutely. David Scott, it's nice to meet you, James, mate. You'll meet him again, David,
Oh
because
yes.
he's going to be coming on here quite regular. I get that feeling.
Oh,
And we
well, you got a good
all want you
feeling.
here, James. You've been well loved and respected tonight, and that's all I could expect from these lot. They're absolute legends, the lot of them. Absolutely. Guys,
Well,
Neil, John, honestly, it'd take me half an hour at least to go through all these names who were
yeah, I
here
got a
every
good
single week.
feeling. I got a good feeling when I came here last week, and then I actually heard good things about you. So I was like, yeah, I got to come back.
It's been great. I was hoping you would actually after the last live, because that was a nice surprise, and I felt really shit because you were there backstage going, and I'm thinking porn bomber, and because I've been through so much of that, David, James, sorry. When I said that, I saw you going, and then it got to yeah. I'll use my instincts here. So anyway, it's gone perfectly since then. So hopefully
Well,
you will be a regular guy on here who
I
just
will. You know what the funniest thing is? Like, over here we have porn bombers. So what they
We
usually
have
do,
them here as well, mate. Don't worry
yeah,
about that. They're absolutely rife here.
yeah, and so what they do over here is they make you show your face, and they'll either make you show your face before they let you up, or they'll put on an overlay and then let you up. And so
Yeah,
I've just gotten used to showing my face. So
yeah, yeah. It's like there's nothing wrong with that. It's like just let me say goodnight to David. Okay, sorry I missed you, David. Except the link took forever to get put up. Okay, so I do apologise for that. And for all you guys, yep, Dino knows that I hate him bigging me up. Okay, don't forget. Okay, if it is your first time on Deanology, okay, don't forget to actually subscribe and to actually give him the thumbs up as well. Yeah, James, everybody knows that me and Dino are really, really good friends and we talk daily. And yeah, YouTube is a really weird place because if I didn't start my YouTube channel and Dino start his, then who knows? Would we have met? We don't know. We truly don't know. But from the first night that we actually spoke online, we just made a connection and we went from there. And when you look now, I've heard you, and I heard you talk on Dino's Live last week as well, and I'd sort of seen your name sort of pop up. And me and Dino did actually have a discussion about you.
Oh man! Oh.
No, honestly, James, it was absolutely wonderful, and exactly what Dino's already said to you is exactly what we said, and it was just. And I know he was very worried, as everybody that's got a channel should be, okay, really worried about people coming on and porn bombing them and having their channel taken down for no reason, all because they haven't got a life.
Yeah.
Right, and it's really sad that happened. And then when it all went the way that it did last week, I know how happy Dino was, and it's been great. Now, as I said, because I had other stuff going on tonight, all what I've been able to do is listen tonight. Up until now, and it's just been absolutely fantastic listening to everything. And as I've said, I've had many conversations with David as well. He is a young man, and exactly what people have been putting up, he is wise beyond his years, and he is, and he's a really, really great guy. And this is what it should be about. This is what it should be about.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying, because like I said, we have wonderful porn bombers over here. I was being sarcastic, by the way, when I said that. So I know exactly what you're saying, and I understood exactly why Dino did what he did. And like you said, this is what it should be about. It's funny because YouTube, like you said, can be a weird place. It can be a place where you find a lot of idiots and imbeciles, but it can also be a place where you meet wonderful people, you can learn and grow. So it all like depends on where you go and who you get to know and how you carry yourself. And like I said, I enjoy the warm welcome that I've gotten here. And it's like when I came here last week, I just felt the warmth and chat on the panel. I mean, I just felt good. I just got this feeling like, yeah, I got to come back when I can. And then, believe it or not, when I talked to Tony P, he was like, "Oh yeah, Dino is a good guy. He's a good guy." I was like, "Yep." So my senses was right. And so tonight, here I am.
But it's like, as I've been saying for a long time, and we all know, regardless whether or not it's like stuff that we do or it's other stuff that people can actually do, whether or not it's cooking, DIY, whatever, okay, it really makes no difference. The one way that I look at it is when I first started it, I did truly believe that there was what I would class as an altogether community, okay. To me, and I've said it a number of times, there is no actual community. There is no community because there's so many people that are out there just for their own reasons, okay, and that's all what they're actually in for, and that's fine, okay. If that's what they want to do, then that's fine. But then what I class as a community is exactly what's going on right now within the actual chat and on the panel. This is Dino's community. That's it, pure and simple. Right, and that is the way that I see it. This is the community that I see. It's like I don't go on any other lives. The only live I go on is Dino's. That's it.
Ronald.
Well, see, you notice what's happening here that you don't see on some of the other panels and channels. You have us actually talking to each other, actually having discussions. It's not some guy sitting up there for 40 minutes talking about himself and only bringing people up who agree with him. It's many different views coming out, and that's how we learn and grow. And we're talking to each other, not at each other. And that, my friend, is the difference you see here. It's organic and natural, and I love it.
Yeah. Now, I would tell you, and me and Dino laugh about it, but me and Dino have actually spoken on the phone for like 10, 11 hours. Okay. And that's the thing. We would just start talking about whatever it is. And before we know it, we've spoken about 20 different subjects, and we just bounce through so many different things. And we never have always start off, do we, Dino? Just a quick phone call.
Well, you know what that reminds me of? This guy over here in America, Midnight Rider. And I met him on panel the first time we talked for a couple of minutes, right? the next time we sat on panel and talked, after the panel ended, we sat backstage and talked for 6 hours straight. And I was like, well, what the hell? Where did the time go? It's like 2, 3, something in the morning. We talking to each other. And like, it's like with some people, you just have that bond. It's like, it just clicks, you know?
Yeah. It's like, I just want to bring up, okay, what Neil just put, okay? Oh my God, did you buy each other flowers? I will tell you, we don't buy each other flowers, okay? What it is, okay, is Dino knows that I love Cadbury's, okay? So he will get me something that's Cadbury's chocolate, and then I will then buy him something along the lines of like the vegan fruit pastels or something like that, okay? And that's what we do, okay? So we look out for each other, and that's what we do.
Believe it or not, James, right? Myself and Plod live 250 miles away. Something like that. And he's got a key to my place. I've got a key to his place. He doesn't have to say when he's coming up. I could probably walk in one day and he's sat here. And the same goes for me. Doesn't matter, doesn't care. There we are. You know,
and I would have done that a week and a half ago, but somebody left their key in the back of the door.
Listen, I told you, right? I can't get another
in the morning.
Or the key in the door. That one. Yeah, but you turn up and you go, Dino, I'm outside the door. Not like I'll be setting off this morning, Dino. Should be with you for 4 p.m. Like I'm here. That's what he's like, James. He's a pain in the fucking ass. Simple as that. But I love him. You know what I mean? I've been out with him doing so-called audits. I'm not an auditor, but he is. And I can't... When I've worked with him, I've tried my best. But when he gets going with no chance together, I have no chance anyway. He's just... I can't touch him. He's in a league of his own, whether he likes that or not.
Like, Dino, can we move on?
No, it's my life. I can say what I want. If you want to go, go. If you say anything bad about me, I'll kick you.
You broke his rib the last time you tried to wrestle a milk tray out of his hand. No, see, I won't go for milk tray.
Shut the fuck up for once, right? Right. We've been out together a few times. And he's had a right bollocking off me. I'll fucking tell you that right now. Right? You can see how tough he is, right? On a video, and I mean that. Right? But when he's finished, and I've been with him, and I can't get away anywhere, he's ruined it for me a few times. He knows it, and I've let him fucking know about it as well. So yeah, he is a tough guy, and he knows his stuff, and he will not take any shit from anybody. And that is a real life quote thing, what I've just said. Right, I know him. Okay, but at the same time, going back to individuality and being as one, a perfect component to that. And he's a gentleman at the same time. You know, he no matter how much I've gone on at him, he's never had a do at me back, really. And I've really had a go at him sometimes, and I felt shit after. And he just laughed it off.
Same here.
Whatever. You wouldn't think that, would you? You would not think that. You wouldn't, guys.
John B just put, it's a love-hate relationship. No, it's not a love-hate. It's just hate.
It's not. It's not, John. There's no hate in it. There's no hate in it. There's no jealousy either. It's just, he is a pain. He knows he is. So am I.
And I think that's why it works perfectly, Dino.
No, it doesn't work perfectly at all. Don't start.
Hey, Dino, do you remember what you were asking me? Now, James, you've heard Dino say a few times just now that he's been out a number of times with me. Yeah, he has. And what was really great is I remember Dino doing his first London audits. right? And the way that I sort of dropped him into doing certain things, and I there was one where we turned up. We had just done a few nicks, and we had actually been searched, and then we got to another one. But on the way over, I was listening to the Liverpool football game, and it was half time when we turned up at Lewisham, and I just turned around and went, right, you're doing this one by yourself, mate. I'm listening to the second half. Okay, I'll see you in about an hour or so. And he was like, an hour or so, and I was like, yeah, something will happen. I'll see you over there in about an hour. So I carried on watching the actual football. He went over. I'd finished watching the football and then walked over, and there he was being searched and everything else. And it was just absolutely hilarious. It was fantastically done. But Dino, do you remember what you were asking me? Now, you've seen when people sort of abuse certain laws and they always take your cameras off you and so on and stop the cameras, which they shouldn't be doing because that's tampering with evidence. But I have my first one coming up very soon where my rights were abused, but the camera kept rolling for the first ever time during the whole thing.
When is that going up?
That will be going up any time over the next 4 or 5 days. I've got a few, but I'm just sort of just flicking through them quickly. And as you know, whatever I film, I put up anyway.
Well, now I'm gonna ask you a question. What's the name of your channel?
Oh God, James, just you wait till you fucking tune into this channel. It's to plod or not to plod.
To plod or not to plod? Okay, all right, good. I'm gonna check it out.
I don't know if you heard me earlier on, and I've said it when he's not been on, so I'm not arse licking because he's got a fat arse anyway. It take me fucking ages.
Shut up.
But when you start watching his videos, and you will definitely learn more about English laws and things like that just by watching them. He is a guy who just watch him. You'll know what I've said tonight. You'll know what I mean by it. Won't take any shit. Knows the score. Has been abused, had his rights infringed, etc., etc. Always come out on top. Knows the game better than the guys who come up against him and things like that. And he makes people. He makes a certain group, a certain institution look so embarrassing. It's unbelievable. So yeah, I mean,
and you spell plot
in the world. He is one of the best in the world.
You got Mr. Blue and you got Molly. Okay, yeah, it's like where you guys have just put AB. Yeah, I've had a number of conversations with AB via email and that, and yeah, AB is really good at doing what he does, and as we know, AB's been around for a long time. Okay, he's almost like the godfather of auditing in this country for how long he's actually been around. And yeah, he's given me some sound advice. Okay, we've had a number of different email communications, and yeah, it's been really good to actually talk to people such as that. And yeah, it is really good. You just bounce different ideas off of people, and this is why it's always good to talk. And this is one great thing about Dino's channel. Is if you're going to come on and you're going to talk, fine. We talk as we are now. And as I've always said, if there's something that's going to happen, you can break down what somebody said. Okay, you can attack and break down the words in which they've used, but you don't have to attack the person.
Exactly.
You break the words down.
Exactly.
And that's the important thing about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, AB's just brilliant, as we know. He's definitely a character. His casualness, his persona, everything about him, his calmness, his comedy, if you like. He's so funny as well, the way he goes about things. He's just a natural. He's brilliant,
Yeah.
Yeah, John B, I agree with you. Dino is awesome in his own rights, without any shadow of a doubt. And this is the great thing that I love to do with this. And this was why, even though I could have quite easily have just carried on listening, and it's like, no, it's like I wanted to actually get a chance to speak with James as well. And it's always good to speak with David. And then I've then got to put up with Dino, but there's nothing I can do about that. It's his channel at the moment.
Well, don't talk to me again then. I might not even let you on next time.
So, James, you can see the way that me and Dino are, and this is why nothing. It's like I've got so much respect for that man, so much respect for him. And as I said, to me, he's just a member of my family. That's why he's got keys for my house. I've got keys for his house. And as I said to him, he comes and goes whenever he wants, even if I'm not here. Okay, you come and use my house exactly as you would your own, and that's it.
Yeah, I always nick his biscuits. He's like, where the fuck have they gone? And it's like,
but James, I tell you now, I don't know if you're aware, but Dino's vegan. And I didn't know much to do with vegans, and me and Dino have had a number of talks, and I've learned some things to do with that and everything else. So when I sort of know that Dino's down, it's made me very conscious that I always make sure now that I've always got something that Dino can actually have to eat and so on. And I think it's really good to actually, when you sort of look and you say like to do with like vegetarian, pescatarian, and lactose intolerant and all the rest of it. Okay, those are quite easy. But then when I didn't know anything to do with like being vegan, we had some, and even now we still have really, really great. And even when I was up with Dino not long ago, did you actually know you can do vegan eggs?
Yeah.
And we looked into that, didn't we, Dino? And we still got to give it a try.
Well, honestly, mate, I've tried it.
Oh, you've done it now?
Yeah, it was Starbucks, right? So I went into Starbucks, and they have these vegan sausage and egg, tea cakes, pound cakes, whatever, and they heat it up in a microwave, right? So it comes out of a fridge into a microwave, then on your plate. Ugh. Right, so anyway, I tried it, and the egg bit, which was tofu, or whatever you want to pronounce it as, it was disgusting. It was disgusting. It tasted like cardboard, but it tasted like yellow colour as well.
Oh,
and
man.
it smelled really awful.
Yeah. Well, but then let me ask you this, Dina. Was it as bad as that Chinese?
Oh, fucking hell.
It's right, James. When I was up, hang on, I'll let you fill James in, but just let me give him the little bit first. I was up with Dino just over a week ago, okay, while Dino was dealing with stuff. And then we decided that we were going to go out for a meal. Now, at this point, Dino knew where we were going to. So I now let Dino fill you in on this because he'll tell you what it was before it became a Chinese. Go on, Dino.
No, I will, but what do you think about that green or this one? Which one?
The first one. First one, yeah. Yeah.
That's what Charlotte said.
Yeah.
Right. So if Charlotte said, right, that's it.
And John B, yes, he has tried that. Okay, I do know that he actually tried that because I got him one when he was down in London some months ago.
Yeah, fucking plant burger. Right, I tried it for trying its sake, right? But then I think, do you know what? I do feel guilty because all these people who are making vegan food now from meat industries, like, I don't know if James is familiar with certain names over here, like Richmond sausages or Walls. All the meat brands are bringing out vegan brands in their own style: bacon, sausage, burgers.
It's a money spinner. Money spinner.
Yeah. And I feel guilty, even though some of it tastes quite bloody good, you know. As individual vegan companies, whatever, are concerned, there are a few. Some of them are all right. Some of them are quite crap. All the supermarkets have got their own brand, like Asda, Walmart are called Plant or My Plant something. And I've tried a few things from there and they're shit. So most supermarket brands are crap. But you do get one or two brands which are quite bloody good, actually. There's one called Beyond Meat, and they're the best I've had. But yeah, I do regret that. I bought an ice cream as well once. If I gave you a vegan ice cream, you would not be able to tell the difference. And it was from Walls. So Walls produce ice cream, which is dairy, you know. So it's not, I'm not really doing the real vegan thing. I want to, and I am.
But then, Dino, you know yourself.
Making mistakes, you know.
Now, have you got? I don't know if you've got any there, but do you know the actual fruit pastels and everything? Because I know you normally tip them into your little box. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, when you look at those, now, do you remember when your little tiny white box?
Shut up. That's personal.
Okay, fair enough. Sorry. Okay. No, it's just that when he's on a live, he doesn't like.
Shut up.
Okay, that's all what it is, Joe. But no, it's like when you actually look at those sweets, you cannot tell the difference between it being vegan and normal, and that's the truth. You truly can't. With the way that fruit pastels have done that, it's really good.
Last time you was up, I made you a sausage sandwich, right? You knew it was going to be vegan, and then he ate it in no time, right? And then he turned around to me and he went, "Those were Richmond sausages, weren't they?" Which is a brand name, James. It's quite a big name, quite tasty actually. And he went, "Those were Richmond."
Yeah,
and he got it right straight. He got it right straight away.
It was just the way that they were, and it's like, that they definitely had to be. And when he said it's like, fair enough.
Well, now, do you want to hear something funny?
Go on.
Yeah.
Now, you said Richmond sausages, right?
Yeah, I did.
Richmond is the name of my hometown.
There you go.
So I guess that makes me a sausage now.
No. But if it's your town what produced them, if that's the original place where we got Richmond sausages from, I applaud Richmond because they're quite good actually.
But then James, I will ask you, what type of sausage are you?
A good sausage.
James, listen, James. Right,
he's blushing now, Dino. Look, he's blushing.
How the fuck do you know he's blushing? How can you tell that? How do you know that?
You can't tell I'm blushing.
No, how can I? Fuck's sake. Look at the colour of your skin. How can I tell? What? Stop being racist, Dean. Right. You'll get used to me, James.
I think I'm already used to you.
I've got a bad bone in my body, mate, and
I'm already used to you.
I know you are. You've got it. MVE, you're still in there. How you doing? Eat haggis and put hers on your chest. What?
No, non-violent. I've had haggis. Yep.
I get a lot of Scottish fans in here, James. You just got to put up with them. They're all right, really. It's just that they're from Scotland. I ate my ex-mother-in-law's cooking once. Doesn't make it any good. I was just hungry. Neil, absolute top form, mate, tonight. And all of you, honestly, absolutely brilliant. I was finishing an hour ago. What I will do, guys, I'll go till 3 a.m. English time, James. What time is it over there now?
It is 9:44 p.m.
Wow. So it's getting a bit late for you as well.
Well, I'm A-OK.
No,
So
James will be here all night, you know.
James is good to go to at least 4 o'clock. Okay, his local
Listen,
time.
mate, I'm not. This is not. No, hang on. I've got a Tuesday to do. I know James will be back on Tuesday.
oh yeah.
Oh, that is so nice to know. And despite everything that was said earlier about John and things like that, I'm going to get John on as well. I'm going to do my hardest.
Okay.
I'm going to get John on. We're going to get the guys on. Obviously, Biker will be on. We've got the guys in the chat, and we'll make it that same family we get every week, bar the one or two idiots, which we can cope with.
Dino, Biker was on well past his
carry
bedtime,
on,
wasn't he? Biker was on well and truly beyond his bedtime tonight.
I know.
Biker normally goes off at about midnight, James, and he was on until 1 o'clock. Yeah, okay, so he's gonna be a tired little granddad in the morning.
Yeah,
and he'll hate me for that. He'll hate me for that.
You are in deep shit for saying that.
Yeah, but he is a granddad.
I'm gonna take a wild.
Well, I am as well.
I know.
I'm gonna take a wild guess and say it's 2:45 a.m. over there.
It certainly is. You're spot on, James.
So you're only 5 hours ahead of us. That reminds me though, since y'all are ahead of us, one of y'all can give me the winning lottery numbers since y'all are in the future.
James, we should actually get that correct. We're not 5 hours ahead of you. Yeah, you're 5 hours behind us.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I don't really care about that. All I know is that you get the winning numbers before we do, so you can tell me the winning lottery numbers. You're in the future. That's the bottom line.
Oh man, absolutely class, brilliant, guys. Honestly, thank you so much. What a great bunch. Yeah, I mean, as far as Biker's concerned, Grandad, I think he's still up listening, to be honest.
It wouldn't surprise me. Don't forget, Dino, he did say the other night that he couldn't sleep because of how humid his room was.
Yeah.
And then he gave us that mental picture of the way that he was laying there, okay? And that's a picture I want to try and get out of my memory.
I know.
So, yeah, but James, can I ask you a question? How did you come across Dino's channel?
How did I come across? Oh, wow. I want to be honest with you.
Sorry, Dino, I'm just trying to move on from that picture.
I don't know if it was Tony P's or Laura K's, but it's like I started watching one channel. I want to say it was actually Tony P's. But it's like I started watching one channel and then I started finding out about other channels. In fact, you know what it was? It was Tony P's. It was Yvonne Driver, because Yvonne Driver, she comes over there and comments in chat, and she mentioned Dino's name one day. And I said, Tony, who's Dino? And he was like, oh, Denology. Yeah. I said, I can't imitate the British. People say I sound Australian, so I can't really do it. I would try. He said, he's a really great guy. He's fantastic. He's fantastic. You love him. You love him, James. He's a great guy. And I was like, okay, I'll check. I said, okay, I'll check him out.
Hey.
But it was Yvonne Driver.
James, do you think for the next 2 minutes you could just talk with an English accent?
No.
Go on. I think it would be brilliant.
Oh man, see, what can I say? I can't say governor because I was told the other day in chat that only people from London say governor. So
no, it's not only people from London that say the governor.
Let's see. So what can I say? I know y'all say bloody
It
when
is.
you mad all
It
the
is.
time. I'm just going to say that I'm really enjoying myself tonight in this here chat. You all are
People
really
from
great,
London are
lovely.
weird, James. They're all weirdos.
Well, that's what they say about the people from New York City. But you're really great guys,
No,
and I
you're right
really.
there as well. I'm just saying, London, full of weirdos.
So, what are you saying? Are you taking the piss out of the people from London? Are you breaking the chops
Oh, come
there?
on, mate. Everyone fucking knows that, don't it?
Oh,
Aye?
stop taking,
Know what I mean?
stop giving me the piss, y'all. You give me the pass. Stop giving me the piss, y'all. Trying to take a
Hey,
piss out of
man.
mine. Yeah, right.
I
Yeah.
was just curious because it's always nice to find out how people actually stumbled onto somebody else's channel. It's always nice to actually find that out, whether or not somebody sent you the link or you're on another channel. And it's just really good to actually see that.
Well, see, that's why it's good to have like good mods too, because I think, believe it or not, a lot of stuff spreads by word of mouth. And like when you do, I'll say, Dino, you're doing a great channel. You are quote unquote top bloke. But when you do good content, when you're down to earth, you attract good people.
Yeah.
And as I said tonight, Yvonne Driver, she's a good mod. She brought your name up in Tony's chat, and I was like, well, who is that? Then Tony told me, and he vouched for you. And voila, that brought me here. It was all word of mouth.
It was meant to be, James. It was meant to be.
Exactly. Everything happens for a reason.
Yeah. And then I'll tell you now, okay, once you met him, you never forget him.
Well, that's what people say about me. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
Yvonne Driver is someone who's been around for a long time, along with the partner Paul Yeoman. But Yvonne in particular, Paul won't mind me saying this. We keep in touch. We phone each other a few times a week, and she's always concerned about me, and she always puts herself last. And like I've spoke to Paul, a partner, it's like, Paul, what do we have to do here about Yvonne? It's like ridiculous. Like, how come she's always thinking about my life and everyone else? Like, when she has got hell of a job in life.
Yeah. She's
not
so
not
down
just the
to earth.
9 to 5 thing, but the family thing and things like that. So every time I speak to Yvonne, it's like, so what have you been up to? Well, I've been. So what have you been up to? And it's like you cannot. It's like everything's nothing to do with her. It's all about everyone else, and she means it as well. That's the thing. So it's very hard for me to try and get through to Yvonne, if you like. And Paul wishes me on that. Dino, please do your best. I've tried for fucking years, can't get anywhere. But anyway, I'm gonna hope that we're gonna bring this up on the next live, because I spoke to Yvonne about this. Now, I actually got something out of her. Oh, by the way, James, sorry, she's the best moderator and anyone could wish for on the live. But anyway, I managed to get something out of her just a couple of nights ago. And I was saying, like, what about you, Yvonne? Yeah, but what about you, Dino? And last week you live and such a body. And it's like, and she watches them all back. She might go off at midnight or whatever, but if we go on till 3, 4 in the morning, she will watch every minute back, right? No, the other night it was like, come on, Yvonne, what about you? Anyway, I just about managed it. And she was an ex-professional rounders players.
Oh, wow.
Basically, James, baseball, if you like, English style. And don't forget, baseball was invented in England. Did you know that? Right?
Look at him smiling. Look at him smiling.
Did I ask you to butt in? Did I ask you?
No.
Right, shut up then. So Yvonne Driver, who's beautiful, right? She was a semi-professional. Was that you?
It wasn't me. It was.
No,
I
it
know
was
nothing.
you, James. It was him. Have you finished? talking about Yvonne. Thank you.
Go on. She'll have a go at me if I don't let you finish.
Yes, she will have a go at you right now. Not now, but after she's watched it. So yeah, she was a professional rounders player, and I started talking to her about that. She came out with more information, and I played for this team, and we did that, and and I was so proud of her because she actually let go of everything else and just talked about herself for once. And I said, Yvonne, please come on and talk about what you said to me tonight about yourself, because it's really interesting for one. And I know that game. It's not an easy game to play. If you play baseball, it's not an easy game to play. It might look easy, but boy, is it not. So she was very good at something. And I don't think she's hardly said that to anyone. So hopefully she will bring it up, because it'd be nice to hear Yvonne, who's got a beautiful speaking voice, to talk about herself for once on her live.
Cool. That'd be really cool.
Absolutely. So Yvonne is an ex-professional rounders player, and she could still whack that ball out the park right now.
So guys, everyone that's in the chat, don't forget to bring it up on Tuesday when you see her in the chat. Okay, don't forget to bring it up. Okay, James, seeing as though Dino spoke about that, can I ask you 2 questions?
Okay.
Right. The first question is, right, now Dino was just talking about baseball just now, okay, and rounders, yeah, okay, and Dino, and that I think to do with Yvonne is fantastic. But I do want to ask you a question. That when you look at baseball, why is it in America they call it the World Series, but then it doesn't have any other country in the world that actually joins in with it, but they call it the World Series?
I haven't the slightest idea.
Of the world. Okay, so that confuses me for one. And then the second question is, you have what we know as American football, yeah, and you try and call it football, but then what we know, because we create the game, i.e. football, you call it soccer, but yet your football is predominantly played with the ball in hands. So what then works that out? So I'm confused by that they've got 2 sports that they go completely the opposite for what it stands for. So
Don't bother.
I mean, see, the first one, now this is just me guessing, so don't throw a book at me. I'm guessing the first one they call the World Series because in Americans' mind, the whole world is paying attention to the baseball game. I could be wrong. The second one, it's kind of weird. I think they want to make it a big point that when you kick those extra 2 points, goes through the goalpost, that can basically make or break a game. But that's just my logic. So don't shoot me.
No, because this is now where Dino will actually come into it. It's like the way that I see it, right? And please don't shoot me this time, even though you got more chance of having a gun than what I do. Okay. No, being American.
Right.
But now when you look at it, when I look at American football, I look at American football as being a softer game of English rugby.
Ah.
The reason being, okay, is because the way that they're all padded up, okay. But yeah, and it's the exact same because in rugby they would actually kick for a goal as well. And as I said, it's predominantly the ball is in hands. Now Dino likes his rugby league, right? And he's taught me an awful lot and the big difference between rugby league and rugby union here in this country. And that's why when you look that, as I said, for American football, it's 90% the ball is in hands.
Well, now you got me thinking, and you know what you got me thinking about? Okay, I don't know if y'all have ever used that term over there, but over here, when you got a lot of people walking in a certain area, they call it foot traffic. And so now, if I take that logic, foot traffic, it involves using your feet, and I apply it to football. Maybe they call it football because you're using your feet when you, even though you got the ball in your hand, you're using your feet to get downfield. If that makes any sense.
But then,
Yeah.
if that was the case, then would we not call hockey football? Would we not call running football? Because it's all the same. Virtually every sport that you do, you've got to get there on your feet from one end of the pitch to the other.
I'll be honest with you. I done seen so many people fighting hockey. I call hockey wrestling or either fighting. I just call it a brawl.
James, rugby, right? Rugby is a very tough sport, similar to American football, whatever football. Now, over here, it was the mother of sports, you know. We created a lot of sports and rules and that. It's always been called over here rugby football. It's a rugby football match, or we're playing rugby football, or it's the rugby football league. It's always been that because as history goes, I mean, the name rugby comes from the actual town where it all began. So that's the word why rugby came about. And then it was the rugby football because in the early days there was more kicking than how the game's played today, which is a lot more passing, running round, lots of skillful moves, and then you still get the kicks, but it's called rugby football. It's the Rugby Football League or the Rugby Football Union, but it's always been called rugby football. There's both involved, but the name rugby comes from the actual name of a town where it all began. So, but we class it over as the game of rugby. And then the officials and the old-fashioned guy, well, the ones who know the true sport, it's still called rugby football. And I think that's just, okay, that's the name of the town where it began, and hence the name. Football comes naturally within that game, but most people today call it rugby.
Well, it's funny. It's funny because you got me thinking like how America, if you think about it, we're technically cousins. And what I notice, America gets a lot of things from England, but they don't. It's almost like they don't want to admit it, so they change it and put their own spin on it. I'll give you a perfect example. Like our spelling, y'all spell center with a TRE. Over here, we spell it, no, over here we spell it TER, and over there, y'all spell it TRE. And the same for theater. It's like America takes y'all stuff, but they don't want to, like, say they copying it, so they put their own little spin on it. Because it's funny, like I heard y'all say Birmingham over there. There's a Birmingham, Alabama over here. And I heard y'all talk about Manchester. In my town of Richmond, which we also have from you, they have a neighborhood called Manchester, and to the south of it is called Old Manchester. So we get a lot of things from you guys.
Yeah. I mean, James, New York, right?
Mm-hmm.
No, we have York over here, which is a very ancient city, and it still holds the York Minster, which is a magnificent building. A Catholic, I think it's Catholic. Anyway, it's a minster. It's magnificent, and York is a medieval, a very beautiful town, which is still set back in time. But yet you've got the modernisation around it, so it's expanded, etc. Like any other, it's a city.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure I've heard that the term New York comes from the city from England of York. I don't know if that's true, but I think, like you just said about America having similarities with names, towns and cities and that from over here.
That's interesting, Dino. I think that's really interesting. And of course, there are going to be similarities because you've only got to look, okay, at the way that the British were in America and everything else, okay, before America got their independence and so on, right? And there always will be. It's the same, even like when you look at like other parts, okay, like Australia, Canada, and different places, because the connection that they've actually had with this country, there will always be some part that will always be there because it is a big part of all those countries' history.
It's kind of madness in a way, because if you think about Britain as a country, it's very small, extremely small compared to America and Australia and places like that. And yet you get the same name places and things like that. But I don't want to brag about it. I'm not proud of things. I was born here, that's all. And so Britain has expanded. And the Australia thing was we sent the convicts there, and the America thing was, it was kind of an empty land apart from the natives and things like that. So the Irish went over there a lot, and New York is kind of half Irish, Italian, blah, blah, blah. James will tell you that. So the imports and things like that. So I do think a lot of these Western countries have come from Britain, and they've developed their own cultures. And right, so for one, but they've still got that influence of Britishness, which just going further deeper is, I've said it before, right? Bloodlines. So royalty, bloodlines, Europe, Dutch, Belgic, French, all over Europe, you've got these bloodlines and royalty and things like that. And that's expanded abroad, but they haven't got that royalty. They haven't got that bloodline. It's just been, for me, it's just been expanded over there. It's like getting rid of it's like a depopulation thing from the small piece of land we have. Send them there. It's conflicts. As far away as you can, Australia, the bottom of the world, get them away, America, new land, the new land, the new world and things like that. Look at how America's become massive, powerful, things like that, but they still use the same brand as what's come from over here, like James has just said,
It's like James.
At the same time, they've developed their own culture and their own country as well, but it's still you still have to have a birth, and the only real birth in America is the actual natives, which the Indians, if you like, and then the cowboys came over, and it's our land now and things like that. I think we've been through the same thing.
Yeah, but James, can I ask you, because I know it wouldn't have been that long ago for you, okay, that when you were in school, right, and you were looking at history, did they ever cover, apart from like history like to do with just like America, did they ever cover what we know as global history, i.e. talking about to do with England and talking about to do with other parts of the world as well?
No.
To be honest with you, we had a class that was supposed to be about world history, but it didn't like really go into details. All it really talked about was about when England came over here, and it talked about how you had like the ships that went up to Massachusetts, and then you had ships that came here to my state. And it's funny because you were talking about York. There's actually a York County here and a Yorktown, but it basically just touched a little bit on the English, and it mainly touched on what happened over here, even though it was supposed to be called world history. Now, when I got into the 12th, the 11th grade, there was this teacher that told us a little bit more about slavery and how it originated in Africa. And that's what I was thinking about when you was talking about depopulation, because a lot of like African tribes sold the like African prisoners who they caught like during war to the Americans, and that's how slaves ended up over here. And some teachers, it depended on what you get. If you got like a teacher who was really dedicated, they might touch a little bit more on the stuff that we're talking about now. But for the most part, you got teachers that just covered the bare minimum. They just covered what was in the curriculum, and that was it. Yep.
Yeah. So when you look, okay, now you must also talk about the way that your government works, okay, with like Congress and all the rest of it, okay. But then now as soon as I said that, I could see that you were nodding straight away. All right. Now when you look at that, do they also actually say to do with the original White House being burnt down by the British as well?
The original warehouse?
The original White House got burnt down by the British, okay, and that's how you ended up with the White House where it is now and the way then that it goes on. So when you look at that and you look at the whole history, now as a few people have actually put it, when you look at that time when the British were over there and the way that it was done, yeah, that's why there is such big connections to do with what names we've got here over there, right? And I love what you're doing. I love the ambient lighting, Dino.
Well, you know what the funniest part though, and this is, I'm trying to think of how I'm going to say it. They touched a little bit on the British burning down the White House, right? But what I hated was like they made it seem like the British were the worst people in the world. And that is one of the reasons why now you got a lot of Americans who they think they are better than the British or they are distrustful of the British. And that goes back to like what I was saying earlier about being conditioned. It's almost like we were taught in school that y'all were cruel oppressors and we had to fight like a dog to get away from you. And that's why some Americans today look at the British the way they look at the British. See, yeah. But it's all about being conditioned.
Yeah, but then let me ask you this. Now, I know me and Dino have had a similar conversation along this. And this is where a lot of things carry on where they don't have to. Now, what is past history and what's happened, okay, to do with all that, okay, and other events that have happened around the world. Now, that was generations of past, okay? Mm-hmm. I would like to think that the way that the world has actually moved on, I really would like to think that we've actually advanced. But then when you actually go back only a few years ago and it all sort of started from America and then sort of rolled out from there, that to me, it weren't that long ago with different events that were going on in America. It was almost like going back to the 50s and 60s. and it was really horrible to see all of that. Right? And it really was.
Well, I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm just going to come out and say racism. I would have liked to have thought that this country over here was much more advanced than what it was, or that it would have progressed better than it has. But racism is still very strong here. It was sad to me because a lot of people said we can't wait to see black people get ahead. We can't wait to see black people get ahead. And then when Obama ended up in the White House, oh man, they act like the world was going to end. And it's really sad to think that we just got our first black president not that long ago. And South Africa has had like what, 3, if not 4 black presidents. And it's just sad to me because I would have thought we'd have come a lot farther along than what we have become, you know? But yeah. That's kind of like on YouTube, if you stop and you think about it, I would think that we're supposed to be the human race. We're supposed to be above animals, be able to rationalize and talk to one another. And then I come on here and it's more fighting and bickering going on than at a prize fight. Sometimes I think the animals know more than we do.
Yeah. No, agree. Yeah. Now, I will tell you now. Now, when I look at me and Dino, and it makes no difference whatsoever, okay? Now, it would not matter, okay, if either of us was pink with yellow spots, okay, had fucking thing sticking out of our head, had 6 eyes, whatever, okay, it would make no difference, because when I look at me and Dino, it's very simple. You either click with somebody or you don't, right? And that is the truth. You either really, really click or you don't. Right. And then it's the same. It's like when you're at work, there are people that when you're at work, you have to tolerate, and that's it. Okay. In the working profession, you have to tolerate them. But when you look at me and Dina, it's very simple. I don't get me wrong. Okay, James, I can be the most daftest twat in the world. Okay. I truly can. And I really don't care. It's like if I've got to make a fool out of myself, I'll make a fool out of myself. And I know Dino is the same. And I know a lot of other people are. And to me, it truly doesn't matter. I don't care where someone's from, what they look like, how they are. It is literally, it's about how you make a connection with someone.
Well, you see, you know what really gets me, and this is what gets me. Because we all...
Oh, go, Dino, go for a wee.
Oh, I whispered then.
No, we could hear you.
Have you got sound enhancement on your mic?
No, your microphone is very good, Dino.
I whispered the fact that I wanted to go for a piss.
I was just going to say...
Up on it halfway through a conversation with James. How rude. Very rude of you.
Guys, everyone in the chat, okay, if you heard Dino say that he needs a wee, okay, press 1.
He fucking picked up on that. I went...
I'm just gonna
picked up on it. Did you hear me say that?
I heard you whisper something, but I'm just gonna say real quick.
Don't join in with him.
I did hear you say. I heard you say something, but you know, I got. Oh, geez, I got to say this real quick, and this is what I got to say. What gets me is it's one thing to disagree with somebody, but the fact is, people here go out of their way. That's what I noticed on YouTube. It can't be, okay, we agree to disagree and leave it at that. It's like, you don't like my view, I got to do my damnedest to make your life miserable. And it shouldn't get to that part. And that's what I'm really trying to get at. You know, I would have thought we'd have been more advanced. I would have thought would have been more advanced than that.
Yeah. Yeah. And but this is one thing. It's like now in private, there's been a number of conversations.
He's got to go.
Me and Dino have gone absolutely mental at each other, right? We have gone absolutely crazy at each other. But then there's always that time there where I will learn something, he'll learn something, and that's what's so great is there's always a way of learning something.
Mm-hmm.
Always a way. Dino, do not drink that, okay? You will be pissing for England if you drink that.
It's just reminded me of what I could have fucking done by now and got back on stream.
Yeah, I did say to go, mate. You could have just topped your glass up.
The colour of that.
Yeah, you could have just topped it up.
Oh my god!
Top it up to the rim, mate.
Ridiculous.
Don't forget, don't let it overflow.
I know.
Can I go to the fucking bathroom now?
Yeah, go for it.
Are you sure?
Yeah, James.
Is that all right with you?
Yeah, Dino, hurry up and go.
Well, I don't want to go too quick because you hardly fucking say anything, do you?
I know, but that's
right. I'll leave you in the capable hands of what's his name, plodding along with someone.
Right. Why Dino goes to the loo? Why Dino goes to the loo, James? I want to bring you to something that somebody non-violent just put it in the chat. Dino, did you see it? Okay. Can you answer that one? Okay. Does James have an opinion on why Americans have mass shootings? Okay, compared to other countries with guns.
Oh man, that would get me.
Good question.
James, can I just before I nip off? Don't forget, America's got 50. Is it 52 states, James?
50.
50, right? 50. No worries. 50, round figure. Now, out of all them states, I reckon there's only a few what take out that kind of activity. I don't know. I could be wrong. I'll see you in a minute. James will tell you, or at least give you enough knowledge to know wiser. See you in a minute.
See, now this would get me. First of all, I'm for gun control. The sad fact is, the reason I think that we have so many mass shootings is because of the fact a lot of people they believe God inspired man to write the Constitution, and so they believe that the Second Amendment is a God-given right for them to have a gun. I personally don't take it that far, but a lot of them are. They believe that God is basically telling them via the Second Amendment that it's okay for them to have a gun. So as a sad result, a lot of them run out and buy a whole bunch of guns, because they're preparing for some type of battle that there really isn't. That's one part of it. Another part of it is that the media puts so much fear in people, they think that all hell is going to break loose. So they run out and buy guns. Then you've got other situations where I don't know if you've ever fired a gun, but a gun creates like an adrenaline rush. So some people, it all comes down to mental illness too. Some people, if you get a gun, you either feel like nobody can hurt you. So
Yeah,
it's
you
almost
feel
like you,
untouchable. You feel
yeah,
untouchable.
yeah. And so you've got some people who walk around with that type of mentality, and then you've got other people who they become so depressed that they feel like a gun is the only way they can handle something. So they blow their brains out or they get mad and want to go around and blow out everybody else's brain. So it's like a combination of things that work there. But I think one of the biggest problems for me is, like I said, I believe in gun control. And so many, I think there's a lot of people who agree with me. Unfortunately, like the people who make the guns, they pay the people in Congress a lot of money to um, push the need for guns. And so
Yeah.
that's another part of it. You got politicians pushing for the need for guns because people who make the guns are paying them to say it. So it's like a lot of it's like a combination of things.
So
But
on what you just said there, it's almost like you've got a full circle that's going on. Because if I sort of take the first part in which you actually came onto, okay, because you involved religion, okay, to do with guns. Okay. Now everybody that knows me, okay, knows that I'm not religious, okay, but I will always respect somebody's faith, okay. If you believe in something and people do need things to believe in, then that is your right, and that's cool. And I will have any conversation. And now me and Dino have had conversations about religion, and we both don't follow religions, right? But that's how you learn stuff. It's how you learn stuff. Now, when you sort of mentioned that, and then you then actually went on to do with that. Now, on your actual notes, please do correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, do you still have on your actual notes "In God We Trust"?
yes, yes.
Okay, you do. Okay, now when you look at this, okay, now exactly what you just said, and then and then you see where I'm going with this last bit in a second, is you've then got a religion that's been put onto a note "In God We Trust." Okay, right, fair enough. Okay, so you've put "In God We Trust." Is there proof of that God to be able to put "In God We Trust" on on money that man made? But then, as you just said, that man made, where they're using the religion "In God We Trust," okay, is then the actual main key in what's being given to people to basically get them to pass things through government, okay, to dictate to what we do again. Okay, so it's a full round circle in which comes circling back round to them having full control of us again.
Exactly, exactly. And, as I tell anybody, what works for me may not work for you. And so, like, I may believe in God, but that doesn't mean you have to. And it kind of goes
Correct.
back to like what Dino said early about control. Like, if you don't agree with something, then the leaders they just try to pummel all over you. And that's kind of like what it is here in that, like, I believe in God, but you don't have to. Yet a lot of people in government tells you that you have to, and something is wrong with you if you don't. And that would take me right into abortion. I don't like abortion, but I don't think a woman should be forced to do what I think she should do. I don't think I have the right to tell her what she can and can't do with her body. But then you have other people in power who come along and say, well, we think that she should be forced to do what we want her to do. So again, it's all about control. And it just disgusts me because I actually did used to go to church. And this is one of the reasons I stopped going, because in church, they would tell me, God thinks you're free to do what you want to do. They called it moral agency. But then they turn around and push for these laws that forced a woman not to get an abortion. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. You're sitting here telling me God says I'm free to do whatever I want to do. But then you're turning around and forcing a woman to do what you wanted to do. You're not letting her choose for herself. And that's why I said earlier, one of the reasons I said earlier, it's like freedom is an illusion if you really think about it. You know?
No, agree. Dino, just so you know, you're muted. You're muted.
That's because I've not fucking said anything. I've not said anything.
I waited until James got to a break, and I could just see that the mic was on, so I thought I'd let you know.
What is the point of unmuting myself if I'm saying nothing?
So, well, you just said something.
So, yeah.
Do you feel much better now, Dino?
Do you? Do you know I'm back talking? Hey, baby.
What?
How you doing?
No, you just went and relieved yourself, so I just wanted to make sure you were all good.
Yeah, I'm quite relieved. Thank you.
Good, man. I might have to go in a minute.
Good. See ya. Bye.
No, it's been really, really good listening to these points, and this is what people love about Dino's channel. Okay, and now Dino hates it as well, right? Now the way that he tries to big me up, James, right? He hates it just as bad. He hates it just the same, right? So don't forget, James, when you're at work and everything else, don't forget to tell everybody all about Deanology, okay? And absolutely.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah, definitely.
What's up?
I'm gonna. You believe it or not, I'm gonna tell my buddy, the same guy that I talked to for 6 hours backstage, because we've actually gotten each other's numbers and we actually talked to each other. And we talked the other day. We talked for 5 hours straight on the phone. But I told him about Tony P's channel, and I actually gave him the link. Actually, I gave him the link to Tony P's channel and Laura K's channel. So I'll definitely tell him about your channel. Don't worry about that. I'll tell my friends. Trust me. So you'll see more of us crazy Yanks on your channel.
I hope so, mate. I hope so, mate.
But also, one thing you'll find, James, and this is what I love, Dino is probably the most mellowest guy.
Yeah.
He is just so mellow.
Mm-hmm. I could tell. Like I said, I could tell it last week.
Yeah, but sometimes I can be nasty. I can be really nasty.
Oh, for fuck's sake, shut the fuck up.
No, but I can. I can. If I want to be, I can.
I will be honest with you, Dino. You were the most mellow guys I've ever met, and I've seen nasty, and I don't think you're as bad as some of the idiots. Some of the idiots I've seen. I'll come here any day. I'd rather come here any day and talk and listen than to go to some of the other places I've seen.
Yeah. And John B, I absolutely agree with what you just put, John B. Absolutely 100%.
What was that?
Dino deserves to be big in America. Yes, he does.
Right, Mally Simpson's in. Yeah. Mally, how you doing? You're a bit late tonight. Where have you been?
I would just add, we need more channels like Dino's. We need more channels like
believe
Dino.
in the author of the right, Mally. Controvert. Right, we're going into religion. Okay, no problem. Let's agree to disagree at the very worst. So I believe in GOSMD, Mally. Okay, if you want to explain that, as much as I believe in the author of the Bible. Now, I have a question to that. Who is the author of the Bible? And it's a fair question. And which Bible
Correct.
are you talking about?
Mm-hmm.
And how many other Bibles were written, okay, and not published as well?
God as. Sorry, Mally, I get you now. God as, and you put, I believe in God's, right, God as. Okay. So I believe in God as much as I believe in the author of the Bible. So you believe in God and the person who written the Bible, which refers to God. So the person who written the Bible is talking about God and things like that. Okay. So are you talking about what we've all been brought up with, the Bible, the most speak, or whatever you want to call it? I mean, I personally, I don't. But if you do that, I don't disrespect that. It's just a different belief. I'll tell you what I do. I believe in creation. That's all I know, that there's creation. And for me, that's a fact. We can all see it around us. We might not be able to see how we were created, but I think what we do see all around us in nature is creativity, and everything works in harmony. And so for me, it's got to be something that's been created.
Like Dino, did you read her last message?
You're saying that we've come out of nothing. So how the hell can you come out of nothingness and become everything? For me, that's not an accident. So I believe there's some kind of creation what's gone on. And,
Dino, did you read Simpson's last message? The very, very last one. Okay? What she was going on about.
I'm on about who's the author? Right, Mally, who's the author? Right. There's been many Bibles. And the one most people go off in the Western world, I believe, is the King James Bible, which was written, I think, medieval times. James could have been 1400, something like that. I don't know. I could be way off on that. But a fairly long time ago. And from his version, there was a previous version. And maybe before that one was a previous version. And so who knows what the true Bible said, if there ever was one.
Exactly. And let me just add,
when I think of progress.
Let me just add, when I think of God, I think of love, I think of peace, I think of happiness. So to me, God isn't always about the Bible or so much the commandments. To me, it's more about goodness, treating others as the way you want to be treated, what's in your heart, having integrity, having morals. That's what I think of when I think of God. So,
but then James, on that,
yes,
okay, because now when I was younger, my whole family was Roman Catholic.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so but then I actually realized I did not need a religion to tell me that I need to treat someone with respect. And as long as everybody goes home safely and everybody is happy, then the right thing has actually been done. And I then realized that I didn't need a religion to tell me that. Right?
Well,
now,
see that
people, they need that belief, okay? And as I said, that's perfectly fine, and there's nothing wrong, okay? And that belief for some people is the end all, okay? Because they are so deep within that actual religion and within what they've read in whatever Bible. That's fine. That is perfectly fine. But what we get caught up with now, most people, when their children have that religion forced upon them, they don't get a choice. Right now, how many people have actually gone out there and read other Bibles, okay, from other religions?
And that's a good
Where
point.
it comes down to it, okay, we are often forced. Our religion is given to our children from parents and from grandparents and so on, and a lot of it was to do with you must do this or you would be struck down, and that's the way that it used to be with the Roman Catholic Church.
Well, see, I'm gonna tell you, and that's why I can't get into it. See, I'm gonna say it again. What works for me doesn't necessarily work for somebody else.
Correct.
And what my problem with religion comes in, to be honest with you, is to me, it's just a bunch of like rituals and procedures. But so, for like instance, the religion I used to belong to, they basically said you had to go to a temple and do certain things, right? And that would help you return to God. And I've seen people, they went to the temple and they did certain things, right? But then they turned right around from Monday to Saturday and basically didn't want to be bothered with anybody. The only time they wanted to deal with people was on Sundays. And so then I got it into my head that these people are just going through the motions. They're doing what what they think it will take to help them get into heaven. But when it comes to actually treating people with kindness, helping people when needed, when it actually came to the integrity, the compassion, the empathy, I guess is what I'm trying to say, it was far from them. So I'm like, they're just going through the motion.
Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons I'm problem with religion.
Yeah, so when you actually look, now I'm going to use the Roman Catholic, okay, because that's the one that I was actually, it was sort of given to me when I was a kid, right? Now, when I look at the Roman Catholic Church, okay, and I do apologize if there is anyone in the chat that is Roman Catholic and you disagree, that's cool, okay, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's the whole point of having an open conversation like this. When you look at the Roman Catholic Church is so wealthy, so wealthy, right? Now, virtually all religions say about help your fellow man. Yeah. Now, if that's the case, now you take the amount of people that are suffering worldwide with no food and everything else. Now, I'm going to use this country by itself. We got 1/3 of our population that have to survive on fucking food banks, which is an absolute fucking disgrace. Right, when we've got our prime ministers then actually having like £1 million houses that the taxpayer pays for. But when you look at the actual religion, okay, if that was the case and they say about looking after man, then why are they not using that money, okay, to give people food? Okay, this is the problem. Okay, to me, I see it as being very, very hypocritical.
Exactly.
And when I look, because there's no proof on who actually wrote whatever Bible, right? And it's just another man-made thing of actually learning how to control people. And I believe that religion is one of the biggest excuses ever used for war and everything else, and it's an absolute fucking disgrace.
Right.
I agree with everything you just said. And see, I don't want to say too much about my religion, well, my former religion. But like when you were talking about the wealthy, that was another thing with my former church. They're one of the wealthiest churches in the nation, if not the world. And then you got people saying, "Well, I don't want to give to this person because they might use the money to drink. I don't want to give to them." And I'm like, well, wait a minute. If you truly believe God gave you that money and He's going to bless you for giving, why not look out for that person on the corner? And what really pissed me off about my church was they even had a touch of racism.
Am I wrong in saying this? But isn't the word wealth? It's kind of not in the with religion. I'm sure they've always preached that wealth is not everything and it's your morals and things like that.
Correct.
Mally has quoted a guy. Mally, I've heard of George Carlin, and he was one of them controversial guys who was a comedian. And a lot of comedians, as you know, are very clever because you can't be a great comedian without adding that element of truth into what you're making a joke about.
Yeah.
George Carlin was one of them. And I think that is a beautiful comment by Mally.
Yeah.
The Bill of Rights, which, James, I know you'll know something about them. How come God gave different rights to different countries? There you go. Just like a virus, right, Mally? Different number of rights. Quote George Carlin. And I think James does, you know. Let's not get into any argument, right?
No.
We can all be this and that, like I said before, about labels and things like that. The only thing I know, I don't believe in religion. It causes a lot of shit. What I do believe in is creation. So I do believe I was created. I don't know by what. I don't think by who. I just think
if it was by who, then it would have been in a lab.
Yeah, I just think what because there's no way I'm an accident. I don't believe that at all. I can't develop from a microbe or whatever. That to me that's ridiculous. If it's true, fair enough. That'll never be proved. But I just believe everything's in so much harmony. It's only been disturbed by man itself.
Exactly.
But it still exists. And that's part of nature. I don't think nature will ever be beaten. It's having a hard time at the minute, but I don't think it will ever be beaten. They can come out with this climate change crap, whatever they want to make money out of, whatever. But okay, the summers we're getting warmer and things like that, and the weather's changing and things like that. But don't forget, all that goes around the man-made clock. Right, so in December, January, February, you got lots of snow and shit like that. We don't anymore. I believe it's something to do with cycles, not man-made time. Like you see the sun and the moon and things like that, and then sometimes you see the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time, which completely throws out what they've been telling us. I don't believe in flat Earth or anything like that. I just think what you've told me doesn't add up. So, but I do believe in creation.
Yeah, but Dino, exactly what you just said. When you look, okay, you've got where you said to do with like the sun and the moon and that. Now, when you look at the sun and the moon and where they are, right, man can't take control of the sun and the moon. So man created time, okay, to actually add it to it. Correct. Then when you then look at that, man made money. When you look at a religion, okay, who wrote the actual Bible? A man did, okay? How many are there? What we go off, who knows? Right now, I know that there's been a number of different things that have been put in the comments to do with the amount of Bibles, but everything that you look at is it's been created by man in a way of taking control of a fellow human being. Right, and I'm stating fellow human being, and it is a select small amount again. It's about taking that control, and it's a very small selected few that somehow they've got the full power to say, this is what we're doing. You either obey this or you lose this. Okay. And honestly, no. Okay. And I can't remember what I was watching. I was watching something earlier that I caught a clip on where this country, and it's very similar to what happened in a different country. It's very similar now. And I believe that it's on the 1st of October, I believe it's happening, where they're actually asking people to say, right, the only way to take full control of all of this is people do not pay their bills starting from the 1st of October. Right? And that is actually going off in this country now. I know it's happened in a couple of other countries before, and all what it takes is 1 month, and the amount of money that is lost and what is crippled from that things have to change. And this is why people go on about the way that the French shut down their ports and everything else. Yeah, they do that because the biggest way to actually affect any of them is to actually hit them in their pockets where it hurts the most. They're not fussed about whether or not you get hurt, whether or not you lose your home. The only thing that they're interested in is that paper that they created, which is money. That's it.
Well, I'm enjoying this conversation, and I'm trying to think of how I want to say this because y'all don't believe in God. I do believe in God. I don't believe in religion, though. So the way I'll say it, I'm going to put it like this. What's always been interesting to me, and I'm enjoying this conversation, by the way, it seems like to me everything that is put on the earth for man's good, man or the devil or whoever you want to say somehow ends up taking it and misusing it. And I'll give you a perfect example. We have the internet here for our benefit. We can go on and find a lot of good things, meet a lot of good people, but the internet can also be a bad place in that you can find out how to build a bomb, you can find porn bombers, all that stuff. So it's always interesting to me how when things are put here on the earth for our benefit, man finds some way to twist it around and misuse it and abuse it. That's
Correct.
what's coming to my mind as you talk.
Correct. Because, James, you even take before the internet, okay, comes round, right? Now, people used to write letters to each other. Now, exactly what you just said to do with porn bombers. Now, when you look at that, back in the day, they used to call those poison pen letters that they used to just randomly send to people. So when you look at it, the same thing is there, but it's just evolved from being on paper to being online. And that is the way. Everything is still there exactly as it was. And it's like what I actually said to Dino earlier. When I said about it, think about his first job and how he got paid with the money in the brown envelope. Now to the way that it's all done, everything is still the exact same, but it's just evolved to actually involve the actual modern day technology and the way in which it's run in. And this is sometimes what people find so hard to actually see is because they just don't realize everything has been the exact same. But how do we make a change? How do we make a change? Right? There are more of us working people than what there are of them. Okay. If everybody stopped paying or stopped doing something, who do you think will eventually win? Them or us? Okay. It's a very, very simple question. It's very simple. If everybody just turned around and went, right, we're not paying this.
James,
Right?
in America, do you have a TV license? Sorry for me being ignorant of that, but do you have to pay for a TV license?
Well, I would say no, because all I have to do is go out and get a TV, and I can either pay to get cable, or either I can pay for a digital box and hook it up to the TV and just turn it on.
You don't need a separate license, i.e.,
No,
like you had
Dino,
a car,
we're the
an
only
automobile, you have to
we're
have
the
a
only
tax
country, Dino. We're the only country that has that.
Right. What do you think of that, James? Because just going off what Plod said,
I
none
think
of us
it's
paid that, which is only, I don't know how much it is now because I've never paid for one. No,
just about 180 quid.
I think it's just
so imagine, just imagine no one paid it. What the fuck can they do?
I think it all goes back to making money. But do you know what you got me thinking about here? Is there's another component, because there's something called complacency. And this is something else to keep in mind. Like, we don't like the way things are because we see the truth. But you got to also take in mind that there are some people who think things are just fine, or some people, they've just been conditioned to live from paycheck to paycheck. So now they done got used to it. So the sad fact is, there's still going to be some people who pay, even though you say we shouldn't pay. And the sad fact is, there are some people who feel comfortable. They're like, I'm not living on the street. I'm not going through all these hard times. So this guy is nuts. I'm not going to listen to him. So that's another part of it too. Yes.
But James,
Yes.
that's because the way it's been done and the way it gets said to us. Now we get them here. Now Dino will tell you this, and we and I remember the first time I heard Dino talk about this. Okay, was when we look at what we classed as our TV licensing goons. Okay, these are the people that come around and threaten people that if they don't have a TV license, they're going to get a fine, could go to jail, and all the rest of it. Now, when you look at it, the way in which they operate and what they do, everything that we do now, on what you just said, yes, people will do that. The reason why people will actually pay that, number one, they're scared of change. Number two, okay, it's been branded into their brain that if they
And that's it.
okay, that this will happen and this will happen, and that is so deep in people's minds, right? And this is what has to be broken. There is nothing wrong. Now, this is what me and Dino do. We question so many different subjects and they will be random subjects, but then I've brought something up, and Dino's completely teared apart what I've brought up, and the same vice versa, right? And that's how we learn. You've got to break something apart to be able to understand where it's coming from and why it's there. And people are just afraid to question stuff. It's easier to follow than what it is to question.
Exactly. And see, I like what you said, and I'm going to piggyback off that to go right back to what I said. And I'll use slavery as a good example. Now, y'all ended slavery before we did, and you didn't have to go to war. And the reason people had to pick up guns to fight to end slavery because people were picking up guns to fight to try to preserve it. And the thing is, one of the reasons slavery lasted so long is because the so-called masters over here, they liked that power. They liked that control. But you also had a part of slaves. You actually had some slaves who liked things the way they were. They saw it as the master has given us a house, the master is taking care of us. You know, if the master sets us free, we won't know what to do. We won't know where to go. So they were scared of change. I haven't read the story of Nat Turner, it was interesting because Nat Turner wanted to create a rebellion, right? And believe it or not, to make a long story short, it was one of the other slaves who turned on him because that slave had gotten so used to being a slave, he didn't like Nat Turner's views. And what ended up happening, they tried to have a rebellion, but the master was prepared for him, and Nat Turner fled but was captured and hanged. And that's what I keep going back to is that some people, it's as you said earlier, it's ingrained in them. They're just comfortable. Even if they don't like it, it's like they're used to it. They don't want that change. And that's why you're going to always have opposition to your idea. And that's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Now,
Dino, now for me and Dino, it's sort of a little bit weird because we don't sort of hear it so much in this country, okay? That when you actually use the word master, right? I don't think that it's used so much in this country. Correct me if I'm wrong there, Dino.
Mastery.
No. So when you actually learn,
sorry,
yeah, no, that's fair enough, right? But when you look at that word, right, and you think of master, okay, the first thing that sort of comes into my head, right, is I picture like to do with like the Egyptians, okay, slavery, and I pictured this person standing over this group of what I would class as the same people as me, okay, just average working class person. And whenever I hear the word master, I always sort of picture somebody standing above her with a whip, whipping the crap out of them, okay? Whenever I hear that word master, right, I think it's such a really, really horrible, dominant word. I really, truly do. I think it is absolutely a horrible word. And it may sound really daft to some people, but for me personally, that's one word that I truly, truly hate because I just think it gives such a horrible image in my head of how people are treated. Master. Who gives somebody the right to be somebody's master? Nobody has the right to be somebody else's master.
No.
Well, I agree with you 100%.
Who the fuck would call themselves master something on YouTube?
Well, see, keep in mind it gave them a false sense of superiority. They like controlling people, they like whipping people, and I think that's really how the government is set up. If you stop and you think about it, I picture the government with a master on its forehead, and then I picture them having a whip, and that whip has debt written on it. And they
Yeah.
whipping us every day to make us go to work to pay bills. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
So we may not feel the physical lashes, but we feel the emotional and mental lashes.
Correct.
See?
But then
You
you
see?
paying those bills, James, where does the money go back to?
Back
It
to the
always
quote
goes
unquote back.
back to that person. And that's what it is. It's that horrible, vicious cycle that goes round and round and round.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I'm
sorry,
enjoying
Dino.
this conversation.
I'm sorry, I'm just reading some comments. Absolute brilliant comments about the religion stuff and things like that, guys. Honestly, thanks for being so polite with those comments. It means a lot. Like I said, I just believe in creation. God knows what that is. Did I just say that? But yeah. So you can all choose your religion, whatever label it comes by, Catholic, Christian, Mormon. How come there's so many fucking religions if everyone believes in the same God? And how come each of those religions looks at God in a different way when, according to all these people, God is the same one and only? Don't get it. Don't get it.
And that one and only, okay, is the person at the top of the chain, okay, that's raking in the most of what man created, money. That's it.
I accept that. I accept the whole control factor of it, if you like. But what I do believe in is there is creation. So
yeah, Dino. I was just going to say to you, can just have a quick think, okay? When you look at all the religions that are out there now, I don't know exactly how many religions are out there because there are even some religions that are only
probably more religions than fucking genders these days.
But when you actually look, Dino, you look at a religion and you tell me one of those, and you look at like where you got the Roman Catholic Church, okay, i.e. the Vatican City and so on, right? And when you look at that, you show me one of the actual religions that is a poor religion. There isn't.
The right. There's so many different religions, right? And for me, it's all about wealth and it's all about war and separation and control and things like that. No, I believe in creation now. If everyone just believed in the same thing, i.e., all I know is, I don't even know it, but all I believe in is creation. You know, not that God's this and that religion's that, and you're getting taught that, and their thoughts are different to that. And what's all that about then? So everyone's got to be thinking differently. So that's where your segregation comes in, your division, you conquering values to these people who are, you know, in control. You know, that's
And
not
Dino,
about God or creation or anything like that.
And
There's
Dino,
no way on earth that I would ever believe, for once in my mind, I will never believe that I'm an accident or I've come out of nothing. I just believe I was created like everyone else, just like a tree was, a fucking pepper plant, a grapefruit tree, or whatever. I think it was all created. I don't think anything's by accident. I really don't. And whatever higher power from that is, from the people who created whatever on this earth, God knows, you know? It's
but
ridiculous.
Dino, do you know what you just said about being segregated?
My advice to anyone is to unlearn everything. Unlearn it and think critically. That's it.
Yeah, great
Don't
point.
do not
point.
try not to think the way they've told you to.
Yeah.
Undo
Absolutely,
it
man.
all and unlearn everything. Now, the hardest part of that, it might take you a fucking year or 2 years to go, right, bang, I'm back on level now. But for now, none of us are. We're way off. Way off. We're born into it. We're born into it. So what you have to do is unlearn everything you've been taught and then think for yourself, even though we do know, but we're thinking more of us, we're thinking more what we think of ourselves and the world and etc. because of what we've been told. So unlearn what we've been told. Unlearn it all. Don't be afraid of doing that.
Absolutely right. Dino, can I just also say, do you know where you just said about people being segregated, right? Now, you can go right the way through. Now, I can only talk from this country. So, James, if yours is different, then please do actually tell me. Because even if we go back, right, you've only got to look. When we actually had people that came over from Africa and all the rest of it, the first thing that the local authorities done here was they turned around and went, right, all you people in that area, all you people in that area, right?
Oh yeah.
And what they done was they tried to actually just plant, and they started, instead of actually just letting people just go where they are, our local authorities here helped to create that segregation, and they are one of the biggest problem is because they keep the segregation going because they need that drama. They want that drama and they want to divide the people. If they divide the people, it then doesn't come towards them. And that is what it is. They are there to actually have us arguing about small things between us instead of actually challenging them and taking their power from them and giving it back to us.
Right, quick one. Come straight back in. Libertarian minded, superb. Love you very much. We all do in here. Right, that comment, I'll be honest with you, right? Before creation,
yep,
must come destruction.
Yep.
Right, how can you destruct creation and make it be like this? No, I disagree with that, because before destruction must come creation. Creation must cause destruction. That's where I'm coming from. Creation has created destruction. Destruction's not created creation. That's all I'm going off on that comment. Right? I don't know I know what creation is. I see it all around me. But I don't know who did it, what did it, how it came about, whoever's higher than the creators or whatever. That's the way I think. I think there's always been life. I don't think there's ever been nothing. For some reason, I just think there's always been something and not nothing.
See, it's really weird because I'm looking at that comment. I'm looking at that comment going both ways, Dino, because I also believe, okay, that there are something where destruction has to happen for creation to start as well. I believe,
okay.
It can go both ways.
No, I get that. But going back to the beginning, if you like, right before
don't say the Big Bang. Don't say the Big Bang.
Oh, right.
Now,
right,
you know
I'm not being funny, but come on.
Well,
I
know. I don't know if this would have. I can kind of see that comment. It's like destroy and rebuild. The best way I could put it is, but I look at it this way: you can't appreciate the good time if you don't have the bad time. So it's like you have to go through the bad times in order to get to the good time. And I say that to say, okay, think of it like this. Today, there might have been a whole bunch of people who were born today, a whole bunch of babies who were born today. But at the same time, there were also a whole bunch of people who passed away today. And so that's the way I look at it when I think of that comment.
Is that not nature though? I mean, is that
not
it's
nature.
Right?
Yeah, it's nature. It's nature.
So
and I mean, nature, for me, not creation.
The beginning is creation. Now, if you look at the amount of things in nature, in life, you've got, I mean, from us, right down to a blade of grass or whatever. It all works in harmony to me. It's not an accident. So it's like, for me, it sounds weird, but it's like someone who creates a game, if you like, who's on a computer. It might take them months to create a game, what lasts half an hour, whatever. A lot of hard work put into it, but they've created that game. And it works perfectly for the people who are involved in it and get better with it and master it and things like that. And then you get people who are shit. And it's like, oh, I can't go any further and things like that. So, but I think someone's created this.
Yeah.
I don't know what it's about. Do you know what it's about? Because I don't. I haven't got a fucking clue. I haven't. I'm sat on a couch on cloth and cotton. I'm talking to you now, but I really don't know what life's about. I don't.
Dino, there was a comment that just got put up, okay, by Hutch at 3 minutes past 4, okay? You cannot destroy something that has not been created, right? As I said, the reason why I say that I believe it can go both ways is because I'm just going to use this, okay, as an example and just think about it, right? I could be in my house now, right? Now, this is my house. Yes, my house has been created, okay? This is the way that it is. But what could actually happen is I can have a gas explosion and it goes bang and it completely blows my home apart. But then you come back in 20 years, okay, and this exactly where my house is, because of that explosion, it could then be literally everything growing wild. So it can actually go both ways. And that's why I said I do believe from accidents of tragedies like that happening, which is also destruction, that yes, it can happen both ways, and that's what I believe.
Right.
So
it's a tough one, you know.
Yeah,
but,
it is.
I honestly don't believe that I'm an accident.
No, you're not. You're not. You were meant to be here. You were meant to be here. It's like, as I said, now I'm up, James, just so you know, your microphone's muted. It's like for me now, as I said earlier, now I believe that certain people are meant to meet certain people and so on, right? And this is what I love. It's like when you take James now, where me and Dino have known each other for a while, it's like it's been great. And what's even better is because we're in this country and you're in your country, but we can see how many similarities there are, okay, across the board. And we know, oh, fuck off, Dino, bollocks.
What?
Okay,
but I want to go back to the creation thing for a minute.
Oh my God.
Because
right.
No, just for a quick second, and then I'm gonna move on to the segregation. I'm not gonna hurt you too bad. Now think about this though. Now I was born and I was put in an incubator, right? And it created extra blood cells in my eye. Well, guess what? It ended up destroying all the blood cells in my left eye, destroyed a good amount of my right eye, right? When they took me out of the incubator. But at the same time, that helped me become intelligent, so it's almost like it took something getting destroyed to encourage me to try to look at people's inside and appreciate empathy. So that's how I look at that. And on the segregation part, it's funny you were talking about it because I remember we used to have these old bridges, and at the end of each bridge they had like a hut thing. And I was on a bus with my mother one day, and I kept seeing these huts. And I asked my mother, I said, why was that put there? She told me, she was like, they were put there because they were like checkpoints. And like black people were put in certain parts of town. And when they got to that bridge, they had to show papers to get it to the other side of town. And they had to like show why they were supposed to be there. And they had to leave by a certain time. And as a result, because blacks were in one part and whites were in another part, the blacks built churches in that part of town and started going to them, because they wanted to have somebody to believe in God, because they felt like God gave them hope. And whites had their churches in that part of town. So I could also see how religion created segregation. So yeah, that's all I want to say.
Yeah, no, it's right because now when you look here in the UK, right, it was really rife, okay, where people had signs up, okay, saying no blacks, no Irish, right, and this is where a lot of people don't understand, okay, it when you sort of look, right, that shows you that it's not just to do with the color of the skin, right? When you actually look at where they actually had signs up saying about no blacks, no Irish, and so on, right? Racism, right? It's a word, but then I do believe that there are a lot of people that play that card and use that word too freely.
That's true, and that I
Right.
can agree with that
And that
100%.
also creates a major problem. Is people that actually jump on certain words and try and use those words to their advantage.
James, honestly,
Yeah,
it's happened to
yeah.
me. True story, this, right? Now, the way we've been brought up here, it's like, you know, if someone's black and you say, "Oh, you black bastard" or whatever, it's like, bang, you're racist. Okay, black bastard, that's a harsh thing to say, but it's even if it were like, "Oh, he's black" or whatever, you know, it were like, "Whoa," and you know, and things like that. Anyway, I was in Boots the Chemist one day. It was about 2 years ago, something like that. No one around, so I was there in the queue, first in the queue, and then this girl came along with glasses on. She wasn't black; she was like half caste, yeah,
Okay.
mixed race, whatever.
Yeah, yeah,
And she
yeah.
came in. I said, "Excuse me," but I was, you know, I was in the queue first. She went, "No, no, I was here before you, but I went away and went to pick something up, and now I've come back. So I was here before you." And I said, "Well, I didn't know that, did I? I mean, you know, even if you did, like, I'm here now, so, you know, it's my turn." She went, "Oh, so it's a black thing, is it?" And no, James,
Yeah.
honestly, I was fucking shocked because for one, no, that's not me at all.
Wow.
Never has been. No matter how much it's been tried to be no matter how much it's tried to be instilled with me or distilled with me, it hasn't worked at all like that with me. So for someone who's not even black, but who's kind of just half, you know, mixed race,
Yeah,
to
yeah,
say that
yeah.
to me I was in fucking shock. I couldn't believe it. And then I had it again from a guy who could hardly speak English. He'd moved into the block of flats where I live right now. So we have a lift. I'm on the 11th floor out of 12. And it was the COVID period where it was serious, like with the mask thing and everyone and all that. So he got in the lift. He had a mask on.
We've lost James.
Oh, no.
No, he's coming back. There we go.
Oh, he's back.
Okay.
And then he
Yeah.
got in the lift. This guy was a big guy, 6 foot odd and things like that. Me being me, I'm only small, I'm only tiny. So I was getting in the lift and he went, "No," like that. And he put his big hand out like that. And it was a big
What?
hand.
Whoa.
And I said, but what? Where's your mask? I said, "Well, I'm exact. I don't, you're not coming in the lift with me." And I went,
Whoa.
"Listen, mate, I've lived here for 17 years. I'll get in that lift, whatever." Anyway, so I had an argument with him. And then eventually he came out the lift and he went, "Huh, so you're playing the black thing on me, are you?" And
What?
I
Wow.
thought, what? So like, what? Anyway, he ended up conceding and coming out the lift and letting me travel up to my floor. And I thought, what? And it was a shock to me that, you know, so it does work both ways. But I do believe when it comes to the
Oh
black and
yeah,
white
yeah.
thing, the black guys, if you like, they get it far worse. I mean, come on.
Right,
But when I
What's
got it, I thought it was very strange, James, to me. It really
Right,
was.
Dino, I just want to bring one thing up to James. I'm just going to rewind your memory back quite a few months ago. Right, do you remember when I picked you up from the station when you were coming down here, and now Dino had just spent 5 hours on a coach coming down to see me, right? And I picked him up from the coach station in the car, and as soon as he got there, right, I just turned around and went, right, we're gonna go and film. Right, I didn't even give him time to grab a coffee. I just went, right, we're gonna go and film. In the car we got, and off we went. Right, I didn't tell him where we were going, and I don't know if you've heard of it, but here in London, right, in South London, you got a place called Brixton. Right now, when we sort of started getting that way, and then I went, yeah, we're going to go to Brixton, right? I could just sort of see the look on Dino's face at first, and I went, what's up? I gone, it's just Brixton. Okay, I gone, it's just Brixton. I gone, you will absolutely love Brixton. Now, even before we started filming, because we're here travelled, I gone, right, I gone, we got some lovely places. Okay, we're going to get a bit of lunch and that first, okay, and have a little wander around, right? And he just saying, okay, it makes no difference. I just chat to everybody. I do not care, okay? Brixton is such a lovely place to go to, and it's got such amazing culture, right? And this is what I love. It makes no difference where you go to, right? You should always try and talk to people. Always try and talk to people. If you don't talk to people, that's your own ignorance. That is your ignorance. That's not theirs. You got the right to choose whether or not you want to try and talk to somebody, right? And if you're up for just randomly talking to everyone, then you talk to people. And that time when we were there, we must have spent at least 2 hours then before we even started filming. And that is what it was. Yeah. We just went round, we talked to people.
We sat down on that wall, virtually about 20 metres away from the cop shop. So we got something to eat first from a Caribbean van. I got some rice and stuff, and Plod got, a massive meal because he's a greedy twat and he's a right fat bastard. So I got a small meal. Anyway, we sat down on this wall. This Rasta came past. How you doing, man? Things like that. Yeah, no problem. Sit down. All that. No problem. You know what I mean? It didn't matter. It does not matter to me at all. All I see is a human, a person.
Exactly. Yeah. I don't. That's how you learn about people.
I've seen people go like this.
Yeah, no, it's how you learn about people is to talk to people. If you don't talk to people, you don't learn about that person.
Well, this is
what are they looking at? What are they fucking seeing? Well, you know what I mean?
You remember what I said when I first came up here? Well, what I basically said, it doesn't matter how nice you are, how kind you are, how good you try to be, there's still going to be some assholes who hate you just because of you. And that's yes. And I was going to say, I think that's one of the things you experience. And see, I've gotten it. It's as funny as it sounds. I've gotten it from
James. Why do they hate you? It's because of what's been ingrained in their head to do with the way. It's like what we were saying to do when we were talking about to do with the British.
I'm gonna ask you a question, though. I'm gonna ask you a question. Shouldn't they be able to change once they get older? Well, shouldn't something come on your head that says, "Wait a minute, something's not right"? This is
exactly what we do. Okay, now as I say, okay, every time I go out and I film, I hope that somebody can learn something. Okay, and that's what I call actually just trying to give people information and to actually help educate that person. Okay, so they can make their own decision. And it's the exact same thing. Okay, it's because the way that things have been ingrained in people. The only way that you can actually help. Okay, and to show somebody something different is to talk with somebody or to show them something, and this is what it's all about. Okay, it's the whole thing of being able to give that information.
I have a crack with them.
I gotta stop you right there and tell you something, Clyde. You're gonna hate me for saying this.
No, I won't, mate.
Okay, this is what you got to keep in mind. I have to want to be willing to listen to you. You could sit there and do all these good things and everything, but at the end of the day, it's still up to me to choose what I want to be bothered with here. And I'll give you an example. I was raised in a black neighborhood, right? I went,
Yep.
I lived with a lot of black people. In high school, I used to sit with this white girl every day for lunch because we knew each other from middle school. And there were black people who would come up to me and ask me, well, why in the hell would you be sitting with, well, they called him a honky. And I basically told them, because I sit with who the hell I want to sit with. And if you don't like it, you do something about it. And of course, that would stop them. But my point is, we were raised in the same neighborhood. We went to the same school. But if you notice, I chose to be nice to the white person. They didn't. So at the end of the day, it comes back to me, the individual.
No, exactly, and I can completely agree. Now, where I actually mentioned Brixton, now I was brought up not too far from Brixton. Okay, and when I was in school, I would say it was about a 50-50 mix, right? And it weren't too long after the actual Brixton riots and so on, right, when the whole of South London actually erupted, okay, from that, right? And when I then look at all of that, it's the exact same thing. Now, regardless, now Dino, I hope you don't mind me actually, and I'll actually ask you first. I just want to bring up a couple of conversations that me and your dad had, if that's all right.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I will tell you something. Now, Dino's dad, okay, didn't sort of understand the whole thing to do with filming and why we done it and everything else. And there were always lots of questions that sort of came around, right? And yes, okay, Dino went to explain that to his dad and so on. But because of the upbringing, okay, of his father and then Dino's upbringing, okay, there was always sort of like that little wall that was there, okay, that sort of couldn't go down. But then this is then where it's great that we talk with each other and everything else. Now, yes, okay, that wasn't working. But then when I was talking with Dino's dad, right, he was then starting to understand it slightly different because sometimes it's easier to bring in a third person, okay, that can act as that middle person, right? And that's the thing. You will get people that will not want to listen at first. But what you got to remember, as they say, there's always more than one way to do something. Right, and this is why it's always great that yes, okay, the first way that you may be looking at explaining may not work. That's why I said, okay, there's never going to be any falling out from me, mate, at all. Okay, and this is why these opinions are great, because when you look at it, yes, okay, it doesn't work. Okay, right, fair enough. I take a back step. Okay, I'll reassess it. I'll look at it. Okay, right, maybe I shouldn't have done that. Maybe I should have done it that way. And there's always something else, and there'll be something then that I can take from Dino, which I have done many times. And you just take different things and you bounce ideas off of each other. And just by actually talking, yes, some people may pick up things at the click of a finger. Other times it can take a hell of a lot longer. Right, you could build a skyscraper by the time somebody actually comes. You could get old by the time that it actually clicks. But if you actually do keep putting that information to people, okay, eventually something will click in some form of way. There will always be one small thing. As they say, a rolling stone gathers no moss. If people weren't willing to always learn something, they would be covered in moss.
Well, I would tell you, I love your attitude and I love your approach. The only thing that I would add is to always keep in mind that some people, they just not going to change. And so it doesn't matter. Now, I'm not telling you to give up trying because I would never give up trying. But some people aren't going to change. I remember I came across this guy one time. He said, I'm not going to change. It's just me. And whoever don't like it, they have to live with it. So you always have to keep that in mind,
But then, James, ask them this, okay? If somebody next tells you that, okay, ask them this. Turn around and go, do you think I can make you smile? Right? And from the way that their attitude will be, okay, they say you got no chance, okay. They'll most probably tell you to jog on, whatever, okay. And I guarantee within a matter of minutes, I would make you smile, okay. And this is the thing for some people, right? They have to start sometimes even just by making them smile, just by making them laugh, even just to actually talk with you, okay. That could be the actual start point of a change, right? Some people, it's smaller changes that will help create the bigger changes, right?
And
So
see,
don't think that you can go in and change somebody from who they are to who you want them to be or whatever, right? That won't happen. It can't happen, okay? You have to make small little changes, but you have to work with what is there, okay? And that could be literally getting somebody to smile, getting somebody to say please, getting somebody to say thank you, right? It's small little changes like that that will help create bigger changes.
I agree. I agree with that 100%, but I still say keep in mind there's the small fraction out there that's still going to do what they want to do. And I'm trying to think of how I could put this because I don't want to say any names.
No, James, just say it. Just say
it. Say, okay, you come across a porn bomber, right?
Yeah.
And you start with these little baby steps and you try to get them to smile. And they even smile for a little while, right? But then that next day, they could go right back to that porn bombing because at the end of the day, a person is going to do what they're comfortable with. It's like going back to change. You remember how you said earlier, some people don't want to change, or some people are, I should say, scared of change. Yep. And so even by you trying to get people to open up little by little, there may always still be that part of them that thinks the old way is better, that I don't really want to change. I don't really like this concept. And that's all I'm saying is like to always keep that in mind. Your way isn't going to always go because you've got different people.
Because the way then that I would look at that, right, is a prime example, right? People won't change, right? People won't change. In this country, if you don't want to change, you become a copper. Okay? You become a copper. Okay? That's what you do, okay? If you don't want change, you become a copper. Right? Because that's the way that their minds are actually preset, okay, in the way that they actually treat the majority of people. So what do we do, okay? It's exactly what we do is we slowly help to actually show them that what they're actually doing is wrong, okay? For some of them, okay, now Dino's been on the receiving end, okay, where you'll get some absolute, I'm sorry for the language, guys, you know I don't swear that much, right? You'll get some absolute arrogant fucking wanker.
And that's what I'm saying.
Really will. But then as I say, okay, it's when I get coppers like that, those are the ones that I love to get. Those are the ones that I love to get. The reason being, right, because I guarantee by the end of it, okay, that guy would not forget me, full stop, period. And I guarantee he will pick something up that he will always keep in his head to what's just happened.
James, all you have to do is watch his channel, watch his last 4 up to date, and then go back and watch him. I promise you, you're going to learn a hell of a lot about British law, etc.
I think I'm going to love it because
you are going to adore it, mate. I'll tell you that right now, and you can speak about it. Right, I'll tell you what, guys, I don't want it to end. And it's been a long one for me. It's not gone this long for a while, but I do need to end because I'm very, very tired.
And Dino said 2 hours ago that he was going to go at 3.
Yeah, but that's because there were boring people on. But I've got David. I'm joking. David, I'm joking. Whoever else, I'm really joking.
I'm enjoying this conversation. We've got to do this again because we actually both saying the same thing, believe it or not. It's just we saying it from 2 different wavelengths. I agree with you 100% that you gotta keep trying, one person at a time. The only thing I'm saying is you gotta keep y'all have those arrogant ones, those but we both basically saying the same thing. Kind of like you two saying bad. See, I understand you. It don't seem it, but I do. But I enjoy this conversation. Dean, I always enjoy you. And I'm always enjoying the chat. So you know I'm gonna come back. You know.
Yeah, but James, what you could also
I just wanted to say that.
James, what you could also do as well is on Dino's channel, okay, and on mine, okay, you've got our email addresses, okay, that are on there as well, okay. That what you can actually do is you can drop us an email as well.
Yeah, if you go to the About tab, James, just go on the channel About, click on that, and there you'll see business emails, as they call them. Right, I'm gonna go.
James, just before you actually say that, you got a couple of people, and Neil sort of started it off, okay.
No, Neil.
Go until 5 a.m. Okay,
no,
so 30 minutes.
Neil, you're being selfish. Come on, mate, play the game. Right, I'm back on Tuesday. James will definitely be back on. I'm very confident of that. Plod will be on as always. You just have to fucking put up with him, like, but you know. Hopefully he'll only be on for about half hour.
I fucking might turn up.
What was that? Yeah.
Nothing, master.
No. What? Right. Any mods in there? Any managers of my channel in there?
Yeah. See, James, you can see what it's like now with me and Dino, okay? As I said, I absolutely love him to bits. Absolutely love him to bits.
Yeah. That reminds me of me and my buddy in New York. We'll sit on the phone for 2 hours and fuss with each other, and then say,
2
"Okay,
hours, James, is that it? Is that it?
Yeah.
James?
Well,
2
because
hours.
we'll start going
now,
at it.
Imagine 7 hours non-stop with him.
Well, now remember, now my buddy in New York, we'll fuss for 2 hours.
I'm still getting psychiatric help because of you.
We'll go for 2 hours and then be like, "Okay, I'll talk to you next week." But now my buddy in Alabama, we've talked for as long as 6.
What do you mean you're getting psychiatric?
Psychiatric help.
Psychiatric.
Psychiatric. Okay. Right, I'm getting that help 4 times a week just because where I talk to you 4 times a week.
You need it, mate. 4 times a week, is that it? Right, guys, I am definitely off, even though I want to. If only we didn't have to sleep, right? This has been, honestly, one of my favourite lives of all time. James will definitely be back on. I'm very confident of that, and hopefully so he will be. Plod, well, you know, he might not be. Depends. He cares anyway. Biker, definitely, as always. Can I just say as well before I go?
Grandad.
Did I ask you to speak? Be quiet.
Grandad.
Right. Massive thanks to James. But if I can just go back just for a minute. This is
why are you doing that, James? Can I say it's been a real pleasure?
Will you shut the fuck up for a minute? Right. Mr. Blue, Mally Simpson, loads of people, but I want to put a special thank you to Neil Robinson tonight. It was some amazing comments up, and Neil, if you'd have been on this panel tonight, wow. But thanks so much for your contribution in that live chat with those comments you put up tonight. Absolutely superb, mate. Thank you very much. Thanks to everyone else as well. It's been a very clean live with some important points being made. A lot of education's been there tonight. We've had a good laugh. I think it's been the perfect live for everyone to just relax and enjoy themselves and have a good bloody chat like we have done. So, massive respect and much love, guys. Okay. And I'll see you on Tuesday. And please have a great weekend and do the best that you can to enjoy yourselves and feel happy.
Yeah. And James, real pleasure to talk to you. Okay.
Same here.
Really good.
Same here.
And to everyone in the chat, okay, do have a lovely evening and have a great weekend. Okay, don't forget, if you are new on Dino's channel, don't forget to like and subscribe. Okay, let's try and bounce Dino's channel around. And I don't know if people are aware that Dino has just hit over 19K.
Oh wow!
Okay?
Yeah,
He's
what?
over 19K. Okay.
Wow! I can
Give him lots
spend
of
all
love.
that money on you guys. 19.5K.
Yeah.
I've never had that amount of money in my life.
Well done on that, Dino.
Thank you very much.
And then and thanks for having me on again, mate.
No, it's a pleasure as always, mate. You know
that.
Yeah, and I just like to second that. Thanks for having me on. I just like to second that and thank you for having me up. And thank you for the wonderful time that I've been shown, and thank the chat for all the wonderful comments and kind words. And I hope that you have a wonderful weekend, and I look forward to seeing you again on Tuesday. And Plod, always a pleasure to talk to you.
Cannot wait, James. We're all going to look forward to you on Tuesday. Thanks so much, mate. Thank you so much tonight. Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely. Guys, lots of love to James. I know you give it to him all night, but please give him a good send-off. Let's see them comments in there. Lots of love. Thank you. Mally, libertarian-minded. Honestly, I could spend another hour on just mentioning names who've been in there tonight and contributed to a fantastic live stream.
No, he can't. He said he's too tired. He can't spend another hour. He's lying on that one.
Do you ever sleep?
No.
Well, listen, whether you do or not, fucking do one. I'm sick of you by now.
Oh, dums.
No, he won't go away. Do you know why he won't go away, guy? He's obsessed with me.
Oh, yeah, I'm telling you now, mate, it's your stature. You absolutely get me going. You really do.
Can't you tell? No, we are the best of friends, Jane. Honestly, you won't believe the banter we have together. It's like I said before, we both have a key to each other's place, and we live 250 miles away from each other. That is how close we are. So yeah, love him or like him. To plod or not to plod, don't forget to check his channel out, guys.
No, don't bother, guys. It's shit. Don't bother.
Prove me wrong. Stop interrupting when I'm talking. Whose live is this? Whose live is it?
Sorry, Master.
Shh. 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 In fact, why have you not gone already?
Carry on, then.
I'm trying to finish a live here. It's taking me 5 minutes. You meant to go away and leave me to it.
Carry on, then.
Right, good night, Plod. Plodding along. Plod along. Just go and plod along, will you? Luke, just do one. Right, I'm going, guys. Thanks very much.
What about if I want to do two?
Sorry, I'm just imagining.
James, can't you see the look in his face? I know the next time he sees me, okay, I know he'll have a pop at me. I know he will. Don't be pulling that face, mate. See, I reckon we could almost get him to stay until 5. It's only 22.
I can't believe this. Right. It's my fucking live. I'm trying to say good night to everyone. Stroke, good morning, good afternoon, depending on where you're from. we're live. If you're watching it later on, have a look in. It might be fucking interesting, some of it. It's like I start again. We go away. No, he won't, will he? Look at him. He's worse than fucking Peter Pope and people like that. Go away. Plod. Go. Have you seen the state of his logo? Look at it. I'll make him go. Go. Right, I'm going. I'm just going to click off. He's being a twat. Just wait.
No worries, Dino. That's all right, mate. Don't worry about it.
No, it's all right. Don't you worry about it. Don't forget, I'm down in the next 3 weeks.
So it's all good.
Oh, God. Can I say good night or what? I'm too soft, me. Right. Dino has met James, bro. Guys, thanks. Honestly, thanks to everyone. The chat, the live itself. Don't forget Bikereddie. Massive to me and to this channel. James, complete legend. He's going to be a regular. I know it. And
yeah.
We need people like James in here. And to everyone else who's joined in and put your opinions in and your experiences and told it in a chat and things like that. I really adore and appreciate things like that, guys. So I'll see you on Tuesday. You better be here. All right? Bye.
Bye.